Welcome to the transparency. Come on in. Slap the thumbs up. Join us, Karen Reed, trial watchers. Alan Jackson will be oral arguing the motion to dismiss. Yeah. We're hanging out over here at 34 Fairview. They're having a tailgate. Come one, come all. Make yourself known. Good morning, everybody. Put me in your eardrums. Good morning. Good morning. Oh my goodness. What is going on? Tailgating over here. 34 Fairview tailgate, guys. It's real. Woo! What is good? Anyone else nervous? No, not here. Good morning, all. Good morning. Long time no see. Did you find your bell? No, I'm looking for my bell. Oh, here it is. Found my bell. That one's for Dylan. Dylan Mortensen gets a bell. Dylan Mortensen gets a bell. All of you guys get a bell. So come on in, make yourself known. Hello, everyone, again. Hello. Jewish girl wishes all a happy Ash Wednesday, Sherry says. Thank you, Sherry. We appreciate that over here, the Catholics. All right. I'm just going to drink it all the way up until I get my ashes. Oh, la. Again, tailgating over here at 34 Fairview. Pull on up. Bring a thong, grab a thong. You know. Gifted 5 Truth and Transparency memberships. Thank you so much, Kelly. Jilly Bean right there. Good morning. Still morning, yep. 10:38. We got to jump on things this morning. Went through some stuff in the Idaho 4 case and then jumping right over here. Aiden Kearney, he also has his days in court here this week. So we're going to take a peek over there really quick to see Joe Boy Live. Let's see if we got, I want to check out one of his old videos. Yeah, I think this is just like a...
On December 22nd,
So here you go.
On October 11th, I was arrested at my children's bus stop by the State Police Fugitive Unit and informed that I was being charged with 8 counts of felony witness intimidation, 4 charges of picketing a witness, and 1 charge of conspiracy to commit witness intimidation in regards to my activism and reporting on the Karen Reed case. The very same police I had been exposing were the ones who charged me and showed up at my house to have me arrested and seize all of my devices. On December 22nd, 2023, my case was moved to Superior Court as I was indicted on 9 counts of felony witness intimidation, 5 counts of picketing a witness, and 3 counts of conspiracy to commit witness intimidation. My arrest and indictment received extensive media coverage, and throughout the camera retrial, they were mentioned whenever my name was brought up. This was nothing more than a way for the Commonwealth to discredit my journalism because I was too effective in exposing corruption in the state police and Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. However, no one in the media has actually sat down and analyzed the charging documents to see exactly what the Commonwealth alleges was illegal about my behavior. If they did, then they would see just how flimsy these charges are and how the DA's office is attempting to use the unconstitutional witness intimidation statute in order to criminalize protected speech and journalism in Norfolk County. On March 5th, in Norfolk Superior Court, we will be arguing our motion to dismiss, but I wanted to make this video so you can see for yourself just how outrageous these charges really are. The Commonwealth made it seem like I was threatening to visit the home of witnesses relentlessly in a live stream, but actual video shows I was talking about returning to Canton to see a DPW worker who was giving me the runaround.
94, Turtle Boy returns to Canton. This is a video posted shortly after Kearney visited homes of witnesses. This is not my last trip to Canton. I will be back. I'll be back. Get used to this. These people think, these people think I'm fucking around. You haven't seen the last of it. Get used to it at the 119 mark.
They combined sentences from 2 different clips. I will be back was encouraging people not to be afraid of the McAlberts. This is not.
I'll be back. Give it up for the Terminator. I'll be back. We got the Intimidator.
Not my last trip to Canton. I will be back. And more, I think people are getting, like a year or so ago, people didn't want to cooperate with the Karen Reed defense team because they're like, yeah, it's easy to keep my head down and, whatever, and keep a low profile. But now, now they're like, fuck it. We've made people realize, like, you don't have nothing to be afraid of. The big bad monster's not going to bite you. We neutered their ass. They can't do anything. They're not so tough anymore, are they?
This is not my last trip to Canton. I will be back. I'll be back. Get used to this. These people think, I'm fucking around. You haven't seen the last of it. Get used to it at 119 mark.
These people think I'm fucking around. You haven't seen the last of me. Get used to it. Get used to it. But the Commonwealth makes it seem like I'm talking about harassing the McAlberts, which obviously sounds bad. But this was intentionally deceptive. I was actually referring to a DPW employee who was giving me the runaround. And I said that I will be back to get information on who plowed Fairview Road the night that John O'Keefe was killed.
I can leave a message to him. Yep. I can leave a message and I'll get it to him.
Now watch this. Watch this. She goes, how do I spell the last name, sir? She had already written out my first name and spelt it correctly. She knows who I am. She didn't have to ask my first name. She didn't even have to ask what my last name was. She just asked how to spell it. She had already spelled my name. So she knows who I am at this point. People are messaging me now and they're saying that she is a friend. She lives in Tim Albert's neighborhood and she is best friends with the Weeks girls. That is the McCabe sisters. So this is what we're dealing with here. This is the home cooking. So I'll be back, Miss Boys Regular. I'll be back. You haven't seen the last of me because he never called. Walshy never called me today. Trotta never called me. If you think you're going to get rid of me that easily, you're badly mistaken. I will literally sit there all day. All day.
Yeah.
We'll order Chinese.
And call public fucking officials. People that we pay your motherfucking salary. We will call you. It is your job to answer to us. We, the people, have a right to know what the hell you do with your time when you are on the clock and we're paying you.
I'll make a day of it. I'll just sit there all freaking day because he's got to come back sometime. I'll be like, I've unfinished business. We didn't see Michael Morrissey today. I'll be back. Like, get used to this. Like, these people think I'm fucking around. Like, I'm Mr. Internet guy. Like, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to write blogs all day. And it's okay. It's just writing blogs and just ignore them, whatever. No. I live an hour away. It's not, I got a Lexus now. It's not a problem.
I got a Lexus.
It's got great mileage and a good engine. I'll be there in an hour. No problem. Like, I'll get used to it. Get used to it. The Commonwealth alleges I intimidated Chris Albert by telling him he should stop going out in public because, quote, turtle riders are everywhere and that life as normal is over.
Episode 598. Karen Reed defense files motion to recuse. This guy, Chris Albert, had his head on the swivel looking for turtle riders. I got bad news for you, Chris. I got really bad news for you. They are literally everywhere. You guys should just stop going out in public. It's only going to get worse from here. I know where you all were today. You were in Agawam, weren't you? You guys were at some sort of Little League thing at Agawam. Alberts, McCabe's, all you people were there. Just know that there will be no life as normal is over. Life is normal. You had normal for a while there, from January 29th to about April 2023. You guys literally got away with murder.
But the Commonwealth didn't mention that I was reacting to a video of Chris Albert yelling at a woman in a Free Karen Reed shirt outside of the Waterfall bar. I was pointing out that if Chris continued to behave like this, then people would continue to argue with him, and that the best way to avoid this was to keep a low profile. The Commonwealth intentionally omitted the phrases, quote, "that would be my recommendation," unquote, not to go out in public, and quote, "I did not direct this person to do this," unquote, from my rant, because they know it changes the context completely. So wild shit happened like the last couple of hours in Canton. So a woman, oh nice, a woman has a turtle rider. I believe her name is Deanna. You guys got to see this. Okay, so she goes to the Waterfall bar today. I don't know if she's from Canton or what, but I'm gonna bring this up for you guys if you haven't seen this yet. So there, she posted this and she says, "This is Chris Albert, right? We are at the Waterfall, and there he is in the middle of the afternoon at the bar. I don't know if he drove there or not, because I don't know if he lost his license. When people forget about Chris Albert, I mean, look at that face, by the way. Look at that face. That is the face of a man. He knows he's being photographed. He's pissed. He's not happy about it. Like, I could
Again, give it up for Turtle Boy. This is what you call independent journalism. This is kind of what I think I've done since I've begun in 2000 and I don't even know, 21. Did a lot of stuff with the Schellinger Jr. case in Pennsylvania, and so what he's doing is if you're making a career out of it, it's exactly what he's supposed to be doing. To think that this is a crime, to think that the fucking government could do what they did to him, like, what the fuck? How are people outraged? And someone said it in chat, why aren't more lawyers covering this? Why isn't mainstream media covering this? Because they have problems with people like us. Sorry.
in front of this guy a couple weeks ago. This guy's got his head on a swivel everywhere now. He's like, turn around. Where are they? I got bad news for you, Chris. I got really bad news for you. They're literally everywhere. You can't, you guys should just stop going out in public. Like, that'd be my recommendation. And it's only going to get worse from here. I did not direct this person to do this. I can't stop them. They're everywhere. They don't like you. Nobody likes you. You guys killed someone. You literally killed someone. Not you. You didn't do it. You raised someone who did it. And, your big bro did it. But, and you obviously know this and you're helping to cover it up. But I guess you didn't kill anyone. So you got that going for you. So good job, Chris. You just raised the killer. Anyway, and we're going to get to that too. But he's obviously, when I saw him, this dude is ready and looking around. They insist on going out in public. Chris, I know where you guys were today. Y'all were in Agawam, weren't you? I got pictures of you on my cell phone. I got people sending me pictures. You guys were at some sort of Little League thing in Agawam. I got pictures of Courtney Proctor. I got pictures of, who was she with there? I forget. There's a whole crew here. Alberts, McCabe's, all you people were there. So just know that there will be no life is normal.
You guys, this is what people try to do to me, saying that I am stalking people. Fuck stalking. Someone sends me something that's just think about TMZ. Think about all the celebrities that, these celebrities are going out in public. If you're a limited public figure, you are what you are. But to sit here and say that these people were being witness intimidated, he's sitting in his ass. And people are sending me videos and pictures of what they're doing. Okay? You're going to have to prove that I sent people to harass you and menace in your life. That's what you're going to have to prove to even get to the level of whatever this is. But people sending me shit or sending him shit, I'm sorry, but wild. Talk about just jealousy. God, I've never seen the government so jealous of a man with a hat on.
Normal is over, okay? Life is normal. You had normal for a while there, from January 29th till about April 29th, 2022 till April 2023. You guys literally got away with murder, okay? Life as normal is over is not a threat. It's a statement of fact.
It is.
When your family is involved in a high-profile murder, obviously your life is no longer going to be the way it used to be.
Chris Albert being confronted outside of a Canton restaurant, we, Chris Albert, and other witnesses. When you act this way, that's like a green light for me. Time to hit the gas.
When you act this way, that's like a green light for me. Time to hit the gas. I was saying that Chris Albert's bizarre drunken confrontation with the woman would only encourage more people to confront him in public.
Yes.
You were sitting right across the bar. You were sitting right across the bar from me.
I saw what you did.
What did I do?
Otherwise, why would I
What did I do?
Yeah, what did I do?
What did I do? I didn't take pictures of you.
You took pictures of me? Like, this is what you're doing? You're following someone, a woman, mind you. You're following a woman out to her car and
Because
you took pictures of me. Who gives a fuck? You're in public. There's no expectation of privacy.
Exactly.
Who cares if somebody took?
Exactly. People have lost their damn minds. Okay? Bitch took pictures of me and no expectation of privacy. 100% correct. Okay.
Took pictures of you. Oh, you took pictures of me? Yeah, so what if I did? Who cares? And you got to confront her and they cause a scene. These people are so fucking stupid. Like, they just don't know how to keep a low profile. They can't help it. They are unraveling. This is unhinged behavior on the part of Chris Albert. We are getting to that. And like, Chris, the more you act like this in public, this just I'm like, oh, we're getting to him. Oh, that's like a green light.
You guys, when we were in town for the hearing, for the trial, we went to the hillside on the Sunday of Father's Day. We were there for like the next coming week. When we were there, there was a group of us, and guess who the fuck is up in that bitch? Chris Albert. Guess who we took pictures of? Chris Albert and his crew. I was like, damn, why is he with his family on Father's Day?
Wait for me. Like, ooh, time to
hillside.
hit the gas.
I got pictures of you. You can't leave the fucking country, turtle riders. We're gonna find you. They're gonna find you. You can't hide anymore. Your private life is officially over. You leave your house, you're gonna have your picture taken, so you need to get used to the new normal, your new normal. Turtle riders are gonna take pictures of you, and they're gonna send it to me. You're famous. We need to accelerate it. They, the woman who recorded the video, Chris Albert confrontation, are doing a fantastic job with this.
Taking pictures of people in public and encouraging people to document Chris Albert's aggressive drunken behavior is not witness intimidation. He himself in this bubble where everyone agrees it's unanimous. Karen Reed did this, but it's just a great reminder. I love when she said, like, everyone in the state knows you did this, and it's true. Like, everyone outside of your bubble, which is really small, and it's getting smaller by the day. It used to be bigger. It used to be kind of like the whole town. That is day by day. So many people in your town are looking at you, Chris, every day. When you go out in public and you go to the grocery store or wherever, people are taking pictures of you. I got a picture of you, Chris, and your wife, Julie, because I know you're watching, Chris. It's about a week or so ago. You went to Twin River Casino, didn't you? I got pictures of you at Twin River Casino.
You were at Twin River Casino, weren't you? Bitch got GPS on you, ho. Oh, fuck yeah, turtle boy. That's just what's funny to me. Like, you were at the fucking casino, weren't you?
Casino. I got pictures of Jen McCabe in Aruba. You can't leave the.
I got pictures of Jen McCabe in Aruba. Dude, what's great is that they have these friends, and these friends are the ones that are sending the pics. I love it. You would think they're getting paid by like People Magazine or TMZ for like these hot, I got sent a pic of Matt in his beach birthday suit. I could have put that out there.
The fucking country with like turtle riders, we're gonna find you. They're gonna find you. You can't hide anymore. Your private life is officially over.
Your private parts.
Over. You leave your house, you're gonna have your picture taken everywhere. So you need to get used to your new normal. This is your new normal. Any turtle rider sees you in public, they're gonna do this. They're gonna take pictures of you. They're gonna send it to me. You're famous. Everyone knows what you did. And so this is a great reminder to the Chris Alberts of the world, because I'm sure he's not used to people challenging him like this. And he's freaking out. We need to accelerate it. I'm not telling you what to do, but Deanna did a fantastic job with this. Fantastic job. 2 weeks before I was arrested, Chris Albert applied for a harassment prevention order against me and was denied on First Amendment grounds. The same judge who arraigned me on October 11th said my speech towards Chris was protected because it lacked true threats and fighting words. Yet I was charged with felony witness intimidation for the same exact speech that Judge O'Malley said was protected First Amendment speech.
Make your case as to why I should do it. Sure, Your Honor. I'll make my case. So this all starts from a case that I'm a potential witness in, but not really. I have a very limited role in it. And because I was thrusted into this case, this person decided to start writing blogs about me, all sorts of crazy stuff. And it's one thing to write, about a person, and that's fine because there's First Amendment, and I'm a First Amendment guy. But it's another thing to show up at a person's place of work in their establishment where they try to make their livelihood and go about their day-to-day life without interruption. And then this person comes and harasses them in front of their place of business, harasses their customer, makes outlandish remarks about their pizza shop, telling people that I murder people inside my pizza shop, telling one of my 70-year-old customers walking out, you just bought food from a murderer, shame on you. I have videos to back that up. Coming there not once, but twice, doing the same stuff day in and day out, then calling my cell phone, calling my store phone, then in turn, it's causing his people to pile on and to call my store, call my cell phone, make threats against me, make harassments against me.
What threat?
Well, people will call up and they'll say stuff like, you're going to hell, you're going to jail.
Chris Albert was convicted for killing Peter Berger in a drunk driving hit and run in 1994 and served 6 months in jail.
And shows up at one of my select board meetings.
This is hilarious. Look at that mouth. Let me see your O face, turtle boy. Woo! Absolutely hilarious. He did. Isn't it so kind of like weird, like ironic that Chris Albert would be involved in a drunk driving hit and run, and then here we are, that was 1994, and then here we are, them trying to stage a drunk driving hit and run. I think that's wild, like ironic.
Meetings 2 days prior to harassing me at my place of employment, where I try to provide for my family and make a living, and then standing 3 feet behind my ear, sticking up the middle finger to me and getting it within 2 feet of my ear and filming it. I would say that clearly falls under harassment. And I'm at any given moment,
Look at his little finger. I love it, turtle boy. He's like, I'll give you the middle.
reached forward and grabbed me. He didn't, but he could have.
Let me just tell you what I tell everybody, and I'm listening, and I'm keeping an open mind. I'm just saying, as I read the affidavit, the case law is against you, but I'm keeping an open mind. You say that it's harassment. It is under the Webster Dictionary, harassment. Under Mass General Laws, Chapter 258E, though, even the middle finger is speech. Emails are speech. Speech is speech, obviously. Anything like that, and the case law is pretty clear. They have to be. I'll quote from the case, and then I'm going to keep hearing. The case is. NM versus PR, it's appeals court case decided on November 19th, 2020. And in that particular case, coincidentally, PR told NM that he would suffer in death and burn in hell in addition to other allegations. And what the court said in that case is that where speech is concerned, and all of that is speech, including nonverbal speech, only fighting words or true threats may qualify as acts of harassment. So I'm giving you this. That's the framework for harassment under 258E. That is not what harassment is under Webster Dictionary.
Sure.
So keep going.
Okay, sure. So, well, he continuously harassed me during my meeting and was close to me, and I felt though he was a little bit infringing on my private area.
Is this at the select board?
Yes.
Okay.
My
and then he
private
proceeded to follow
area.
me out to my car with the mob that he had with them.
Did he just say my private area? Dead. My prives.
How many people?
About 20 people. And then he surrounded my car and wouldn't let me leave. And he specifically was making it round these people up. And they were standing in front of my car, so I could not drive out. And then he was filming me from outside my door. And I feel like he was the reason that I couldn't leave. And they detained me for what felt like forever, but probably around 7 or 8 minutes.
Did you call 911?
The police were there.
What did they do?
Eventually, they moved everybody out of the way. But at that moment, I didn't know if they were going to start punching my car.
Oh, no. In the world today.
Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame. What are you smiling about, Chris? What are you smiling about, Chris? What are you smiling
People outraged in Canton.
about, Chris? What are you? Seriously, what are you smiling? What'd you bring a notepad for?
What'd you bring a notepad for? Fucking A, I love it. What'd you bring a notepad for?
Is democracy dead in Canton? Have you guys banned is the First Amendment officially suspended in this town? Chris. Whoa, what's this violence? What's this all about? Chris Albert is an elected official and didn't tell the judge that he slammed the door on me and laughed the whole time, despite being in quote unquote fear. When are you going to resign from the Board of Selectmen, Chris?
We have it on tape. We have it on tape, Chris. We have it on tape.
Chris,
We have it on tape, you murderer.
Don't you think you should resign, Chris? Isn't it kind of ironic that you're on the traffic subcommittee, but you killed a man? Isn't that just a little bit ironic, Chris?
Isn't that a little bit ironic? You're on the traffic committee and you killed somebody. Don't you want somebody to love?
Chris, what time did your son Colin leave 34 Fairview Road on the morning of January 29, 2022? Who picked him up? Who called Allie McCabe to pick up Colin that night, Chris? Who called Allie McCabe to pick up Colin? Was it you? Whose Ford Edge was that parked that Lucky Laughlin saw at 3 a.m, Chris?
You're not driving tonight.
What?
I know all about you.
Chris. Oh, wait. Do you have a license, Chris? Do you get to keep your license after killing a man?
You don't want in my car, right?
Do you? Oh, you need an escort, Chris? I'm not going to hurt you, Chris. I just want to ask you a few questions. Come on. Come on.
You're praying innocent people for murdering.
Chris, are you at all worried about your son going to jail? Are you? What about your brother? Are you worried about Brian going to jail for killing Boston police officer John O'Keefe for their role in murdering Boston police officer John O'Keefe? Do you think that's funny, Chris? Chris, how do you afford a car if you owe $60,000 in taxes? How'd you pay for this car, Chris?
Chris,
You pay for yours.
What's that?
How'd you pay for yours?
With money, with that, with money. I mean, what's confusing about that, Chris? You did kill a man, right?
How'd you pay for yours?
You're gonna kill me?
There we go. Shameful man right there. Chris Albert.
To commit witness intimidation, you must attempt to impede, obstruct, or interfere with a trial. Brian Tully told the grand jury that my speech was witness intimidation because I said, quote, I don't want this to go to trial.
Episode 604, entitled Colin Albert Drops Out of School, Brian Higgins Flipping, is the end near. I said from the beginning, I don't want this to go to trial. That is this defendant's words himself. I don't want this to go to trial, referencing the Karen Reed case.
But the Commonwealth intentionally left out that I was speaking in favor of a motion to dismiss. I clearly stated that I would love for this to go to trial because it would be entertaining, but that I thought the ethical and moral thing to do was to dismiss the case.
He did.
I've said from the beginning that I do not want this to go to trial.
Money.
Not that I fear her getting found guilty or anything.
Guys, he makes if this continues on, there's trial 2.0, Turtle Boy makes more money. Okay. So for him to say that it's morally and ethically, by him saying he didn't want to go to trial, that's actually him showing that he's being moral and ethical with those statements, because he would have lost money if it didn't go to trial, number one. This getting actually being a hung jury, Turtle Boy made money. He's going to continue to make money. So I think I would go that route too and show that, clearly me saying that I don't want this to go to trial, it had nothing to do with these fucking assholes. There's no basis for Karen Reed to be on trial.
Or anything like that. But just, that's a sham. Like, it should never go, like, this should be dropped. If there's any justice in the world, these charges should be dropped. And the people that actually did this should be charged for it. But at the same time, like, how long can this go on for? Like, and how much stress does this take on a human being? Like, this has to be putting years on Karen Reed, like, mentally. So
you're waiting
for her sake,
to start patiently.
It's like, wouldn't the best thing for her be to just get this over with? Like, let's fucking dance. Let's dance. Like, if you were her, like, don't, like, let's go. Let's fucking do it. Like, I understand not wanting to, and this has been my position from the beginning, because I've thought about being in this position before, and just the roller coaster that must be happening in your stomach in those few hours where you're sitting there waiting for a jury verdict to come back. Like, and you see, like, when Kyle Rittenhouse was exonerated, like, he fucking, like, it was authentic. He broke down crying. Like, it was crazy. Like it's just like so much can change in one word. And, either not, just if the word not is in there, isn't in there, your whole life is over. Like, it's like, imagine that, life in prison, or you go on to become a very wealthy person. And that's what she will be after this, a very wealthy person, and deservedly so. Book deals and got, movie rights, and God knows what she'll get out of this, or life in prison. Now, there's like a 99.99% chance it would be the first one, not life in prison. But would you want that? Like, would you get on a plane if you thought there was a 1% chance that plane would crash? Would you want to get on that plane? Wouldn't you rather just I'll just fucking drive? But then driving's expensive, and you're stuck in traffic, and you're like, fuck it, I'm jumping on a plane. This isn't worth it. And that's kind of the position that I think she's in. And like, obviously, it's selfish on my part and on all of our part, I think, that we would love to see a trial. Like, obviously, that would be great for us. Like, it would be wild, and it would be so entertaining, and we could watch Alan Jackson just freaking eviscerate. Oh, can you just, like, I get hard thinking about it, man. Thinking about what Alan Jackson and David Unetti and Leslie Little will do to Michael Proctor on the stand, or Jennifer McCabe. Oh. I
get hard thinking about it. I'm dead. I'm weak.
Oh, I get turned on thinking about it. I'm not gonna lie. It's so exciting. It's so exciting. But I think I also think about Karen Reed's father and her mother and her brother and what they're going through, and it's not as fun for them. And so, like, they would obviously much rather just see this get dropped. But like, I don't know if that's gonna happen. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, let's just fucking get in a room and fuck. Like, let's just do it. Let's just get this over with. Let's go. And whoever wins, wins. And we know who's going to win. You are not going to find 12 people that are going to believe, yeah, she fucking did that.
The Commonwealth claims I harassed and intimidated Michael Proctor by calling him during a show, saying his phone number out loud, and leaving him a voicemail.
On June 13th, 2023, Kearney broadcast a live YouTube video, episode 590, which is currently posted on his YouTube page.
Hard
During the broadcast,
like
Kearney
a
displayed phone
rock.
records of Jennifer McCabe from
Dude, everybody's getting hard up in here. Hard like a rock. Ford needs to seriously put some commercials together of everybody getting hard.
the day O'Keefe was killed. The records displayed names to the phone number, displayed names next to the phone number, which appeared to be the user of the other phone. These records had previously been an attachment to an unredacted defense motion filed in Commonwealth versus Reed. During the video broadcast, Kearney cold calls the phone numbers without names associated. In this process, he called the work cell phone of Trooper Proctor. Trooper Proctor stated the phone number that made the call was 413-262-69. I'll omit the last two numbers, Judge. Kearney left the following voicemail. Hi, Trooper Proctor. This award-winning journalist, this is award-winning journalist, Aidan Kearney, calling. I'm calling to talk to you. I do have some questions about you. I have a lot of questions, actually. For starters, why didn't you tell me, one, before doing the investigation, that you were good friends with the Albert family? Why did you, in the report, say that you were introduced to Chris Albert on February 10th, when you have known him for more than a decade prior to that? Why did you lie about that? About what time you told Karen Reed's car? Why did you intentionally misspell the names of several key witnesses in your report? And I'm just wondering about all those things, and maybe you and I can meet for coffee. Where do I have a lot of questions for you? Where were you inside Fairview Drive that night, or that morning rather? Why did you stay there for 4.5 hours? And what did you guys talk about and do? Why are you standing stairs with John O'Keefe's phone in your pocket? So give me a call back, man. We feel like you and I have a lot to talk, catching up to do. I talk about you a lot. I feel like I know you pretty well at this point. I know what year you graduated from the academy. I know you were out in West Brookfield for a while. I know some people that you know, so give me a call back when you get this. Now that I have your number, and everybody watching also has your phone number, which again is 781, and omit the remainder of the number. So I'd like to know. She called you again. You called her at 12:49. We're going to get to that. So now I have your number. I'm going to plug you in, and we'll talk soon. Essentially, broadcasting the trooper's number to his patrol followers, if you will, seemingly with the intent to have them also harassed.
But the video shows that I had no idea it was Proctor's number, which was from a public court filing, and that I asked him questions about his notoriously bad investigation like any journalist would. In the house. So I guess you know what we need to do? Let's give this person a call, find out who the hell this is. They're not in her phone. Your guess is as good as mine.
Hi, Rich Trooper Michael Proctor with the Norfolk County DA.
It's Proctor. It's Proctor. It's fucking Proctor.
Thank you.
At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hi, Trooper Proctor. This is award-winning journalist Aidan Kearney calling. I'm calling to talk to you. I do have some questions about you. I have a lot of questions, actually. For starters, why didn't you tell anyone before doing the investigation that you were good friends with the Albert family? Why did you, in your report, say that you were introduced to Chris Albert on February 10th when you had known him for more than a decade prior to that? Why did you lie about what time you towed Karen Reed's car? Why did you intentionally misspell the names of several key witnesses in your report? And I'm just wondering about all of those things. And maybe you and I can meet up for coffee, because boy, do I have a lot of questions for you. When you were inside Fairview Road that night, that morning rather, why did you stay there for 4.5 hours? And what did you guys talk about and do? And why were you descending stairs with John O'Keefe's phone in your pocket? So give me a call back, man. I feel like you and I have a lot of catching up to do. I talk about you a lot. I feel like I know you pretty well at this point. I know which year you graduated from the academy. I know you were out in West Brookfield for a while. I know some people that you know. So give me a call back when you get this. Now that I have your number, and everybody watching also has your phone number, which again is 781-364-0165. So I'd like to know, oh, she called you again. You called her at 12:49. And we're going to get to that. So now that I have your number, I'm going to plug you in, and we'll talk soon. Bye.
The Commonwealth claims I intimidated Proctor.
I'm going to plug you in. Bye. I am so dead. Commonwealth claims I intimidated Proctor's wife Elizabeth by encouraging people to leave negative reviews on her employer's Facebook page. Oh my God. You guys, who the fuck takes this shit up on?
Proctor's wife Elizabeth by encouraging people to leave negative reviews on her employer's Facebook page.
This is hilarious. I got it.
Kearney further writes, I can think of two people who deserve to lose their jobs over this alleged conspiracy about Karen Reed, though. Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor. These two lowlifes think they're untouchable. They're nothing but bullies who terrorize people for years, but now they've met their match, meaning the defendant. In the post, Kearney states, Elizabeth works as a human resource manager, and I'll omit the place of employment, and posts the main number for the company. The post then says, but you're probably not going to reach anyone that way, so feel free to leave a review on their wide open Facebook page or their Twitter account. On May 10th, 2023, Kearney broadcast a live YouTube video, episode 580, which is currently posted on his YouTube page. During broadcast, at the 1 minute, 6 second mark, Kearney talks about Elizabeth. He states he was going to call her. He repeated his cell phone on the broadcast, a cell phone number on the broadcast, as he was entering the number to a cell phone. Using the speakerphone option on a cell phone, Kearney broadcasted the phone call. The phone call went to voicemail. Elizabeth stated the call came from 413-262-69. I'll omit the last two. Kearney left the following message. Hi, Elizabeth. This is Aiden Kearney calling you back from Turtle Boy. We briefly spoke yesterday on the phone. I introduced myself to you, and then you hung up on me. Or maybe it was a bad connection. But I just wanted to see how your day at work went today.
You hung up on me, and I just want to see how your day went at work. Because I'm so hard.
If it went well. I noticed that your employer took down their social media pages within 5 minutes of the blog I published about your recent behavior. And I just wanted to see what is it awkward? Were you afraid to go in? Just tell me about your day and why, because that's the part I don't understand, is that you seem to be okay with calling other people's workplaces and interfering with their ability to make a living for themselves. But when it happens to you, maybe it's not as fun, maybe it's not as fun. Do you like that? That's what I want to know. Do you like that? Because you've been doing that to a lot of other people. And
I want to know if you like that. Do you like that? Say my name, bitch. I'm dead.
do you think it's fair that it happened to you, dear? Do you regret it? Do you regret it? And what's your scumbag husband up to now? Are you going to visit him in prison? Do you think he'll have conjugal visits? Please give me a call back when you get this, and we can chat some more. Bye, girl. Following the phone call at the 108 mark, Kearney accessed the social media accounts of
Conjugal visits. Baby, come blow me.
the company that Elizabeth worked for, and laughed as he stated the pages were taken down and stated the Turtle Boy effect. Oh, God. Both Mike and Elizabeth Proctor stated they felt harassed by the acts of Kearney.
They intentionally omitted this was in reaction to Liz Proctor calling the workplaces of people who criticized her husband on Facebook to try to have them fired.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hi, Elizabeth. This is Aiden Carney calling you back from Turtle Boy. We briefly spoke yesterday on the phone. I introduced myself to you, and then you hung up on me, or maybe it was a bad connection. But I just wanted to see how your day at work went today, if it went well. I noticed that your employer took down their social media pages within minutes of the blog I published about your recent behavior. And I just want to see, is it awkward? Were you afraid to go in? Just tell me about your day and why. Because that's the part I don't understand, is that you seem to be okay with calling other people's workplaces and interfering with their ability to make a living for themselves. But when it happens to you, maybe it's not as fun. Maybe it's not as fun. Do you like that? That's what I want to know. Did you like that?
Did you like
Because
that?
you've been doing that to a lot of other people. And do you think
Do you like that, honey?
it's fair that it happened to you, dear? Do you regret it? Do you regret it? And what's your scumbag husband up to right now? Are you going to visit him in prison? Do you think they'll have conjugal?
What's your scumbag husband up to right now? Motherfucker, you need to get a new job to be supporting that family. I want to see what happens to Tupa Proctor.
visits? Give me a call back when you get this, and we can chat some more. Bye, girl.
Bye, girl.
All right, so she didn't answer. Let's see if she calls back.
All right, so she didn't answer. I mean, I think one of these days we need to have a fun prank session of Turtle Boy, and we'll call him as Courtney, and we'll prank him.
So this woman is just a piece of work, and like I said, she worked at least a company in Norwood, in human resources, which is just too ironic, for a company called Instron. And let's see, is their Facebook page down? Let's see. It's gone. It's fucking gone. That was quick. That's gone. You can't reply on the Twitter. Or did they take the whole Twitter down? The tweets are protected. The Turtle Boy effect. Oh God. Is this picture of Elizabeth Proctor still up? Is that still up? It's still there. Oh, it's still up. You just can't comment on it.
You guys, how does a jury fucking see this shit? A jury trial? Can you imagine being a juror on this trial? Come on. God, I would love to get picked to be a jury on a trial like this.
You just can't comment on it. Okay. That's a shame. On August 25th, 2023, DA Mike Morrissey issued a press release claiming that Michael Proctor had no personal relationships with any of the witnesses.
Cooper Proctor was not there and did not plant evidence at 34 Fairview Road. In addition to having no opportunity to plant the evidence, as has been suggested.
I will agree with that. I don't believe Trooper Proctor planted the evidence. I think that he covered up the planters of the evidence.
Proctor would have no motive to do so. Trooper Proctor had no close personal relationship with any of the parties involved in the investigation and had no conflict. And he had no reason to step out of this investigation. Every suggestion to the contrary is a lie.
1 month later, on September 25th, Jennifer McCabe's car was seen parked in the Proctor's driveway. I knew that was Jennifer McCabe's Jeep, but wanted to double check for journalistic purposes. So I made a post asking for someone to run a license plate for me.
Yep.
Something I have done dozens of times over the years to identify scumbags.
Yep.
Several.
I've done this numerous times. Numerous times. Come get me. Come get me, mofos. Yeah, you know how many come get me, motherfuckers. All right. You want to be a shade ball? All right, I'm investigating you. I'm researching you. I'm allowed to do those things. If I stay within certain parameters.
People reached out and offered to run the plate. All of them came back with one name, McCabe. This proved that Morrissey lied in his press release about the Proctors not having personal relationships with any witnesses and was a major news story. But Proctor and the state police called this act of journalism conspiracy to commit witness intimidation and indicted.
You guys, we will be covering Turtle Boy. We have been covering Turtle Boy. I support Turtle Boy. What happened to me back in the day between 2020 and 2022, and then it lingered, and still I'm dealing with part of it here till to this point. These people called me. They called the feds on me, tried to get me picked up for soliciting child pornography, wild ass shit. Okay. Called the Attorney General's office, tried to get me indicted. The same thing here. It's it's sick.
Did me and one of the many people who ran the plate.
On September 25th, 2023, at 8:04 p.m., an X account, formerly Twitter, associated with Kearney, posted this message and photograph. The poster depicts the front of 6 Wentworth Road in Canton, home of Michael and Elizabeth Proctor.
You guys, we are doing a rolling rally. When Bella and I come there for the trial we're going to be there for the juror selection. When we are there, we are doing a rolling fucking rally. But our rolling rally is a tad bit different. All these places are included, as well as places like anything that's we're calling it it's more like a pub crawl / scavenger hunt. We're giving away $1,000 in cash. It's teams of 5 people. Okay. And there's lists of scavenger hunt items that you have to get, and it's timed. And so if they want to call it a rolling rally, I'm calling it a scavenger hunt, but you guys can call it whatever you want. But we are going to be driving around. You have to have an Uber driver. There's drinking involved. There's Solo Red Cups involved. This is a full-blown, like, live, real board game, okay? And it's called Scavenger Hunt. The Canton Cover-Up Edition.
Jeep Wrangler, the photo belongs to Jennifer McCabe.
Winning team gets $1,000 cash money records.
And there are photographs that are appended to this report I'm reading from, Judge. The following day, Kearney broadcast a YouTube video, episode 617. At the 19-minute mark, Kearney stated that he ran the plates of the vehicle depicted in the photograph. Kearney showed photographs of 3 vehicles parked at the address. He showed photographs of each vehicle and stated the registered owners of the vehicles by name, Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor. The term ran in regard to a motor vehicle registration is commonly used in law enforcement. The term means the information.
Yeah, you guys know how you guys can make flat heads of people. This scavenger hunt is going to be one for the books. We are allowing people to play from the comfort of their own home as well. If you cannot physically be in Canton, we are allowing phoning friends. We are allowing you to take pictures in your home area and to go get things. We are allowing teammates from all parts of the country to play Canton Cover-Up's Scavenger Hunt Edition. So will I get arrested for driving around?
Can use the information in the blog entitled Canton Cover-Up Part 161. Jen McCabe was seen at the Proctor's house at 6 p.m. tonight, despite allegedly not knowing him personally. I would parenthetically state, Judge, that it was later determined through an investigation by state police that the dispatcher in the local police department made contact Wood County and unlawfully and illegally accessed.
A journalist reporting with evidence that the DA lied isn't witness intimidation. To be guilty of witness intimidation, a person must attempt to interfere with a trial. The Commonwealth claims that I did this by saying that I liked the Free Karen Reed billboard on Route 1 in Foxborough.
On September 18, 2023, King posted a blog entitled Canton Cover-Up, Part 142. Free Karen Reed billboard goes up on Route 1 outside Gillette Stadium in Foxborough. More to follow on his website. The topic of the blog post was about a billboard that read,
I had nothing
Free
to
Karen
do
Reed,
with the
with a picture of
billboard,
Karen
but they
Reed.
claim
Karen
that
praised
saying
the
that I
organizers of the
liked
billboard.
it
And the
was an
post read,
admittance that
"Thank
I'm
you to everyone
attempting
who
to
donated
paint
as
the
well.
jury
Although
pool.
millions of people know about the injustice that has happened in Norfolk County, I would bet that over half the population of Norfolk County has never heard of Karen Reed before. That will change because of this three-pronged billboard blitz. It's really time for people in Norfolk County to know about this story because that is where the jury pool will be chosen from." Essentially, Judge, an admission that he's seeking to taint the jury pool.
Felony witness intimidation charges and 4 counts of picketing a witness came from the July 22nd, 2023 rolling rally in Canton. During the rolling rally, I led a group of around 100 people and peacefully protested outside of the homes of Brian Albert, the Proctors, the McCabe's, Julie Nagel, and the Canton Police Department. Outside each residence, I gave a 5 to 7 minute speech explaining their role in the cover-up of John O'Keefe's murder. Crowds did the same thing outside the homes of Aaron Hernandez, Brian Laundrie, Scott Peterson, Derek Chauvin, and many others who protesters believed were guilty of murder before they were ever charged. This is how peaceful protesters at the rolling rally viewed the Proctors and McAlberts as people who evidence shows were involved in a murder.
On Saturday, July 22nd, at approximately 1200 hours, Kearney departed Shaw's 134 Nathan Street in Norwood, accompanied by a number of motor vehicles for something publicized as a rolling road rally. Kearney began a YouTube Live video. The YouTube Live allows users to broadcast live videos on the YouTube platform, which can be later saved and distributed on a user's account. At the beginning of the video, Kearney is operating a motor vehicle and stated at least 100, 200 people are in the caravan of vehicles. He further stated that he did not broadcast the locations of the protests prior to the departure of the rolling rally.
I announced that we were coming ahead of time. I filmed the entire event. Not a single person stepped foot on anyone's property, and the entire day was peaceful. Police call logs show 0 calls to police to report any criminal behavior. Brian Albert wasn't home.
We're going to be driving by. What the hell's going on? So we're here to peacefully protest. So this is the home somewhere here. Hey, what's happening? So we are peacefully.
Okay, so we have made it halfway through. I'm going to leave the second half for the day on Friday. What I'm going to present now is, if everyone could take a look here at the shared screen as we're waiting for trial to start. We are live tailgating, 34 Fairview, baby. Alan Jackson on the 1s and 2s today. Alan Jackson is going to be hitting them hard as he argues this motion to dismiss. Those of you guys that did not see, I want you guys to, you're going to have to look at your screen. This is for me to provide you guys with epic material here to show the world. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire Canton place. All right, what you're looking at is Jen McCabe watch iPhone. People have asked for it. You got it. This is side by side, isolating Jen McCabe's, look at that, Apple Health steps. This is the watch. This is the phone. And it shows when the phone is moving without the watch, when the watch is moving without the phone. And this gap right here, I went back and listened to Frumpster Sarah. Okay, Sarah Levinston says that Jen plugged her phone in and that it was on the flow, that the bodies hit the flow, Well, guess what she also testified to? She also testified that Matt and Jen were standing up after she plugged her phone in. and that she was not sitting. She testified that she was not sitting, that Jen McCabe was not sitting. Okay, this is breaking news. I posted it in my community page last night, and I went to, it's 1:36, 1 hour, 36 minute, and 54 second mark of the video when Sarah Fremster says this. We are waiting for everything today. So as soon as we are live, we are going to court. I'm in Mass. What court is it at today? Well, they're at both courts. So, but groundbreaking right here. Frumster Sarah says that Jen was not sitting, okay, and that she had plugged her phone in, and that she came over a couple different times to, like, I don't know what she did with her phone, but it was plugged in and laying on the ground. Laying on the ground, okay? Remember, I told you, everybody got talked to, a little talking to after the fact for the little covers up of the world. Sarah, you full of shit. Jen McCabe physically does not move from 12:25 to 12:35. Like, she physically doesn't move. Her phone physically doesn't move from 12:19 until 12:41. And if you're saying, little Frumster, Sarah, that she came in, put her phone in, and then she talks about where everybody was sitting, and she does such an amazing job that I want to remind us all. We're going to come back to what Turtle Boy said, but I want to post my community page. If you, where's my channel? Home? Go to my channel. You go to the community page. And last night, I always post things there so that you guys can follow along with, you know, hey, when Lana's talking about something. And here it is. So I'll share the screen.
Witness.
Okay, I would like to define the.
I don't know. Is that perpendicular?
Right here.
So, and correct.
Look at her. Look at her sloth badge.
Within the area of the kitchen dining area, at some points, do you recall where people were? I'm talking later in the evening when the folks come back to the house after. Do you remember where those people were sort of situated around the kitchen dining room area at that time?
Yes.
And could you describe to the jury sort of where they were?
So the dining room table is a square. So, and it was in front of the front window. So in front of the front window where their back would be to the window was my friend Julie Nagel. I was sitting then, I don't know, was that perpendicular? I haven't taken math in a long time. I was sitting here. If the window's here, I was sitting on this side, facing kind of, I could see the front door. And then to my right, Brian Sr. and Mr. Higgins were standing. So they're back towards the kitchen. And Mrs. Albert Nicole was sitting with her back to the front door area. And Jen and Matt and Caitlin, I don't believe were sitting.
You know, that course of hour and a half or so after.
Boom. Caitlin, Matt, and Jen weren't sitting. Then where were they, girl? She says they were just standing there. Okay. Well, I can tell you this. Yeah. At 12, once that all happened and kicked off at 12:48. Okay, ho. Quit playing games, ho. It's not an inaccurate representation of things, guys, but she is accurately describing at 12:48 and 52 seconds. Okay. What she just described there is the positions that were assumed. Okay. At ring, 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 right here. So when she comes to plug in her phone, as she wants to call it, all right, you have the option of either that she plugged in her phone right here, or she plugged in her phone right here. And Lana would be right. It's the latter. That's where her phone is plugged in, and it remains plugged in, okay, like that. All right, so if she wants to say that, this time frame right here, I'm telling you, this is when what she's referring to is like when people are coming in and they're standing, but everyone else is like, some people are sitting, and how she describes everything. That's going to be this time frame that begins when you see all this movement, then how she's standing and walking the whole time, just like Sarah Livingston says, that Jen was not sitting. Okay, Matt was not sitting. And that's exactly what she did this whole entire time, beginning when she would have gotten into the house more towards this time. Okay. And then what Sarah Livingston also testifies to is that, oh, Jen said that a friend was supposed to come. Okay. So I just want to show everybody that the data doesn't lie. You just have to, so basically everything that these people are testifying to, it's basically starting it here and then it adds up. This part though, which is leads to my, what I'm trying to say here is that from 1225 to 1235, when Jen's not moving and neither is her phone, she's in a vehicle. The hoe is in a vehicle. I am telling you. And it's also indicative of this whole one step out. Sorry about that. It's like you're about to get out of a vehicle and you just take your one step, but you don't do anything else. Okay. Yes, the one step is the door opening and you're about to take one step out and you decide that you're not getting out. Ding, ding, ding. So I went through Frumster's testimony again, and it's totally, everything is on point with all of this. Also, what she gets caught into is she thought she never saw Caitlin Albert. She's like, I never saw Caitlin Albert leave. I never saw Higgins leave. Okay. Those are fucking crucial, you guys. Crucial. Crucial. And Yannetti needs to stick with that. I'm telling you, I think Yannetti did a really good job of these people when you go back and you listen to some stuff, what I listen to anyways, but okay. So while we're waiting to court to start, I want to show you again where I have issues, which is right here. Sarah says that Matt goes back inside to get something, and he says the jacket. I believe that that's accurate. I just don't know if it was Matt's jacket or actually Sugar Tits' jacket, which is Jen McCabe, but something that we need to take a look at. Based on the data of the phone and where it's located, something very interesting. I need to grab motion 66. And they have it, it's fluctuating at 147 and 157 of moving into different areas, such as leaving 34 Fairview, arriving on Leonard Street. Okay, so I'm really going to hone in deep in the cut right here, because this is what should concern everybody. This right here. Okay, this is what should concern everybody in a good way, in a very, very good way. And what should concern everybody is that phone from 156 and 34 seconds to 157 and 44 seconds, that's happening when they're in the SUV. So somebody other than Jennifer McCabe would have had to get out of the vehicle with the phone, or somebody else that wasn't even in that vehicle had that phone. So I'm just trying to explain that, but why would, let's say, Matt McCabe, they stopped somewhere? Because if it was all a big lie, you guys, and they never gave Frumster a ride home and Julia a ride home, okay, if that never happened and they truly had their own car there, let's say, but they just needed to say why Jen McCabe's vehicle would be over in the area where it went, all right, is that, oh, we gave them a ride home. This is then so freaking interesting, because somebody gets out of the car and takes 16 steps, and it's like taking 8 steps one way, okay, and 8 steps the other way. And this happens at a very, very interesting time based on the location data of the iPhone and iWatch, or just the watch. So I'm looking into that heavily, and I'm going to try to get some more information on as far as, because her Wi-Fi, Jen's, it increases its signal strength, indicating that it was leaving 34 Fairview. And I just want to make sure if they have it at 147 or 157, because this would be somebody literally getting out of the vehicle. It's 100%. You have to be getting out of the vehicle, taking 8 steps, and then 8 steps back. And it's not Jen McCabe. It's somebody else, because here's Jen's watch. It's somebody else with Jen's phone. So, court says 30 minutes. All right, let's go back to stop screen. I want to share. We'll close it out here with free Karen Reed and Turtle Boy. Good luck today. Yes, good luck to both of them. Let's see. Julie Nagel, little frumpster. You like that, Carson? She's just, you guys, she keeps this face, and this is wonderful.
Jury that I made him feel intimidated, and then I was saying things of a harassing nature. He told the grand jury that I exhorted him to tell the truth in an attempt to influence his testimony. As seen in the video, I never once told him to tell the truth. I just explained his involvement in the murder of John O'Keefe.
This is the home of Brian Albert. Brian Albert is a Boston police sergeant who lived in Canton and comes from a very well-connected family. On the day of January 28, 2022, Brian Albert went to New York City with his friend Ryan Higgins, ironically, to go to a funeral for a New York police officer. They doing some drinking. They came back that night, and then they went out. They went to a bar called the Waterfall Bar. They met up with another Boston police officer. What's happening? Named John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe was dropped off at their house afterwards after being invited there by a woman named Karen Reed, his girlfriend. She told him, text me when you get inside, but he never did. She waited about 10 minutes, figured things were fine, and left. But things were not fine. While she was literally waiting outside their house on Fairview Road, he was beaten to death. He was being beaten to death inside, or nearly to death, beaten unconscious. And then instead of calling 911, they plotted immediately within minutes to throw him out like he was trash. Around our estimates, around 3:30 to 4 o'clock, they decided to move his body outside. What's happening? After already putting his cell phone outside at around 12:30, they threw his body right on top of it so that he would die from exposure. And he did. He finally was pronounced dead slightly before 8 a.m. and the cover-up began. They got away with it for quite some time. He lived in Canton like nothing had happened. Hey! But things began to get not so comfortable for Brian Albert in October when he was officially listed in court documents as a suspect, as a likely suspect, in an affidavit written by, I believe it was Alan Jackson, Karen's new attorney. After that, he decided it was time to get the hell out of Canton. They did their floor for the second time in 4 years. They got rid of their floor, probably because it was covered in John's DNA and blood. And then they got rid of their family dog. We still don't know where Chloe is today, if she's dead, if she's alive. All we know is that she bit John's arm, quite obviously, and John is now deceased.
After that, we went to the Proctor's house. Michael Proctor told the grand jury that because of me, protesters spit on his driveway and parked on his lawn. But video footage shows this never happened. He put a turtle crossing sign in his yard to mock us, and I instructed protesters not to step foot on his property while noting the private property sign. After that, it was 5 minutes of explaining Proctor's role in the cover-up. There were no threats, and there were no demands that he change his testimony.
This is the home of conflicted state trooper Michael Proctor. It appears as if, does he still, you notice he's got a turtle crossing thing there? He put that up. Some people thought that a turtle rider put that up, and we're not told that he put that up. And that's kind of speaks to how arrogant he is, that he's almost like mocking us. They do have a private property sign now, which is smart because I've knocked on his door a couple weeks ago, and he's a state trooper, so he knows that if he puts that up, then we cannot step on his property, which is fine. It also appears as if they've taken down the thin blue line flag, which is good because Michael Proctor doesn't care about murdered police officers who sacrificed their lives, and because he covered one up. Now he pretends to, because he arrested and charged a woman that not only is factually innocent, but that he knows is factually innocent. And he had no problem framing an innocent woman, a woman he knew to be innocent, which is why he went to Dighton at 2:30 in the afternoon, because we know from the call logs that he called the Dighton Police Department and asked them to bring a tow. to have her car towed. He said he wasn't even there yet. He says he didn't get there until 4:30, except we have Ring camera footage, which they now claim didn't reset because of daylight savings 3 months after daylight savings happened. And the alarm.com footage shows the camera fire was towed at 4:12 p.m. 4:12 p.m., which left conflicted Detective Trooper Michael Proctor with 1 hour and 18 minutes unobstructed with the car. He could do whatever he wanted with it. Instead of bringing it to a state police barracks, which would be the normal thing to do, since the state police were in charge of the investigation, he brought it back to Canton Police Department so they could be closer to the scene of the crime, so we could pull a little Shawshank Redemption and do a little sprinkle of the taillight right where the body was found, and somehow made a fool of the Canton Police Department, who somehow missed all that, and they're okay with that. They're not upset that, oh yeah, this guy's calling you stupid and incompetent, but I guess you'll have to take that one on the chin.
Okay, so these are the things that he's showing. This is the behavior that they're trying to say. I'm being charged with all these felonies. Okay, guys, I want to show you something. Share screen, window, Crubster. Okay. Sarah's testimony states that when she walks out, because this is the side door, and then there's the window to the wall. There's 2 windows. And then right here is the actual front door. Okay. Sarah's testimony. It was asked to recall. It says she said that she came out the front door. She had to come down the couple steps, the stoop, as she called it. And she was looking, and in her grand jury testimony, she said that there was, you could see the grass still. It was snow sticking, but you could still see the grass with grass visible. Okay. Then she walks with hand in hand with Julie. She was wearing shoes that were slippery and her mom told her not to. And that she came here and that they then walked, and that the cars, the Alberts had a car here. And what she is claiming, okay, is that they were one in front of each of the garage doors. This is the issue, and this is amazing, is that she said there was a car like in each spot, and then the McCabe's SUV, she called it a Subaru at first, but okay. Now we know that the McCabe's couldn't have been the second vehicle, because in the morning at 6:08, photos would show that there's the 2 vehicles here like this, but there's no vehicle here. Okay. But this is how she tested. She's like, it was vehicle 1 in each front of the doors, the garage doors, and then the McCabe's vehicle here. And then she gets from goes this way. So Sarah goes this way, gets in the car this way, and then Julie gets in here because she sat behind Jen and Julie sat behind Matt. Okay, so it's Matt, Julie, Jen, and Sarah. That's how they're sitting. Now and then they pull out like this, and then they go like this, again, going across in front of the lawn. And then she testifies that after she had passed the house, Julie Nagel tells her and tries to say, did you see something? And she's like, but when that had happened, she was at least 1 to 2 houses past the lawn is when Julie mentions this to her. And that she asked for clarification and none was given. Because I'm trying to go through people's testimony about the body on the lawn. But here, I think there's an opportunity, like I said in trial 1, is to really show the still of the body cam or the dash cam and show that we have cars missing. Okay. Nicole has a car. Brian Albert has a car. He has a work So BA work, and then does Brian Albert Jr. have a car? So the issue that I have, and it needs to come up in trial too, is that the still image at 6:09 all the way to 6:53 that I'm able to see, there's only two vehicles. Two vehicles. And if you go listen to Julie's testimony says that she was walking up to go put the donuts in his car. So then that would mean, guys, ding, 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 Julie's testimony puts Brian Albert Jr. having a vehicle. So guys, how do we have these 4 vehicles? And in the morning, there's only 1 and 2. And I'm going to tell you what my philosophy is on this, is that Brian Albert was not home during that time. And Chloe and Brian Albert are in a vehicle. Okay. And the other vehicle would have either been if you let Caitlin Albert leave the house and take one of your vehicles because she didn't have one there. And that's why they had to come up with that story about Tristan Morris coming there to pick her up. When in actuality, she took one of her parents' vehicles. So but for there at 6:09 to 6:53, for there to only be 2 cars, this is what the defense needs to hone in on. This is so. This is so important. This is so important, you guys. How are there 2 vehicles missing? Sarah, when she leaves, and what I would have is a big ass project board, and I would have little thumb tabs, and I would have different colors for each. I have transparency paper, but for the jury to understand, you need a big poster board. And what you need, I've done it in trials before. You need colors like this, and each color, and you're going to ask if you can do a demonstrative exhibit, but each color is like this. Let me show you. You're going to show the photograph. I can grab it. Where is it? You're going to have Brian Albert Jr., Brian Albert Sr., and Nicole identify their vehicle. And then you're going to use so let's say Brian Albert, what would make sense to me is that Junior's car would be first here, that Nicole Albert would have been here. Oh, wow, I need to get a pen. Junior, Nicole Albert, and then we have Brian Albert work, missing, and Brian Albert personal. missing. So garage door, and all that was there in the exhibit that they're going to use is they're going to show there's only 2 vehicles that are there. 2 vehicles that were there. Did we start yet? Did we start that trial yet? So here, transparency paper. So there's the one vehicle that's parked like this. There's the other one. That's it. And that's at 6:09 a.m. until 6:53 a.m. at least. If not, then you show Matt McCabe's vehicle when it gets there, and then you would replace it with, okay, at 7:42 a.m. you have 1, 2, and then Matt's like that. And so then we're still missing, at 6:09 and 6:53, we're missing the 2 vehicles. And then at 7:42, we're still missing the 2 vehicles, but now we have Matt McCabe's vehicle there. And then you want to hone in to show that. But Matt McCabe, you were there before 6:52. Is that right? So where'd you park at before you moved into the driveway right here? You parked on the curb, didn't you? Before you could get to the driveway. Isn't that correct? Mm-hmm. And you really got there well before 6:52. Isn't that right? And you asked Tully to see the Dashcam cruisers so that you could review what time they had you on camera. Isn't that correct? Why were you interested to see when they had you on camera, sir? Why were you interested in seeing the cruiser Dashcam? I can't even believe that you were allowed to see that. Why the fuck was Matt McCabe allowed to watch the Dashcam cruiser video? But this goes then with everything that I'm saying by the 2 cars only being there, you guys, that Brian Albert was not there. So, but Brian Albert can't say that, okay? So Brian Albert doesn't come out of that bedroom because he's not there. Oh, Bedrow's in the house? Oh, yeah, because he was approved. Woohoo! All right, let's go to the trial. So let's see what we got going on. Let's go on over to Law and Crime Network. Law and Crime Network. Let's see if they got it started yet. Actually, it'll go quickly. There we go. They're still, and they're playing weird music, you guys. So I got it on my camera here. We're good. I'm a visual learner. I would need demonstratives to help me out. Absolutely. Absolutely. Lana has the ability to not only find, but show and prove the lies. Yeah, I wish this is what, you just need these people to, you're going to use a diagram, and each time they testify, you're going to show the, I'll just print another one out. Oh, here. You're going to show this. This is at 7. This has to be after 7:42. Okay. And what you're going to show is that there's this car, in the car that's in front of it. That's it. And then this is when Matt McCabe pulls in. As you can see, guys, look how much snow has already been on the ground before, and that looks pretty fresh. Okay. We also don't know who truly took this picture. There's no metadata behind that. Okay. But the picture then before that needs to be shown to the jury, and it's an exhibit already, as I got it off of the exhibit sheets, is, let's go to this photo, which is right here. Perfect. Straight from the dash cam at 6:53 when Officer Goods dash cam, he moves over to, I'm going to show you. Okay, here we go. This is Officer Goods dash cam at 6:53. As you can see, 1 and 2. Okay, I'll show you another still. And his ass is hanging out. There is no vehicle there, but what I also did is I took a different angle, and at 6:53, I want to point out that time. And this is the fire truck. Okay, so this is the dash cam when Officer Goods' vehicle is still on this side. There's the fire truck. These are the guys. Do you see this bright light here? These are coming from, and he could see it at an angle, that these are headlights coming from a vehicle that is parked up along the curb over here. So, and you can see at 6:53 and 0 seconds. Then at 6:53 and 41 seconds, this is when Good moves. So he's, and it's just these two cars that are there. And the McCabe vehicle is not in the driveway, but at 6:53, McCabe is inside here, Matt McCabe. And you see his SUV is not there. It would be next to this and hanging out a little bit. And where it's at is it's on the curb here. Okay. And this would be a picture that's taken. Look at how much light there is. Okay. This picture is taken. See all the way down there. Is allegedly taken by the Canton Police Department, allegedly, and it's after 7:42. And I want you to take a look. See how the windows right here, they're brushed off, right? Take a look at that. They're brushed off. Matty Bobatty just driving all over, man. Matty Bobatty just driving all over. These vehicles haven't been moved at all, as you can tell. This is the 6:53. Officer Good comes up. We have the dash cam of the 6:09 and 6:08, same thing. You can also tell that there's just, you guys, only 2 vehicles. And how, look at this. Right here. And my question is like Julie Albert arriving, Higgins going over there. Where are their vehicles? Okay. So my question to the world that needs to be asked in trial 2 is, we have 2 vehicles, and we're missing Brian's work and Brian's personal. That's just if I'm labeling those correctly. For all we know, somebody could come through and you have to ask them, hey, is this your car? Is this one yours? Is this one yours? Which one's yours? Where are the other, there's only 2 there. And this proves that there was only 2 there. Because the snow only has 1 pattern going in. Okay? There's no snow pattern that shows that other multiple vehicles were coming out and into this. So it wasn't like there was a car here and they had backed it up. That's not indicative of the pattern. So what's indicative of the pattern is that there's 2 vehicles here and there should be 4 in this driveway. If Brian Albert has his work car, his personal car, Nicole has hers, and Brian Jr. has a car. That's 4 vehicles. And they're not there. 2 of them are missing. And this, I just wish that things would have been oral argued back in the day to be able to obtain their phone records. You would have heavily relied on, and maybe they just didn't have these pictures yet because you could look at discovery. It'd be something that you would want to oral argue, is that these pictures show that Brian Albert is not there. Okay. They're saying that he's sleeping inside this house. We have 2 cars missing. Okay. How can he be there and his vehicle is not there? Then it's still missing. Those 2 vehicles are still missing when this was taken at 7:42. And here supposedly he's inside and they're all distraught. They just had woken up. Okay, this is how I would have attacked getting Brian Albert's cell phone records. So trial 2, we need to show that this setup and everything had occurred way earlier and keep it off the, keep it away as much as possible with the police. Just show that they're idiots, you know? But I would be putting it more on the suspicious movements and behaviors and show it with what you have. Does that make sense? Is there a car garage? They already testified, guys. They don't put anything in their garage. That came out in trial 1. That's used for more like storage. So that was specifically asked about. So, all right, let's take a look. Let's share now, the shared screen. This is what we're looking at. Attorneys are on their way. Live court will begin around noon. It's 12:02. So I know that I get a lot of people that work and have me in their ears and they don't have their devices because I try to go back and forth with chat when I'm explaining stuff to make sure that I don't lose you guys when you're listening. So if you ever have a question about something that I showed or can you show something again, just write that in the chat. And then that way, because I want to make sure that if somebody doesn't understand something, I want to explain it so that you can. Sherry D says, why are there pictures online with the right side garage door open after the incident? I would say send that my way. I'm talking about the best thing to focus on here is the evidence from trial 1 and the exhibits that were admitted and permitted. And so I take, this is all stuff from the evidence that was permitted. My Karen Reed trial binder and box has all the exhibits that were used in trial 1. And so when I'm taking pictures and stuff, that's where they're coming from. We just all have to remember that is when someone testifies in a proceeding and it's under oath, whether it's a deposition, anytime you're under oath, like that's your testimony. In order to change that testimony, you would have to recant that prior statement. And what's really, really important is, in order to attempt to impeach a witness with a prior statement, you have to know what they said prior. So there's a lot of, hopefully somebody's in charge of a lot of research of knowing the case, to know as soon as somebody testifies to something that they didn't testify to in trial one or through the grand jury, and there's an inconsistency, that you have to be so quick-witted as to catch it. Now, I believe that, I know I watched the whole entire trial one. I streamed it for everybody. I watched it all. I took copious notes, and then I did work on top of that. When I catch stuff, what I'm going to do is I'm going to email. I think that somebody should talk to Karen Reed. And Karen Reed, why wouldn't she take advantage to have people that are good with catching stuff like that have a private email that could be sent to her immediately, and it pop up on her laptop where, the statement, where it can be found, or what she said before that would be contradicting. So like for Sarah, for example, if Sarah says that Jen McCabe, was laying down on the couch, okay, and when she first got there, boom, Sarah said in trial one that Jennifer McCabe was standing next to Matt McCabe after she plugged her phone in to the wall, where the phone then rested on the ground. She never said that she was laying on the couch, nor did Frumpy ever say that she left her chair position to mosey around the house and to check where people were. That's how you impeach people. But I'm just trying to look at what, if I was in Karen Reed's position, what I think would help me, would help my attorneys. They're focused on their shit, right? And staying in a flow, in a rhythm. And as good as any attorney is, you're not going to get everything. So I just think that if there was a way that, but it'd have to be like in real time and very, quickly, where then, how the lawyers say, 1 second, Your Honor, and they go over and they confer with their table, that if they just put it in their routine to do that after every witness, to confer, just to make sure that, and maybe that's what Mark Betterow is coming in to do. Maybe, I don't know. But to be able to get that information, and then it just, you have a printer like literally in there, and it prints off the typed up stuff, and then here that lawyer looks at it and says, oh, okay, yeah, wow, okay. I think Alessi kind of does that with his tablet. Exactly. Good. I love him. I wish he talked faster, but I'm going to show you guys this really quick, this view I really liked when I found. This was not shown at trial, but I want to show you guys this picture. I want to zoom in. And I think that somebody should take camera angles and be sitting right there at that table and ask for permission to go in here and to sit at that table, and to see the camera angles coming out. And because what you can see here, do you see how there's this is not flush. See that? This wall there, it's not flush. And I think that needs to be so pointed out, that your view right here, sitting at this table, because this sits actually back, okay? This would then impede any type of vision if you put like lines. So I think that wrong window, that's the family room. Is it these two windows here then? Because that's even, if that's the case, I didn't think that that was the case. If that's the case, this, how tall were these bushes? Okay, even better. So take a look at this. Let me use my handy dandy. So right here, even still, see that wall right there? People going, and she's talking about the stoop. There's a stoop there and there's a stoop here. But Sarah Frumpy says she comes out here, goes like this, and then comes around because she gets on the car on this side. But let's take a look at something. Yeah, okay, perfect. Look at that. Fuck you. That totally impedes your vantage point. Like, no doubt about it. Ah, perfect. I would just think sitting inside wouldn't hurt. And then showing, let me erase my little marks here. This is like the perfect little nook, you guys, for smokers. Right there. But yeah, and the driveway for this third part, the way that it works is it comes and then it goes like this. It's not all the way down. It's just like this one. Okay. That is not how eyes and geometry work. Wouldn't impede your vision of the road at all. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We will see. We are live here, and look at what music they're playing. Yeah, no thanks. Well, the debate is over. Jennifer McCabe was not looking outside. She wasn't even moving from 12:25 to 12:35, like physically incapacitated, either dead on, like, either she's sitting on this. Oh, here we go. Bevy.
It's 21st day of February 2025. So the fact, what you state as fact, that Lieutenant Fanning had control over and access to this jury is simply not true, Mr. Jackson. The only people who have any access to those jurors are the court officers in the Department of Security of the trial court in this courtroom. So I am going to ask you what your good faith basis is for that, and I'd like you to start there.
If the court recalls the discussion at sidebar, we were told for the very first time, Your Honor, about this issue concerning the juror and concerning the individual who reported information suggesting that there was some sort of misconduct at sidebar by the court with no additional information.
No, I didn't tell you about the role. I didn't know who it was.
I'm getting to that because that was the next conversation that we had. When we were told on the day of closing argument to approach sidebar, the court indicated through multi-level hearsay, we'll all agree that it was some sort of multi-level hearsay suggestion that there was some sort of misconduct by the jurors or by a specific juror. We pressed the issue at sidebar and asked who the source was. At that time, for the first time, we were told the name Lieutenant Fanning. We obviously
You were not,
recognized
just
that.
so we're clear, you were not told that by me.
No, we were told that by, and I'm getting to that as well. We were told that by Ms. McLaughlin. She's the one that indicated that it was reported. I'm sorry. That's not right. That's not right. We pressed the issue on who was the source. I believe the court then inquired of one of the court officers.
Who are in charge of the jury?
Your Honor, I'm getting to that. I understand that. But if you'll allow me to make the argument and to indicate what as my declaration says, my good faith belief, based on reasonable belief, this is how we get there. We were then asked, or the court asked the court officer to join us at sidebar. He then indicated that it was Lieutenant Fanning. Ms. McLaughlin then went on to say, and by the way, he indicated that Lieutenant Fanning had reported this, supposedly gotten it from some unnamed or unidentified person. There was no evidence presented at the time. As the court knows, there was no declaration, there was no report, there was no supporting documentation whatsoever, no recording, even though this report to the court through the court officer from Lieutenant Fanning indicated that this juror may be, quote unquote, may be on a recording. And the court confronted that juror with that information. There was a brief colloquy with the juror where she said, not that I remember. No, that was the initial statement that she said in terms of any misconduct. No, I wasn't talking about the case. Over the defense's objection, this very potentially defense-friendly juror was then excused. During that discussion at sidebar, that's when Ms. McLaughlin explained for the very first time to the defense that who Lieutenant Fanning was in this circumstance. And she said that he was the, quote, commander of the extensive security operations that this case has required, period, end quote. That sentence says a lot. It said a lot to me.
It does not say he has access to or control over the jurors.
It says that
and
he has.
I'm just going to stop you. I'll let you finish in a minute.
Okay.
Mr. Yannetti, as a Massachusetts practicing lawyer, knows that the court officers are in charge of the jurors. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
If there is a commander of the extensive security operations over the entire case, there is, Your Honor, no greater security operation than securing the jurors. That is sacrosanct. It's paramount among the security operations that the court embraces. And we were told, I didn't make it up, Ms. McLaughlin told us, we were told he was the commander, not part of a security operation that was outside the court, not part of a security operation that helped parking cars or making sure that citizens got in and out of the courtroom appropriately. We were told he was the commander of the extensive security operations in this case. It is reasonable to conclude from that statement that Fanning was either directly in charge of the jurors, which the court is now telling me he wasn't. Again,
you were told that at sidebar that day by Ms. McLaughlin.
No, we were not. We were told.
I have the transcript.
Well, Your Honor, what we were told is what his title was. Commander of the extensive security operations of the court. So we reasonably concluded that he was either directly in charge of the jurors or in charge of the people who were in charge of security of the jurors. But we were never allowed the opportunity to find out exactly what his role was because the court didn't take evidence, refused our request at the time, in good faith. Both Mr. Yannetti and I asked the court to take evidence from Lieutenant Fanning.
I think it was Ms. Little.
I'm sorry?
I think it was Ms. Little who asked me to.
And what was the court's response? The court's response was to decline that invitation. We didn't take any evidence, which would have drawn down on the issue, so I wouldn't have to make reasonable conclusions. I would actually have the information. So, of course, that's one of the issues that is attendant to our motion to dismiss, because it seems wildly inappropriate. Here's what we do know about Lieutenant Fanning. Once his name was uttered, Here's what we did know. He's among the troopers that is one of Michael Proctor's supervisors. He interviewed several prosecution witnesses who testified at trial against Miss Reed, including Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, Bridget Meehan, Heather Maxson. He interviewed all of those individuals, or took part in those interviews. Lieutenant Fanning was at the defendant's home and seized her cell phone in January of 2024, just months before the trial began. Lieutenant Fanning was included on the text chain where Trooper Proctor said he was going through my client's phone looking for nudes. And then his name comes up at sidebar as the commander of the extensive security operations attendant to this case, and he's the source to whom something was reported about juror misconduct. When you couple those two things together, that he's the commander of security and a person who supposedly, through hearsay, overheard a juror making statements about the case, and they have an entire myriad of individuals to whom they could report it. They report it to Fanning, and then Fanning reports it to the court officer who reports it to the court. It is not unreasonable to conclude that he was at least within the orbit of the security operations governing the jurors, which is exactly why we put it in our papers. And without additional information clarifying that, we have no way of knowing that he wasn't involved or didn't have any direct access to the jurors. If he didn't, he didn't. And that's a fact that everybody can agree on. But when we heard the information, the only reasonable conclusion we had, given the fact that he was the source of the information and he was defined as the commander of security over the entire case, not part of the case, the entire case, which includes the jury, that is a reasonable conclusion.
So you signed your affidavit 2 weeks ago when you already knew that he did not have any access to the jurors.
No, I didn't. I absolutely did
Signed
not.
and sworn under the pains and penalties of perjury this 21st day of February 2025.
Correct. On February 21st, 2025, we were still at the first time that it was mentioned that he had absolutely no access to the jurors. He never had any contact with the jurors is when we received our responsive documents from the opposition from the Commonwealth. In that document, they mentioned he never had any direct access. He didn't have indirect access. They make these claims with no verification, by the way, no declaration, no supporting evidence, no declaration from the attorneys who filed the opposition. That's the first time someone actually took the position that he had absolutely no access to any of the jurors, direct or indirect. So when we filed our papers, the information that I just told the court is the information we were working from.
I will let you move on. I can tell you, I'm really not satisfied with your answer, Mr. Jackson. Well, put it this way. Let's say it this way. So now that you know that he had absolutely no access to the jury, what's the nature of the conflict? How is your client's right to a fair trial jeopardized?
Is
now
there
that
evidence
you know it's not true?
Is there evidence? My question to the court is there evidence that he had absolutely no access, either direct or indirect, with any of the jurors? I don't know that to be true. I mean, I take the court at its word, obviously, clearly.
So we will move on from that, Mr. Jackson. We'll move on from that. So
well, the court's asking what is our evidence of, or what's our indication of the impropriety of him being the person that actually reported this misconduct and ultimately leading to the exclusion of a very, very defense-friendly defense-friendly juror, or presumably a defense-friendly juror, and knowing at the same time that he was intimately involved in the prosecution of my client. That's the reason, because he was at least within the orbit of commanding, according to Ms. McLaughlin, commanding the extensive security services over this case, and he ends up, just ironically, who knew? He ends up being the source of the information that got that juror removed. That's awfully coincidental, Your Honor. And yes, that's the foundation on which we built our argument that shouldn't have happened. He certainly never, ever should have had any access even in the orbit of the jurors directly or indirectly, and the court never even inquired as to why he was the one receiving the report. Why Lieutenant Fanning, of all people, who then reports it to the court officer, who then reports it to the court, who then removes the juror. That's an awfully straight line between Lieutenant Fanning, who has an interest in this case, and the removal of a juror. That's improper in our view. And that's why we put it in the papers, and that's why we argued it the way we did. Because we were working off of extremely reasonable beliefs based on information that was provided to us at sidebar in the court's presence.
All right, so that's your answer to my question.
That's my answer.
May I have a moment to confer with counsel?
Yes.
All right, that's good. Unity wants to pop in because there's another thing to probably say. Trust me, it's a lot to like, especially when someone's trying to get you off your flow. I mean, usually the court says, okay, Mr. Jackson or Mr. Smith or whoever, you can begin with your motion to dismiss. Bev comes in there saying that she wants to just talk about this like immediately. She knows that's a tactic. You guys, that is a tactic. And I felt Bev right there. She used a tactic right there. She, clearly, if you're going to oral argue from your motion, you usually go, in order from your motion. The juror and John Fanning was the last portion of Alan Jackson's motion.
The court invoked Mr. Unetti and said, as local counsel, he knows this not to be true. Mr. Unetti just indicated to me that that's not quite the fact. And so Mr. Unetti, I think, should be able to at least address the court. As the court said yesterday, when we file something, we file it on behalf of everyone, including Mr. Unetti. So if the court would allow Mr. Unetti to explain what his experience is, that may elucidate on this issue.
If we have time later, go on with your argument.
What a bitch.
I'm happy to, Your Honor, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. The cumulative discovery misconduct by the Commonwealth, as laid out in our moving papers through their agents, has been both egregious and pervasive. We've outlined most of these issues in our moving papers, all of these issues in our moving papers, but I want to concentrate my argument for the court this afternoon on the exculpatory Sallyport videos. I'm not waiving any of our arguments in the moving papers, but in the interest of time and focus, I think it bears upon the court at this point to consider most prominently the Sallyport issue, or the Sallyport video issue. The Commonwealth, to start off with, two facts that are true. The Commonwealth cannot deny the untimely disclosure of critical exculpatory evidence. They cannot and they will not deny that untimely disclosure. And they also cannot deny that critical evidence was intentionally, not by some sort of mishap, but intentionally was withheld from us. So what do they do in their opposition? Most of the time they spend saying that the prosecutors themselves did not know. They had no actual knowledge. Well, they concede the unavoidable in their moving papers, which is that the Massachusetts State Police and the Canton Police Department both knew about the evidence and both withheld it. Conveniently, they throw much of this on the back of Michael Proctor. It was sort of to be expected. He's already damaged goods, so why not? And they also bring in a newly revealed sergeant, a sergeant by the name of DGM Petro, who's already retired, gone from the police force, and who interestingly retired just 2 days after the Commonwealth's October 2024 disclosure revealing previously withheld Sallyport video.
I'm just going to ask, is he available, Mr. Brennan?
Not today, but he could be available.
I'm just curious. So he's still around?
He is,
Okay.
yes, and he's cooperative.
All right. All right, Mr. Jackson, go ahead.
Our motion illustrates that, and by the way, I'll walk through the videos that we did get and when we received them. Our motion illustrates that dismissal in this case is required because of the cumulative impact of clear-cut discovery violations, clear-cut, inexcusable Brady violations. And from a legal standpoint, the conduct in this case is so egregious, it's so pervasive, and it's so deliberate that prejudice must be presumed. We don't have to prove prejudice, it should be presumed. To begin, I want to start the issue by talking about the condition of Miss Reed's passenger taillight. The condition of that SUV passenger taillight at the time it was brought into the Sallyport at Canton PD is of critical importance. And that may be one of the most important facts in this entire case. It's important because we know as a fact now that not a single piece of taillight was ever recovered at 34 Fairview until after that vehicle was in the possession of Michael Proctor and the Massachusetts State Police. That is the foundation on which this entire argument is built. And it is an undisputed fact, although it wasn't undisputed for years. Other material facts that are not in dispute. The Sallyport video has been in the possession and custody and control of the Commonwealth since January 29th, 2022. That is a fact. It's also a fact that none of it, not one bit of it, was ever disclosed to the defense until April 4th, 2024. On April 4th, and I want to walk through what videos we did get and when. On April 4th, we got two videos. One was the Sallyport interior front wall. That was the video that was missing 42 minutes, which was the 42 minutes where it would have shown the car being pulled into the Sallyport. And we also received a Canton Police Department driveway video with the SUV on the flatbed, which did not show the rear end of the car. On April 23rd, 2024, and by the way, April 4th, the court will recall, was just in the shadow of the beginning of the trial. On April 23rd, in the middle of the trial, we received another Sallyport interior back wall video. That was the video that is now sort of famously inverted. On October 10th, 2024, 2 days before Sergeant D. Giampetro retired, we received four videos. The Canton PD interior hallway, the Canton PD rear lot main side, the Canton PD rear lot cruiser side, and the Canton PD church side exterior Sallyport. And I highlight the word exterior because it becomes extremely important in just a moment. These are four videos, all of which show Brian Higgins in some way, shape, form, or fashion at the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022.
Boom!
Then in January 28th, 2025, the Canton Police Department main driveway side exterior Sallyport was given to us. It's a grainy and very wobbly video that nobody can sort of make heads or tails out of. You can see the general outline of a vehicle, but the condition or the quality is so bad that you can't tell what the condition of the taillight is, which is what we're interested in. And I bring this to the court's attention, or I highlight this, because this is the second exterior Sallyport video that we ever received. One on October 10th, one on January 28th, 2025. Then on Friday, this past Friday, something pretty remarkable happened. We just received a report from Sergeant Buchnick dated February 28th, which is 5 days ago now. And he makes an important admission in that report for the very first time during all of this. He indicates that in May of 2024, during trial, he was, quote, provided with a thumb drive and the CD labeled with a Post-it note on my desk to review prior to testimony. He goes on to say, quote, at this time, I reviewed the video and I reviewed video made available to me, which included video footage of the Canton PD exterior Sallyport. Exterior Sallyport. That means that the Massachusetts State Police not only had in their possession exterior Sallyport video, but they knew about it and were reviewing it during trial. But we didn't get any of it until, as I just said, October 10th, we got one. January 28th of this year, we got the other. So that was withheld from us for the entirety of the first trial and all the way until at least October 10th, possibly as late as January 2025. And they've now admitted that. But who else knew about this withheld video in May of 2024 during trial? On cross-examination.
So can I just ask, was this of better quality than anything you had, or was it the same wobbly?
Same.
Okay.
Same. Wobbly, grainy, can't make heads or tails out of hardly any of it. No. The question is, who else knew about this? Did anybody else know about this being withheld from us in May of 2024 during trial? On cross-examination on June 6th, Trooper Buchnick admitted to reviewing video evidence with Mr. Lally in May of 2024 in prep for his testimony. Was that the video that they were reviewing together? Was it the exterior Sallyport video? We now know that Buchnick watched some sort of exterior Sallyport video. He admits it in this report that we just got 5 days ago. And we also know that he and Mr. Lally were reviewing video together before his testimony in May of 2024, because he admitted to that on cross-examination during trial. But I didn't have information about what he was reviewing because we didn't have the videos. So either they reviewed together the inverted video that was then played and knowingly presented false evidence to a jury and to this court, or they reviewed exterior Sallyport video and intentionally withheld it from us. This is binary. It can only happen one of two ways. Either it was the inverted video that they prepped on and then presented inverted video to the jury, which is a problem, or they reviewed external or exterior video and did not provide it to us intentionally. Either way, the withholding that evidence admitted to now by Trooper Buchnick was obviously egregious. It was obviously in error. It was obviously calculated. Another important material fact not in dispute, on April 10th, 2024, the DA certified disclosure of, quote, all evidence.
Sorry, can I just get back to that, what you were just discussing about May 2023?
Yes.
How is that exculpatory?
Because the videos themselves, as the court will see through the presentation of my oral argument, that the fact that those videos all just happened to either be grainy, wobbly, missing 42 minutes, or from the wrong angle and flipped backward, all tend to show that the Commonwealth doesn't want the condition of the taillight to be seen by anybody when it's pulled into the Sallyport. That is a reasonable inference. In other words, it's the cumulative effect of the bad videos that helps us. That's why it's exculpatory.
All right. And also, could you explain to me the prejudice?
I will get to the prejudice as I move through
now or no. If you can, if you're going to do it later, that's fine.
I will do it later. I think the prejudice is cumulative. Obviously, we didn't have the information that we needed to be able to cross-examine the witnesses that we needed to be able to cross-examine at the time that it was provided. Okay. It just very obviously. There were certain videos that were clear from some cameras on other days and other times, but these cameras that were late discovery that was provided to us just so happened to all go out. They all find their way to be defective in one way or another at the exact moment that we would need them. On April 10th, 2024, the DA filed its certification of giving us all evidence that they had in their possession, and that they had done a reasonable inquiry. Both of these, that certification was just flat not true. How could that be true? And we're still getting video evidence that is in their possession, custody, and control in October, in January. How could that possibly be true? It isn't true. And it's illuminating when you look closely at the Commonwealth's opposition to our motion. First and notably, the Commonwealth makes these broad statements couched as fact. They're bold pronouncements, and there's myriad excuses in their opposition paperwork. And it's backed up by next to nothing. Not a single exhibit at the time they filed their opposition. There's some exhibits that have been lately provided, including some exhibits just a few minutes ago that they're now adding to their exhibit list and to their opposition. But at the point of fact, at the time they filed their opposition, there was no factual support for any of its positions.
So are you pointing me to something specific, or are you just saying in general and you'll wrap it up?
In general, the only thing that they had attendant to their opposition was this joint affidavit that doesn't address any of the defense allegations at all. Contrast that with the defense motion, which was supported by nearly 20 fact exhibits. There may be a reason why they didn't support their positions with exhibits at the time. It's because the facts don't support the Commonwealth's position. These are indefensible and indisputable facts that I'm explaining to the court about the turning over of these Sallyport videos, specifically turning to the Canton PD surveillance video. The opposition says, or reads, the Commonwealth provided the defense with a.
I just always like to read along. Where does it say it? What page
I
you on?
don't have the page number.
Okay.
It's the point at which the Commonwealth indicates that they provided 90 photographs, crime scene photographs in support of the vehicle in the Sallyport. That is a distraction. What they don't mention in their moving papers is that the date of those photos were all February 1st, 2022. There are no photographs from January 29th, 2022, when the vehicle was brought into the Sallyport. The only thing we would have would be the videos, the surveillance videos, all of which are somehow, some way defective and which were held in their possession in some instances for nearly 3 years before it was turned over to us. So it's the condition of the car at the time that it was brought into the Sallyport on January 29th at around 5:30 p.m. that matters. That's the only time that it matters. The other evidence referenced by the Commonwealth about a 5 a.m. ring video and Canton police cruiser at 8 a.m. and the independent observations of Dighton police officer Sergeant Barrows, they all corroborate the defendant's contention that the taillight was cracked and not shattered at the time it was brought in to the Sallyport. And we're still talking about the condition of the taillight, obviously, when it was brought into the Sallyport. The Commonwealth next mentions that Lieutenant O'Hara from the CERT team arrives at 32 Fairview Road at 4:56 p.m. They then go on to mention that he was preceded by another trooper at 4:54 p.m. and that the car got to the Sallyport at 5:30, suggesting, obviously, that the search began and taillight pieces were found before the car ever arrived. That would be interesting if it were true, but it's not true. It's a distortion of the truth. It doesn't matter when the CERT team actually arrived and drove up there and sat in their warm cars and waited for other team members. The last team member to arrive didn't arrive until 5:41, 11 minutes, long after the car had already been secured in the Sallyport, long after Trooper Michael Proctor had access to that passenger taillight. The first taillight piece was not seen or found or recovered until 5:45 p.m. after the vehicle's arrival at Canton PD. That was seen. We can see who's got access to the vehicle and who makes access to the vehicle in that inverted video. Once we turn it back around, it's very obvious. It's Michael Proctor milling about at the passenger taillight. These are important details to get right. The timing matters. The opposition claims that the defense theory is quote unquote evolving. They write that the defense quote struggles to establish how the condition of the defendant's broken taillight in Canton, in the Canton PD Sallyport, is in fact exculpatory. How is that exculpatory? The condition of the taillight, that it was cracked and not shattered as it moved into the Sallyport. How do we struggle to describe that as exculpatory? Of course it's exculpatory. Of course having those videos withheld from us is prejudicial. There is no struggle. It's on the video, it's on the ring video that establishes that the right rear Lexus hit the back of the Chevy Traverse, cracking its taillight. The Commonwealth, pretty desperate to ignore that inconvenient fact or that inconvenient piece of video evidence, literally previously said in open court that the Lexus only got close to the Traverse, only to be completely impeached when everybody in the courtroom at trial saw that 5,000-pound Traverse jostle, its rear wheel jostle, under the impact of the SUV right at the right rear or the passenger side taillight. Now the Commonwealth, with no factual support, no factual underpinnings whatsoever, says, okay, hang on a second. It did hit it, but it didn't crack the taillight. So whose theory is evolving? Ours or the Commonwealth's?
Great.
The defense has never wavered. We knew that Michael Proctor, from the very beginning of this case, had been lying about the time he first took possession of that SUV. He claimed that it was at 5:30. The court will recall this. We had litigation concerning this. He wrote it in at least 9 reports that we were able to count. 9 reports or affidavits. Those affidavits sworn under oath, and the Commonwealth repeated that time for nearly 2 years, even going so far as to argue to this court that the defense got it wrong, that we were wrong because we failed to calculate for daylight savings time. So the Commonwealth battled us, and this is something I think the court has to really weigh and balance the following conduct. The Commonwealth battled us for nearly 2 years on the singular issue of the time that the SUV got to the Sallyport. They finally took their medicine at some point and had to admit to the false time and chalked it up to a Scrivener's error in 9 separate documents, memorialized 9 separate times, some of them under oath.
Boom.
And all the while they were battling us on the time that it got there, no, the defense is all wet, they're wrong, they just didn't account for daylight savings time. Oh, no, this was just a little mistake, it's not a big deal, it was a Scrivener's error. And the entire time they're making both of these claims, they had video in their possession that established unequivocally that that car was in Michael Proctor's possession at 5:30 and pulled into the Sallyport at 5:30. They knew the time. They knew that he had retrieved it at 4:12 in the afternoon and not gotten it to the Sallyport until 5:30. So the Commonwealth was well aware in 2022, the Commonwealth and their agents were well aware in 2022 that the SUV got to the Sallyport, and that was the centerpiece of the defense case. They knew that the videos would directly impeach the lead investigator on this case, and they say that we struggle to explain the exculpatory nature of this evidence. It's not our struggle to explain it, it's their struggle to acknowledge it. Of course that's exculpatory. It directly and unequivocally impeaches their lead investigator on one of the most important issues in the entire case. And that's only one aspect of the withheld videos that also is exculpatory. The other is the point at which it would show the condition of the taillight. In other words, when it's being pulled in to the Sallyport, would it show the condition of the taillight before Trooper Proctor had access to it in the Sallyport? That's what we've been seeking. The Commonwealth is well known from the beginning of this case that the defense has demanded all physical evidence be preserved. That is, this is not a game of Wordle. This is not something that's supposed to be parsed. All physical evidence be preserved. That's pretty straightforward. The Commonwealth shouldn't be in the business of withholding exculpatory evidence by playing some sort of a gotcha game with definitions of words. They knew what we meant. We don't actually know what the Commonwealth has, so we have to be as broad as we possibly can when asking for evidence to be preserved. So all physical evidence clearly includes the entirety of all the Sallyport videos. The Commonwealth parses words by saying, well, we never asked for the Commonwealth to preserve the CPD footage from the Sallyport because the Canton PD is not the crime scene. You asked for crime scene footage, and Canton PD is not the crime scene. Well, first, I think that's a disingenuous argument that plays right into that sort of gotcha that we've discussed. I think the Commonwealth is better than that. That's not what we should be doing in a trial for murder. And second, let's not forget that District Attorney Morrissey actually defended publicly Michael Proctor by explaining that when Michael Proctor said he responded to the crime scene, and of course we knew he didn't respond to 34 Fairview, D.A. Morrissey said, oh, he was talking about Canton PD, which is the crime scene. So they can't have it both ways. They write on page 4 of their opposition, quote, the trial prosecutor was not aware of the existence of surveillance video in the Canton Police Department's Sallyport until receiving the federal grand jury transcript of Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, end quote. So they've taken the position, look, we personally did not know anything about that Sallyport video existing until we received the federal grand jury paperwork showing that Michael Proctor testified to it. First, the Commonwealth has to know that that is not the state of the law in Massachusetts. Massachusetts State Police and Canton Police Department are both arms of the prosecution actively involved in the investigation of this case. not one, but two separate agencies, not only knew of the existence of the footage, but the lead investigator actually admitted to a federal grand jury that he pulled the footage at the start of the case. He pulled it all. And then he said he reviewed it all because that's what the case agent does. The Commonwealth cannot absolve themselves of the egregious and very obviously intentional discovery violations by Michael Proctor, by the Massachusetts State Police, by the Canton Police Department, by saying, I personally didn't know about it. The cases are legion on that issue. Commonwealth versus Sleeper, 2002 case found at 435 Mass 581. And this is Hornbook law. Quote, a prosecutor's duty to disclose exculpatory information or exculpatory evidence extends to evidence in the possession of the police who participated in that investigation. And then Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 14A1A, the prosecutor shall disclose information covered by mandatory discovery, provided it is in the possession, custody, or control of the prosecutor. Persons under the prosecutor's direction or control, or persons who have participated in investigating or evaluating the case and either regularly report to the prosecutor's office or have done so in this case. Michael Proctor worked out of the Norfolk DA's office, physical plant. There is no question that Michael Proctor and both agencies intentionally withheld that evidence. Let's talk about Michael Proctor's testimony before that grand jury. He was asked the following question. Are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes. Question, have you reviewed the footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle. Question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time.
So do you have those page numbers for me?
I can get them for you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I didn't cite them in my notes.
Yeah, if Ms. Little can get them for you before you finish, that would be helpful for my review.
I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. Question, why did you review video of the Sallyport? Answer, we review every video we pull. We pull a lot of video. It's on the case officer to watch it. By his own admission, Your Honor, Michael Proctor recognized himself in a video along with Sergeant Buchanan. That was likely the video that ended up being inverted by where Michael Proctor was by the passenger side taillight. And that was before any taillight material was ever recovered at 34 Fairview. That is highly inculpatory of Michael Proctor. It is highly exculpatory of Karen Reed. Another point of fact, by his statement, Michael Proctor admitted that, quote, we pulled, end quote, the video. That video is on a 30-day overwrite. The Michael Proctor testimony in front of the federal grand jury is at page 79, lines 1 through 13.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Little.
Exhibit C is in Charlie.
Okay.
The video is on a 30-day overwrite, Your Honor. We all now know that. We didn't know that before just a few weeks ago. I don't expect that the Commonwealth knew that either. This is new to everybody, right? But you have to have pulled the video within the first 30 days to even be able to review it. We've been getting these videos in dribs and drabs for not months, but for years.
Thank you.
Actually, it's been months. Hasn't been years. He further admitted that it shows the SUV arriving in the Sallyport at 5:30, which means he wrote those reports and signed those affidavits, the 9 that I was talking about earlier, with full knowledge that there existed a video that he had and had reviewed that proved he was lying. It doesn't get any more exculpatory than that.
Thank you. Timeline.
And that was the video. That was the very video that was withheld from us, from the defense, for 2.5 years until the middle of trial. The Commonwealth says the quote, trial prosecutor, end quote, was not aware.
Bullshit.
It's becoming a relatively common refrain in the opposition. That's neither a defense nor a justification for blatant and egregious discovery violations by the Commonwealth and its agents. The fact that the trial prosecutor, whoever that is, it's an interesting use of a name, of a pronoun. I don't know who the trial prosecutor is, but apparently the trial prosecutor, according to the Commonwealth, didn't know anything about this. But that's not a defense. Who is the trial prosecutor? Is it Adam Lally? Is it Laura McLaughlin? Is it both of them? And why are they only referring to one trial prosecutor when there were clearly two in the courtroom? They make the statement with no factual support for that anywhere. Again, the only affidavit that was supplied was a type of affidavit I've never seen before, where it's signed under oath by 3 different people. So which sentence goes with which person under oath? The single declaration is odd, to say the least, but it certainly doesn't define who's responsible for what statement in that declaration. We certainly know that it was not Hank Brennan. He was not involved in the first trial, so it can't be him. The Commonwealth writes, quote, the prosecutor had not been alerted to its existence by investigating officers, end quote, but claimed that on April 4th, they promptly presented the defendant with 9 surveillance videos in its possession. The Commonwealth received the federal materials.
Were those all from the Canton Police Station?
I'm sorry.
Were those all from the Canton Police Station, those 9 videos?
My understanding is those were from the Canton surveillance. They're talking about the Canton. I didn't go back and audit which 9 they're talking about because I thought we only received 8, but I believe they're all from the Canton.
Ms. Little, were they all from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The prosecutor had not been alerted to its existence by investigating officers, but on April 4th, they promptly presented it to the defense. The Commonwealth actually received the materials that highlighted the fact that these existed in February of 2024, probably around February 21st, 2024, because that's when both sides got all the federal materials. That is not prompt. We presume that Mr. Lally has daily communications or had daily communications with Michael Proctor as the investigator, the lead investigator on the biggest case that the Commonwealth, this office of the Commonwealth has seen in a long time. And it took 2 months to produce an incomplete production of these videos. We didn't even get all of them at the time. The Commonwealth writes, quote, the quality of the video is poor in certain portions. However, this is the condition it was recorded in. Says who? That's a fact question, one that needs to be answered. And it's an important question. Who says that the Commonwealth received these, or I'm sorry, who says that this is the condition that those videos were recorded in? We got no facts to support that whatsoever. And then the Commonwealth goes on and says, and that was the condition in which it was received by the prosecutor. That's also a fact question that needs to be answered. And these questions could be answered with a proper evidentiary hearing. The Commonwealth's representations about Louis Jutras, the technology director for Canton, being subject to cross-examination about the Canton PD video surveillance system is also just not true. They indicate, well, we had access to Louis Jutras and could have cross-examined him on all of these issues. Louis Jutras was called for a very specific reason, the town library video. We had no way of knowing at that time that he had any connection whatsoever with the Canton police video system. We were not told that until well after trial. That was never disclosed to us. And I think Mr. Brennan used this phrase not long ago, that would have been nice to know of Mr. Louis Jutras. The first time Louis Jutras was ever disclosed to as the person who installed the cameras at Canton PD was in a report dated October 10th, 2024. According to Colleen Crawford, and the court's heard her name as well, one of the Commonwealth's experts, Jutras indicated that he replaced and disposed of the camera capturing the inverted video at some unidentified point between January 29, 2022, when the inverted video was actually taken, and July of 2024, because it was quote unquote defective. Interestingly, that's the only video that's clear. It's inverted, but at least it was clear. And that's the camera that, according to the Commonwealth, was replaced as defective. a week after filing its certificate of compliance, after the defense brought to the court's attention that 42 minutes was missing from the Sallyport video that we did receive, lo and behold, the Commonwealth produces a new video that also purports to show the passenger side taillight, except as the court now knows, that's the one that was inverted. In the moving papers, in its opposition papers, the prosecution says, well, the prosecution had not previously received this video or knew of its existence. This is now the third or fourth time the Commonwealth sort of runs to this argument. I didn't know. We weren't sure. We did not know about its existence. No matter how many times they write it, however, it does not change the Commonwealth's responsibilities. It doesn't change the prejudice that the defense suffered. We should have had these videos at the very beginning.
So, Mr. Jackson, I'm just going to ask you how much longer, this is the luncheon recess, but how much longer are you going to be?
Probably 45 minutes, I would say.
All right, so we'll break.
What? Memorize it.
All right, Brev's like, we're going to break. We're going to break. They're on a lunch break, guys. Lunch break. Lunch break. I mean, that's what we've been saying over here, Alan. We've been saying it. He said it best. An evidentiary hearing is needed because it's going to come out either in the trial. It's going to come out like either we have it now or we have it then. But if you think that these chain of custody like issues don't need to be answered and people stop passing the buck, I mean, like, what the fuck? You guys, the dude retires, DiGeronimo. I'm going to call him Officer DiGeronimo. He retires. And then, boof, 2 days later, here you go. Here's your video. Alan said it best. This stuff would erase after 30 days. Clearly, somebody downloaded it, right? They have it. Somebody did it. They've had it. Bukaki testifies that he had seen the video. I thought he did testify that there was like a thumb drive or something on his desk, but he didn't know where it came from. I have to go back and check that testimony out, like that little blurb about it. That's when Alan Jackson, I mean, he's literally, if you go back and check this out, Alan Jackson, and it's so uncomfortable for a lawyer to do this, when you're asking questions that you don't know the answer to, you don't know what they're going to say because you're trying to figure like, wait, what? That was a trial by ambush, motherfucker. Like, what you have? Where did this come from? I mean, and all those sidebars, shit. All those sidebars, you know, in Bev's rulings. So it's just, I want to hear them talk about the settings, and that's going to be Alan's waiting for that. Obviously, when Hanky Poo gets up there. But let's just read. It gets really good. We found out that, okay, so John Fanning was the SOI, source of information, for the juror being dismissed right there at the end. And the cumulative discovery violations was argued, and pointing out that, hey, we're blaming it on Proctor. I see in the motion to dismiss a lot of blaming on Canton as well. And then they talk about this retired detective who 2 days after he retires, poof, here you go. Here's this, miraculously, he downloaded something and nobody knew about it. But then ropes it all and brings it all back to say that, Lally, you sat down and watched the video with Bukaki. And so what Alan wants to know is that the inverted Sally video that you said you didn't know existed and it was like that? Or was that the exterior? because then Bukkake, after the trial's over, he writes up a report from May of 2024, provided with a thumb drive prior to testify and his testimony. And it included exterior Sallyport, which has never been known. And that was never given to the defense until October 10th of 2024. So, but in May of 2024, a report had just surfaced in the possession now of the defense, showing that Bukkake was given a thumb drive, and prior to his testimony, it included exterior Sallyport. And if what Alan Jackson's arguing is that Lally's a fucking liar, because they said they did not know that the exterior Sallyport video existed. And here they found a report where Buchanan's saying that he watched the videos with Lally. So, let's see the end. So that's when he says, he's like, that's where he tic-tac-toes him when you can either go in either spot. So Alan Jackson tic-tac-toes him when he says that it's either the inverted video that he claimed that he didn't know about existed, or it's the Sallyport exterior with Lally. So which is it? Because either one, you're fucked. Something that came out, obviously, in the affidavits, Alan Jackson needed to redact all of these pages. It was like 130 pages. Alan Jackson redacts it. He has 20 fact exhibits. And then the Commonwealth's answer to that is a one-page affidavit with no exhibits. I mean, just wow. Then he answers the Commonwealth. So I'll show you. I'll go like this. So look up there. While this is happening, I'll show you the exhibit. So let's share screen. And let's go like this. So Alan Jackson's answer to when this ever-evolving story, he's like, fuck that. That's some bullshit. Our shit isn't ever-evolving. You guys are ever-evolving. These are my notes. Don't mind them. But right here, it's the contention versus crack versus not shattered. And where that comes up here is the right here. Ever-evolving theory. Even if we got into the good Brian Higgins parts. However, to prevail on a claim that the prosecution failed to disclose exculpatory evidence, the defendant must prove first that the evidence was in fact exculpatory. So this is where Bev's riding the coattails of the Commonwealth. And she's like, Mr. Jackson, how is this exculpatory? Okay. So she rides their coattails here. I'll zoom in. Exculpatory evidence includes all evidence that tends to negate the guilt of the defendant. And so where they're trying to say, like, hello, the negates this is our standpoint is that we showed you guys a video where she backed up when she went to go look for John O'Keefe, and she hit his car, like literally just slightly cracking the taillight. The Commonwealth from Jump said that Karen's car never actually hit John's. So they tried to they acted like that didn't happen in the beginning. And then that's when Alan Jackson's like, no, they're the ones with the ever evolving storylines, because they went from saying she didn't hit John's, and now they were saying, okay, yeah, it moved. And finally getting people on the stand to say, and Yuri Buchnick would, Alan Jackson's like, do you see it? Did it move? Remember that multiple times? So Alan Jackson uses their own words and shoves it straight up Lally and Hanky's ass. So provide some significant aid to the defendant's case, and that would be significant aid, okay? Because here, that wouldn't shatter it. Then you guys get in possession of this vehicle, and now it's missing all this shit. And nobody found 47 pieces of taillight. No taillight was found until after you guys had the vehicle. So in 2022, now this is where I think that they really put the blame on Canton. He says, well, Proctor's already, because it's a better argument. Proctor's already tarnished, so let's just blame him. But I don't see where they did that in here. They pretty much blame the Canton Police Department, because they say in 2022, the Commonwealth provided the defense with approximately 90 crime scene photos depicting the condition of the defendant's vehicle in the Canton Police Department Sallyport. And what Alan Jackson's saying is, what the fuck, dude? We're not even talking about this. Okay? Take your videos and your pictures and shove them straight up your ass. Because unless they are literally pictures and there's metadata behind them that are going to show that these pictures were taken as the vehicle is literally arriving, and you have some magical camera that we didn't know that's taking a picture of the shattered taillight, already shattered and missing a ton of shit, then none of this matters. Because those pictures were way after the time when this alleging of misconduct's happening. Further provided to the defense was ring surveillance video of the defendant's broken rear right taillight at approximately 5 a.m. And then this is what they're trying to say is, I want to hear more about that. And they say approximately, well, at 5:08, that's the time that you can see it pulling away. That's after it hit O'Keefe's car. Statements of witnesses who observed the defendant's broken taillight, and that's why you need to, that's crazy. And then the Canton Police Cruiser video depicting the defendant's broken taillight at approximately 8 a.m. And I have that now for you guys. Where are my pictures? Here we go. This is what they're talking about. At 8:23 a.m. when the Canton Dashcam 682, okay, they're trying to say that this right here happened to catch. This is intact, and then here it's not, but that snow caked into it. This is what they're relying on when they say that. And that's why I wanted to look again at Higgins's movements. Commonwealth filed 11 exhibits just today for the hearing. Yeah, that's what Alan Jackson says. Then just today for the first time, they filed these exhibits, 11 of them. And this would be one of them, I guarantee you. And what they're trying to compare here is this right here, this section here, and this section here. But look at John O'Keefe's, see how there's snow right there on that one? Anyways. So that's that. That's why I really wanted to look at why Matt McCabe drove separately. And then he wants to say, Alan Jackson's I don't give a crap about when somebody rolled up there in their cozy cruiser and was just sitting there chilling. Okay. So he's like, no, they didn't do any of this finding of anything. Okay, great, you're sitting there, you're cozy in your vehicle, awesome. But he highlights 5:54 in his oral argument, PM. It's a 5:45 PM, and finding the first piece. And at 5:36, Higgins is all up around that Sallyport, all different crucial times. You got Higgins on the swipe card, and you can make it easily over to Campton. And I think actually it was like 5:26. And then you got Berkey, and it was like, did you see Berkey and all that crap? So, so Alan Jackson kind of just destroys this to saying that, like, what? Well, first of all, Proctor even had it then. If you want to talk about people passing shit off, there's a period of time I want to look at from 3 until 4:30. I want to see Higgins' swipes. Because I would like to see if Higgins was there. The logs aren't there, guys, to see. They said that the settings changed. We're going to get to that. Oh, thank you, Murky. Appreciate that. Let's see. The defendant's vehicle arrived on the back of a flatbed tow truck at the Canton Police Department at 5:30. The defendant has also repeatedly represented in the media and postured at trial that her taillight was broken at 5 a.m. by striking the victim's parked vehicle in the driveway of the victim's home. The Commonwealth has provided substantial evidence, including accident reconstruction video from its expert, demonstrating otherwise. And to me, that's just, I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. I mean, she clearly hit John's vehicle. And so if you're talking about your reconstruction person saying that we did it ourselves, me and Mark B, I believe that the emblem, most certainly, if it's backed up at the right angle, the emblem of the Traverse sticks out, the Chevy emblem, therefore being able to like puncture to crack in a little bit of a capacity with the two vehicles. So I give a fuck what your judge says. Okay, the Commonwealth has provided substantial evidence, including accident. Okay, we said that. The defense struggles to establish how the condition of the defendant's broken taillight in the Canton Police Department Sallyport is in fact exculpatory or the most critically and highly contested issue at this trial. And that's when Alan goes off and it says, excuse me? We're saying it's cracked. It's not fucking shattered, bitch. All right? Boom. Despite claims to the contrary, the defense never filed a motion to preserve or in its perpetually evolving theory. There you go. I was looking for where that was. And that's when Alan did not take, that was not well received by Alan. And he's like, the only person that's evolving here is they first of all said that the vehicle never hit the other vehicle. Now it did. They're the only people that have involved that said that, okay, her car, that there was even like a crack. They said there wasn't anything. So the defense claims that their February 2nd, 2022 request, and that's when Alan says, I'm not going to play semantics with the wording here. Yeah, preserve the evidence. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you dumbass. We had to be broad. We've always been broad because we don't know what exists. We don't know what you have. Okay, it's hide the 8 ball over here. I mean, anybody with a brain can understand that one of your people downloaded the video. Clearly, they thought it was important. They downloaded it. They downloaded it. From 12 to 12, they downloaded it. Somebody thought it was valuable. Then, nevertheless, the trial prosecutor was not aware of the existence of the surveillance video. And he says this just seems to be like a reoccurring theme. That the prosecutor's just out to lunch. Prior to that, the prosecutor had not been alerted to its existence by investigating officers. And this is where he's saying that Lally lied. So prior to that, he's saying that he didn't know. He has not been aware by officers. Promptly on April 4th, 2024, the Commonwealth provided the defendant with 9 surveillance videos in its possession, consisting of video footage from the main driveway of the Canton Police Station and video files entitled, there you go. And they're all broken down. Notably, the quality of the video is poor in certain portions. However, that is in the condition it was recorded in and the condition in which it was received by the prosecutor. But guess what? That's not what the defendant is saying, okay? They're saying that you, if you were to use your due diligence, would have taken your happy ass over to the Canton Police Department and said, I want a list of every video you have, every video, like what do you list them as? Video 1, video 2. So how many videos are in this building? I want a list of them. Okay. And I'm going to go through it. I'm going to check off what videos I have and what videos I don't have and how that could possibly be possible. To say that you don't know and you didn't go over there, and Hank's over here talking about, when I took over, I went over there and I, fuck you. I don't give a fuck what you did, Hank. Bullshit. So Alan Jackson is then saying that your due diligence, like you're the prosecutor, like it's your job to get the shit and know that the stuff exists and to inquire about it. So this is just this paragraph here, notably the quality. We're not talking about that. The Commonwealth has produced evidence that since January of 2022, the Sallyport camera was replaced due to its. We're not talking about that. We don't give a shit about that. Awesome, clap for you that you decided to rate that this case made it so that you wanted to. You live in the rich area over there, and you decided that we're finally going to replace a camera system. Why wouldn't you be calling up the people that you got the camera system from and say, your fucking shit's bullshit? Come fix my shit or give me my money back. Like, let's be real. The taxpayers of Canton, all right? So none of this, who cares? Like, this is not what we're talking about. But they then again say, but guess what? The Commonwealth called that dude, the technology director. And this is where Alan Jackson says, just before lunch here, he says, excuse me? This dude isn't in charge of shit. Okay? But Hank is like, you had the opportunity to cross-examine him. He was there. And then Alan Jackson reminds everybody that we didn't find out until after the trial of X, Y, and Z. Yeah, take that and shove it up your ass, The Commonwealth filed its certificate of compliance on April 10th. See, I knew it was before that day of the 26th. Noting that to the best of its knowledge and after a reasonable inquiry, it had disclosed all the information. Now, the parties were in court Friday, April 12th to argue motions in limine during the defendant's televised motion. Okay, so this is where they got here. We can use this. Like, they found a way to get in front of it. Okay, hey. And they're talking about, like, it's the defendant's televised. What? Look at that. We can use this as to say, hey, she heard this publicly argued, and that Helena then makes it known. Hey, during that oral argument, when the defense was saying X, Y, and Z, when Yannetti was arguing and he made representations about the Canton Police Department's surveillance videos, following that hearing on April 17th, 2024, Lieutenant Brian Tully sent prosecution team members an email stating, in quotes, I spoke with Chief Rafferty. I want to see that. That's a report. Where's the report? She reviewed the video of the SUV arriving at CPD, exists, and we should have it, contrary to what defense represented on Friday. And so here, she was trying to say, hey, they're lying. I've seen that video. The video depicts the vehicle entering the Sallyport and crime scene tape being put up. She is putting it on a thumb drive for us in the event we don't have it. Okay. Now, or this could be Tully getting in front of something so that he can say after the fact that X, Y, and Z to cover for all of these people or whatever they want to do. Because clearly this email would have been dated, right? Right. But think about these people always trying to get ahead. When they see stuff blowing up in front of them, then they do things. So we'll love to see if anybody has, go back through all your stuff. Were you ever at a place that woman was at, the chief? Could she have possibly wrote and contacted even Tully on that day to try to prove something that wasn't even true? We're supposed to have faith. Like, this is supposed to be a trust. Like, we're supposed to, hello. I shouldn't have to be chasing down because there's no trust in what they're doing. But, so. The prosecutor had not previously received this video or knew of its existence. Now, this is where, so the prosecutor had not previously received this video or knew of its existence. Subsequently, the prosecutor requested that both the Massachusetts State Police and Canton Police Department produce all relevant and material surveillance video. On April 23rd, 2024, the Commonwealth provided the defense with surveillance video interior. This is really important. Interior. Remember we're talking about exterior. That's what Jackson brings up. Interior. Notably, what was produced to the Commonwealth and provided to the defense was inverted surveillance footage due to the camera's settings. You see that? Settings. That tells me that somebody went in there and they changed the settings. And they would have known to do that between the time of 1:26 a.m. and before that. It has to be significantly. I want to know when that was changed, the date of that changing of that setting, because these other videos weren't inverted. Somebody went specifically into that camera, if this is accurate, and decided that they would click the settings of when it was recording, it would have it be inverted. That's some crazy ass, like, getting ahead of shit, right? That's why her vehicle was brought to Canton Police Department, because they had it all set up and jimmy rigged, because they've done this before, clearly. All right. Hey, what tail light's fucked up? What tail light? Okay, we need to be assassin. Okay, we'll invert this video, because let's say that it was the other tail light, they would have needed to fuck with the other camera to invert it. So and I want to see proof of this. Like, the Commonwealth wants to say this. The Commonwealth is saying, notably, what was produced to the Commonwealth and provided to the defense was inverted surveillance footage due to the camera settings. Show me that. You have to have proof of that. Where's this claim? Okay. So this is what they're claiming, though, and I would be like, where's the evidence of this? The Commonwealth did not manipulate or alter any video and entered as a trial exhibit the video in the condition it was received. Contrary to what the defense represents, that the inverted video, the defendant fails to mention that the that after the defense altered the video to correct the image to appear, the Commonwealth played the entirety of the corrected yet altered video, which reveals that Trooper Proctor is standing feet away from the defendant's vehicle and never touched the rear right taillight. Further omitted from the defendant's filing is that the fact that Trooper Proctor's DNA was not on the right rear taillight. After the trial, a certified forensic video technician employed by the Norfolk District Office reviewed the surveillance footage that had been previously provided to the defense. Recognized that the video was extremely dark with minimal, so this is when they're saying that, so no mention here, this is where it's going to get good. No mention here about Buchanan's May 2024 report. Okay. So what they quickly go to, and this is where Alan Jackson says, well, here, I gotcha. Because you only mention about this interior bullshit. And now we have a report that just surfaced where in May, so all this stuff that you're talking about is in April, and it's about an interior Sallyport. Well, we have Buchanan in a May 2024 report saying how a thumb drive and a disk landed on his desk, and that he then reviewed it with Lally. And he says that when he's testifying on June 6th. So what Alan Jackson says is that you can't have it both ways, and it's either A, Buchanan did view the inverted video well before, and that they knew that it was inverted before, but this new report surfacing saying that the exterior Sallyport, that means that you viewed it with Lally, and he knew that the exterior Sallyport video existed and that they didn't turn it over. So Alan Jackson hits him with that there, and he's like, we just got it on February 28th. February 28th. So when Alan Jackson wrote this up on February 21st, you know, he didn't know even that Buchanan's May of 2024 report existed. I mean, these people, what are they doing? When you do something, you make a report of it. I don't understand. This is crazy. So see, again, August 21st, 2024, the campaign provided Commonwealth with 2 additional videos, video from the interior. See, I haven't yet to get to the exterior. And it's depicting the camera captured all video in the inverted fashion to rebut the defense's suggestion that the video had been tampered with. So after trial on August 21st, 2024, the Canton Police Department provided the Commonwealth with 2 additional videos. And this is where Alan Jackson says, listen, Bev, these videos had to exist within 30 days of the date of January 29, 2022, because it was written over after it. Like, that's what happens. So they were downloaded and they had them. How are we producing, breaking off little chunks? Like, where is this shit coming from? An evidentiary hearing would need to happen. And that's, you know, she mentions that. Where's that dude at? Is he, you know, with us? In this video from the interior hallway and exterior of the Canton Police Department shows. So it's what I think this means is that from the video that's in the hallway, you can see a little bit of the outside part. And that's where Mr. Higgins then at the Canton Police Station during the early hours and depicts Mr. Higgins moving his law enforcement vehicles due to the snowstorm. These videos were provided to the defense on October 10th, 2024. And that's where Alan Jackson's talking about this October 10th disclosure, along with a letter from the Canton Police Chief noting their August 21st, 2024 production. Prior to their production, the prosecutor was unaware of the existence of these videos. And this is what he highlights to say that this is not true. This is a lie due to, on February 28, 2025, just receiving Buchnick's May 2024 report, where he is stating that he watched with Lally, and it's the exterior Sallyport video. Had that been turned over, which would have depicted this, and if they would have turned it over in time, even if they would have turned it over in May, I don't care if you can recall somebody, they would have been able to impeach him. I mean, this is wild. The defense boldly claims that the surveillance video of Mr. Brian Higgins in and outside the Canton Police Station proves that he perjured himself before a federal grand jury. Well, first of all, it will clearly show that Brian Higgins was at Canton Police Department at a certain time. Okay, he's on the phone, so we didn't have an opportunity to ask him who the fuck he's talking to and what he's talking to that person about, right? Because he said he didn't. Yeah, I just moved cars, went home. Who are you talking to at 1:30 in the morning? If you truly think about it, like, who do you call that you think is going to be even up? There's only select certain people that you'd be calling at 1:30 in the morning. This claim is extremely prejudicial and false. How do you know? How do you know? You have no idea what Brian Higgins, like, this is why, if this would have been turned over, they would have gotten Brian Higgins's fucking phone records. I can't believe these people. In support of this claim, the defense cites to a federal grand jury transcript of whatever he said, and that was blacked out. Further, the defense is unable to demonstrate any prejudice, blah, blah, blah. Both Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, and this is where they're saying, hey, they went through cross-examination during this trial and their phone calls with one another. And that's where I highlight to say, like, yeah, we didn't ask them. We just asked about the 222 and the one that happened right before that, due to us having some information from the federal grand jury. This, however, we would have been able to ask about who else did you call that night? Exactly, Lana. Good idea with private email to help Karen catch. Yeah, fuck yeah. But they're all gonna. You guys, they're gonna get up there and lie. Every single person up there is going to lie. But they need to be careful how they do it, if they are going to do it. But they don't need to be careful if, like, you guys, the only people that can bring perjury charges upon anybody are the same people that's protecting this fucking story. The prosecution, you can only be brought on charges if the prosecutor wants to bring you up on charges of that. It's not like, you know, a defense attorney can say, see, look at right here, they said this, it's perjury, I'm charging them with perjury. I mean, I guess we could try to start making some citizens arrests. But that's what needs to change with perjury, is that people are getting away with lying, because if you're a state witness, why would I ever think that I'm going to be able to slap you with perjury charges? You know what I mean? If you're asking me to testify a certain way, you're not going to, because then I'm going to squeal like a little pig and say, The only reason I perjured myself is because these motherfuckers told me to say X, Y, and Z. Now what? But they're never going to feel that type of heat because of who's in charge of the perjury, who brings those charges on. It's just fucking wild. It's bullshit. And I'm curious to know what the federal grand jury or what the feds were even investigating. You know, what are you investigating here? Because the feds can only do certain things and charge people with certain things. So, truly, what were the feds like? I'm going to get involved to do what? Because what? The feds can't. They're not going to be going and arresting people because of I'm arresting you for the murder of John O'Keefe. Like that's not going to happen. Think about that. On January 28, 2025, the Commonwealth provided the defense with surveillance video footage from the main driveway side exterior Sallyport. And this is what Alan Jackson says just here in January 28th. This is when he brings it up again. He says, this date, the Commonwealth provided the defense with surveillance video from the main driveway side exterior. There it goes. That depicts a different camera angle of the defendant's vehicle arriving in the Canton Police Station, Sallyport. Notably, consistent with the other videos received from Canton Police Station, the quality of the video is poor. And this is all that Bev cares about now. Was that quality poor? That's all she cares about. There is absolutely nothing depicted in this video that is exculpatory or undermines the consistent evidence that the defendant's right rear taillight was broken and pieces were missing prior to the vehicle. How about this? You're fucking with my time. If we would have been able to get this back then, okay, and I don't have to work 3 and 4 years behind all you motherfuckers because now you think that you just gave it to me, but it didn't show anything. How do you know? How do you know? You're a jackass. You have no idea what my defense strategies are going to be. You don't know shit. Okay, you clearly couldn't go get the fucking video that you said you didn't know existed, but yet you're getting broken off pieces that are inverted, you fat fuck. Fuck you. If I was Alan Jackson, I would say, that's absurd. That's absurd. You want me, how is the Commonwealth going to tell me or even you, Bev, if something's exculpatory? It's about material. It's about a pattern. This is material evidence that was first attempted to be destroyed, if you want my honest opinion. How is there 42 minutes missing, you fucking assholes? Has anybody talked about that? It's not motion. How is 42 minutes missing? It's not motion activated. But this is where Alan Jackson's big cocciuality and a big lie, because the exterior Sallyport was in the possession of none other than Buchanan, and that's what his argument was right here, is that the Buchanan email, or not email, but the Buchanan report that he wrote up, I can't believe that people are even talking about if Karen Reed's guilty or not. How about this? I don't give a fuck if Karen Reed is guilty or not. How can one watch this shit and as a citizen of the United States of America be okay with what you are being fed down your little fucking dumb peanut brain mouth and what are you doing? This isn't about guilt or innocence right now. This is absolutely fucking unbelievable. If you did this shit at your job, you wouldn't fucking have one. You'd be fired. This isn't about, oh my God, Karen Reed's guilty, or oh my God, Karen Reed's innocent. No. Holy shit, let me tell you. I don't give a fuck if Karen Reed's innocent or guilty right now. Anybody that can watch this and read this and watch what's going on and say to themselves, this has nothing to do about innocence or guilt. This has to do about gamesmanship. This has to do about the United States of America's Constitution, our rights, the Bill of Rights. I mean, what is going on? You guys, we can't find people that are guilty if this is the type of work that's being done. And if you are, so it doesn't, how anybody can say this is, like, nobody should be convicted this way. That's where the arguments need to say. Why are you letting the world divide us by the whole innocent and the whole guilty? How about we're not going to stand for this? Why isn't anybody out there talking about that? Protesting about that? I know why. Because it's not glamorous. Because Sherry D comes in here and says, Auntie Bev's bias towards Alan Jackson to be a fly on the wall when she talks to her hubby. Then she comes in and says, Auntie Bev takes a jelly donut and shoved the videos up your hootie. I'm serious, though. It's the process, you guys. This is crazy. My poster when I get down there is going to say, I don't give a fuck if Karen Reed is innocent or guilty. The Commonwealth is guilty of suppressing evidence. The Commonwealth is guilty. I don't give a fuck if Karen Reed is innocent or not. The Commonwealth is guilty. How Canton, oh my God. That's why my new approach would be like, hey, don't be seen as like you're on a side whether Karen's innocent or guilty. Be seen on a side as I fucking pay my taxes in this town. What the fuck are you doing? And then the county, what the fuck? Same, like go that approach and take a mob of people who have a problem with this. Okay? Think about the BLM movement, man. Right? Jeez. White people, dumb. Oh, or I know Karen is innocent, but the bigger picture is kind of guilty. But that's, to me, we can't determine if Karen Reed is innocent or if Karen Reed is guilty because they fucked their own case to be able to even prove that. The Commonwealth should be holding all these copies of, like, what the hell? Fired, gone, gone, gone. This is what the fuck y'all have been doing. And that's what Alan Jackson's like reiterating. Like, how many times are we just going to let, Bev or any judge or anyone continue to say that it was an oversight? This is not oversights. That's not what this is. Aiden was hit with more intimidation charges today. That's wild if that's true. Turtle Boy has court at 2. Yep, so does Karen. We're going to be bouncing back and forth. It pisses me off because I believe that propaganda starts with dividing and trying to conquer that way. And so the way that you overcome the divide and conquer mentality of the fucking tards that do that shit is you find why they want to divide and conquer. And it's to make people have, let's get these people all riled up with either Karen Reed's innocent or Karen Reed's guilty, and mainstream media is responsible for this, versus why aren't we asking and holding our states and commonwealths accountable and responsible? That is what you do. That is how things change. As I know I have so many like awesome friends that live in Massachusetts. I feel bad. Like, but I think back about the buffer, the buffer zone, the non-buffer, whatever the fuck they want to call that shit when I was there. I'm like, what? It was like forming segregation. It was wild. That's what I was thinking about back. Like, dude, if this is this is like the 1960s. Fucking put me in the back of the bus. Fuck you. Get over here, John Fanning. Let me fucking put my tits in your face and motorboat him. That's how I feel about him. John Fanning to be the source of information. Get out of here. John Fanning was diddling around with a Key West lovely transgendered, in the process of becoming transgendered. This shit I could tell you about John Fanning. John Fanning has mommy and daddy issues. He will always have them, and he is the reason that he's the way that he is because he had and grew up with mommy and daddy issues. He thought it would be cool and had a plan to literally go to Key West and fuck somebody that in his mind, oh, we're the people that dress up like girls that are guys. What? The fuck? Get your fucking ass up out. I used to live in Key West. Fuck you, dude. You're a piece of shit. Human garbage. People go to Key West. No one fucking, hey, guess what, John? No, you're the only person that would say that. That's not normal. It's not normal. It's not normal language. Let's add to the screen so I can stop ranting. There it is. Good old. I can't believe that people would rather watch it on court TV and pay to be a member to type in this. And watch it. Yeah. Unreal. I heard that Turtle Boy is getting new charges. Huh? Oh yeah. I hope he's not. I would love to know why. Karen's defense is trying to hold the Commonwealth's feet to the fire, and they are feeling the burn. There you go. There we go. Now we're talking. Fanning is being charged with murder of Sandra Birchmore. I rest my case. Oh, is he? No, he's not being charged with murder. He didn't kill Birchmore. Matt did, honey. Matt did, Karen. Uh-oh. We back on? Core TV, you ready for us? That motorboat son of a bitch. You like that? Good. Do me a favor if you just joined us here. Hit the thumbs up. I truly question why people would watch this at places where you have to be forced to pay to type. Get out of here. Talk about restricting your freedom of speech. Right there is restricting my freedom of speech by you making me pay to talk. I just make you subscribe. Oh, good. You found your bell. Yes, found it. Why is Bev taking, because she's taking a shit, Fairy Dust, Liz. That's what Bev does. It's 1:53. Well, they said they were supposed to take an hour break from 1 to 2, so. You know what sucks kind of in these motions to dismiss? I'll tell you from personal experience. You have to out your hand a little bit in the motion to dismiss, okay? Versus try to catch somebody that's gonna lie and catch them. But shit, when you have to disclose your material to the Commonwealth, your your material that's going to impeach witnesses, and you have to disclose that to them through reciprocal discovery, you know, there is a term, and it's called gamesmanship and tactical strategies that are unethical. And I mean, to think that you can take reciprocal discovery that's designed to impeach a witness's statements that they've made prior to, and that you found something, and the Commonwealth thinks that they can go and provide that shit to that witness to be ready for, and not, I mean, that's just disgusting. Like, you should ask yourselves why they would need to do that. Because I don't want to lose my case. Exactly. You guys, it's like, you could be an athlete and play a sport, or you can just go be a lawyer and play with people's lives and gamble with people's lives and worry about your wins, losses, and it's wild. All right, we got a fan, guys. Cheers. Let's do it. Welcome back. Hit the thumbs up. Thank you there, Murky. I got that email. Let's see these 11 pieces that they put in. 11 pieces. Transcript of defendant's interview with Ted Daniels. Exhibit 1. Exhibit 2. Is video of Canton and PD Sallyport inverted camera from 1/1/2022. Thank you. Let's see. Uh-oh, someone shut the fan off. Video of Canton PD Sallyport Brady. Let's see. I'm going to look and see what's going on in... let's go to... Well, oh, they have Zoom in Turtle Boys. So I found Turtle Boys. It's on a Zoom. Let's see. Everybody's muted right now in Turtle Boy. It just started though. It hasn't like officially started, but I have his on. So let's see. Hey, Yeah, I have it up, but I'm staying here. Coming up, Karen Reed motions, hearing day 2. Let's see, I'm waiting for this to. Now, is Betterow with Aiden, or is he with in Karen Reed's? Is he there with Karen Reed? Did you guys see? Did Betterow just maybe go in for Karen Reed for the beginning part, and now he's over with Karen Reed? Just curious if you guys know. Read it in chat. They dropped a new felony charge for witness intimidation dated 3/5/2025 on Aiden. So right now they have everybody in, let's see. What the heck is going on? Let's see. Yep, law and crime's not on either, so you're definitely in a holding pattern. So we're all good. It's horrible that there's on Zoom. I can't believe that no court. Where's the? I can't believe that a local. I guess who could do it? Why hasn't LTL Media put in to be the put in to have cameras in the courtroom and put a camera in the courtroom for Aiden's proceeding and be the poll camera? I mean, that's what one would think to do. If I lived there, that's what I would do. So it would be Zoom. I mean, you can have your Zoom link for people, but you'd be the poll camera, and you would follow the Rule 45 or whatever the hell it is in Massachusetts. But sidebar, this weather is awful in Virginia. Yes, Anne Merritt, we don't put up with it. I'm just about the facts, you know. So, Bev's busy. Bev sidebar on it. Speaking of which, then let's look at the Commonwealth's updated exhibits to motion to dismiss hearing. I how they say updated. You guys didn't have any exhibits. So the transcript of the defendant's interview with Ted Daniels is Exhibit 1. Exhibit 2 is the video of Canton PD Sallyport inverted camera from 1/1/2022. Video of Canton PD Sallyport grainy camera from 1/28/2022. So they're showing that on 1/1/2022 that they have a video of Canton PD Sallyport inverted camera. That would be before the murder, and they're trying to show hey, this settings has always been like that. That's what the exhibit is for number 2. It's from a January 1st, 2022 dated video. Okay, without metadata, get blown. Video of Canton Police Department Sallyport, quote unquote, grainy camera from 1/28/2022. So it's showing, and they're also showing that on 1/28, there's video that it's grainy, like we didn't do any. So they're showing that we didn't tamper with this shit. Here's proof of this. Well, then it's funny that where were these videos back when the defense wanted them, 3 years ago? Exhibit 4 is the trial testimony of Trooper Nicholas Guerno on June 20th, 2024, pages 74 and 75. That's interesting to me. I don't know what he could be possibly talking about, but sure. And number 5 is the main driveway side exterior Sallyport video. That's the big contention right now, that they would have had that back in May 2024, but the defense is just finding out about it in 2025. Number 6, video of defendant's vehicle from One Meadows Ave driveway at 5:08 a.m. See, that's the video that shows that they're trying to say it was already cracked, and the defense is saying, yeah, after just backed into John O'Keefe's vehicle. Video or exhibit 7 for the Commonwealth is photos of defendant's vehicle from cruiser camera during the wellness check at 8:22. What I tell you guys? Boom. I can tell you what the exhibits are before I even get them, because I would just know how I would go about it if I was doing it. So the photos of defendant's vehicle from cruiser camera during the wellness check at 8:22 a.m. 8 and 9 are video from alarm.com. Number 10 exhibit for the Commonwealth for this motion to dismiss is trial testimony of ARCA expert Daniel Wolf on 6/24/2024. Number 11 is transcript of defendant's unredacted interview with Gretchen Voss on 6/20/2023. Those are the 11 exhibits that were just added today. All right, here we go.
We were discussing the inverted video. In the moving papers, the prosecution indicates that, quote, the prosecutor had not previously received this video or knew of its existence. This is I don't know if it's the third or the fourth time that the Commonwealth sort of runs to this argument about not knowing personally about the existence of a particular video, but that it doesn't matter how many times they argue that point, it still doesn't change the fact that it prejudiced the defense by not having it, and one of their members, whoever that agent is of the Commonwealth, was lying about having it and not disclosing it. Somebody knew, and the question before the court is, who was it? Who did know? Perhaps it wasn't Mr. Lally, perhaps it wasn't Ms. McLaughlin. Was it Chief Rafferty? Certainly Proctor had it. He watched it. Who else knew about it? Members of the prosecution knew of the existence of this and other videos, and they hid them. And that's the galling issue. Then the Commonwealth writes that the defense altered, their word, the defense, quote, altered evidence to correct the image, as if we were altering something to deceive the court. When in point of fact, the Commonwealth well knows that that altered video was altered by them in some way, shape, form, or fashion. When it was played inverted. What we did is recorrect it to the proper orientation to confront Sergeant Buchnick with it. They indicate that they played the entirety of the video, of the corrected video, to somehow suggest that the Commonwealth during this debacle had clean hands. And that's just not true. Over the course of 2 days, the court will recall 2 days worth of testimony. Day 1 with Sergeant Buchnick under direct examination by Mr. Lally. Going into the next day, still under direct examination by Mr. Lally, they played that video completely inverted. They talked about it, they discussed it, they described it. Not once did Sergeant Buchanan or Mr. Lally inform the jurors or the court that the video was actually altered, that the video was actually backward. Not one hint to the court or the jury members. when the defense stood up and began questioning Sergeant Buchanan about that video, that was the first time that he admitted that it was inverted. He used the phrase mirror image, and that he knew that it was inverted. Amazingly, that was the same time that Sergeant Buchanan started having trouble with his memory about who was actually depicted in that video. The court will recall before I stood up on cross-examination, under direct examination by Mr. Lally, Sergeant Buchanan was very quick to point out that the individuals on that inverted video were himself and Michael Proctor. And they made the point that Michael Proctor never approached or had any access to or didn't manipulate in some way, shape, form, or fashion. This was the intimation by the Commonwealth, that passenger taillight. The Commonwealth has now conceded that that person was, in fact, Michael Proctor. It's notable that the Commonwealth went to great lengths to state that, quote, Trooper Proctor, and this is in their opposition, Trooper Proctor is standing feet away from the defendant's vehicle and never touched the right rear taillight, end quote. That's a statement made in their moving papers, specifically on a fact that is of great material importance to this case. The three of them signed, the three prosecutors signed an oath and a declaration, and the court just called the defense out on signing a declaration or an oath. And the court's intimation, at least in its initial comments to me, was, you may have said something that you don't have a factual foundation for. And I think I have done my best to disabuse the court of that we were drawing from reasonable inferences. I wonder if the Commonwealth is going to get the same treatment for saying that Trooper Proctor was standing feet away from the defendant's vehicle and never touched the right rear taillight. That's a very bold statement for the Commonwealth to make, and it's also completely untrue. It's not supported by a single fact. It's not supported by a fact or evidence before the court. The problem with this unsupported motion, because it's unsupported and the declaration is signed by three different individuals, you can just sort of say whatever you want in the motion. And I guess get away with it. The video speaks for itself, Your Honor. It shows Michael Proctor walk behind the car directly to the position of the passenger taillight. He positions himself right on the other side of the camera view, not feet away. And it certainly does not show, and there's no evidence before the court, that he, quote, never touched it. As a matter of fact, we would submit.
Does it show that he does touch it?
Well, of course it doesn't show he touches it, Your Honor. He's on the other side of the car. That's not the point. The point is, a reasonable inference is he could have touched it. He was standing right there. Nobody forced him. Nobody was holding a gun to his head. He walked around the other side of the car and obviously was standing there for a reason. By himself, in a corner, out of the view of the camera, and then when the Commonwealth plays the video, it switched, and the intimation to the triers of fact was he never approached the right rear taillight, that passenger taillight. And all of that
and you cleared that up.
Right. But that is the galling part of this entire thing. The court has asked me a couple of times, and I'm going to get to it a little bit more in detail, what the prejudice is. If that's not prejudice, I don't know what is. It's literally propounding false information to a trier of fact. That is not a small thing. Even after the trial was over, it was concluded, and the mistrial was declared, we're still getting videos that we can't get a straight answer about their source. Where did these videos come from in October? That surveillance feed is on a 30-day deletion loop. That's what we've been told. I said a few minutes ago this morning, I said the Commonwealth may not have known that it was on a 30-day loop. What I meant was actually the prosecutor sitting in this courtroom. The three, my brothers and sister, may not have known about that 30-day override. I don't know. I don't know what they knew or didn't know. I'm certainly not going to cast aspersions and put that on them. But someone from the Commonwealth darn sure knew that was on a 30-day loop or a 30-day override. So who's had those for all this time? How were they stored? Why wasn't that information revealed to our expert when we went all the way to Canton to try to download that DVR? Where's the original? Where are the copies? These are questions for which we need some facts. And the fact that those have been withheld from us is exactly the kind of bad act and bad faith that demands that the court presume prejudice in the case. A few minutes ago, the court asked me before lunch, what is the prejudice? There's plenty of actual prejudice, but I'll get to that in just a second when I speak a little bit about the law at the end of my comments. We don't need to prove actual prejudice because the law presumes prejudice against Ms. Reed because of the bad conduct on behalf of the Commonwealth. And yet again, when it comes to this same issue, the Commonwealth recites this now worn out sentence, the prosecutor was unaware of the existence of these videos, end quote. How many times are they going to try to excuse away a blatant discovery and or Brady violation with the sentence that the prosecutor was unaware? It just doesn't matter. And that brings us to the October 10 videos that we got in 2024. The Commonwealth claims that they received these videos on or about August 21st, 2024. They sort of vaguely claim that these videos were provided along with a letter, quote unquote, letter from Canton Police Chief, end quote. There's no report, there's no email, there's no communications, there's no text message, nothing other than this, quote, letter. And it actually wasn't a letter, it was more of an informal note written on a personal pad, a Canton PD pad by the chief. There's no chain of custody log authenticating the videos, no authentication documents whatsoever, no foundational documents, no indication of where the videos came from or how she came to possess them at the time. But she did write on that little pad, quote, that is how it records, LOL, no tampering, end quote. LOL, laugh out loud. So the chief of police is laughing in the face of serious Brady violations, in the face of serious evidentiary violations
And
and
what was the
discovery
date?
violations.
10/10/24 you received that? Was that the date?
10/10/24. That's correct. By the way, the Commonwealth claimed in its opposition papers that, quote, the prosecutor requested that both Massachusetts State Police and Canton Police Department produce all relevant and material surveillance video, end quote. And that was sometime unidentified between April 17th, 2024 and April 24th, 2024. I laud them for that. Good. I'm glad they demanded finally, in the middle of trial, quote, all relevant and material surveillance video. So why didn't we get this from Canton PD until October 2024, well after trial? What was the delay? And why did we get another video in January of 2025? What was the delay? How could this be seen as anything other than intentional? We know now that Sergeant Buchanan, we know that Proctor, we know that Chief Rafferty, and now through another report, we know that this officer, DGM Petro, all had access to and knew about the videos. And then we have on top of that, in the middle of trial, I think it was Mr. Lally, it may have been Ms. McLaughlin, someone said, it's unclear from the opposition, that all relevant and material surveillance video be turned over immediately, and it still wasn't done. That is an intentional withholding of evidence. And then we get these new reports. What's probably most troubling is what's in the reports that we got on Friday, this past Friday. Additional reports from the Commonwealth in a report from Sergeant DGM Petro. He reveals the following. He writes this report on the 27th, which was last Thursday, and then we got the report on the 28th. He says that in February of 2022, and I'm paraphrasing, in February of 2022, Proctor requested Sallyport video of SUV inside Sallyport. Apparently that was provided. I mean, we have to presume from his report when he says Proctor requested in February of 2022 Sallyport video of the SUV exterior footage that he downloaded it from somewhere and gave it to him. Assuming it was February of 2022, that would have been before the override, I presume, because I think the math in my head is it's 28 days in February. If it's in February at all, it's within the 30 days from January 29th. So it has to have been. Then he writes that in June of 2023, Proctor requested Sallyport video again of the SUV exterior footage. Quote, this is from his report, I believe this may also have been the approximate time that I downloaded video recordings that covered the entire time frame that the suspect's vehicle was held at the Canton police station, end quote. He goes on to say, quote, due to the large size of the files at that time, I had to break it down into 6-hour blocks for ease of exporting. This is the first we're hearing of any of this last Thursday. How is that? Sure. Ms. Lewis just handed me a clean copy of the DG and Petro report. I would like to have this marked and appended to our motion to dismiss if it's okay.
Sure. Did I get that attached to your motion to change the scheduling?
Oh my God.
You probably did.
So I've seen it.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Hold on. What, Ms. Little?
We'd still like to make it part of the record if
Sure.
that's all right, Your Honor.
Sure. I just wanted to know whether I needed a copy because I have a copy. I've seen it.
May I approach?
Yes.
Boom.
Okay.
Oh my God, this is huge. Oh, Proctor, you're fucked.
So are we marking it? So we need it if we're marking it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
Exhibit 1 so marked.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
DM Petro needs protective custody. He's a witness.
The question is, how in June of 2023, now I'm going to go a little bit slow here just because it's linear. The argument is linear. In June of 2023, according to DG and Petro, he downloaded every single bit of video of that car while in the Sallyport or while at Canton PD in Sallyport. How is that possible? How could that be? As of February 28th or maybe March 1st, those videos are gone. So how could he have access to the whole thing? It's because someone at the Commonwealth downloaded the whole thing. They saved it. Or the only other explanation is that DVR was not at the time on a 30-day override. It's the only two explanations. Again, this is binary. So in April of 2024, as the court knows, we got additional video, and that's the inverted video. In the spring of 2024, while trial was being held, DG and Petro, quote, it says, quote, I downloaded some video recordings that you and I believed may be needed to refute claims being made by the defense. The you and I is him to Chief Rafferty. That's who this report is to. And it includes footage of Higgins. So now we find out for the first time that Chief Rafferty and this sergeant had been talking and strategizing about how to defeat some defense arguments, presumably, by use of videos that had never been turned over. And the Commonwealth uses a phrase in its moving papers, I believe in this motion, about ambush. That is the definition of an ambush. So DG and Petro admits that he, Rafferty, and the Canton Police Department had Sallyport video that was material to the case. Remember, his quote was that you and I believed may be needed to refute claims made by the defense. They were strategizing about how to defeat certain of our arguments, and they didn't turn it over. Specifically, he downloaded video and presumably gave it to Chief Rafferty. But then the interesting thing is Chief Rafferty held on to it. She never turned it over. Probably because they didn't help the prosecution. They showed Higgins engaged in conduct that is, at the very least, highly suspicious and clearly exculpatory because it impeaches his other testimony. It shows him on the phone. And he testified that he didn't make calls in the middle of the night. There's no question that with this example, that is an intentional withholding of evidence. That is the legal definition of bad faith, and it's unconscionable to do that. Now put in context what we eventually did receive during the trial and then after. We received the inverted video that was falsely presented as the right passenger side of the vehicle, or the passenger rear side of the vehicle. Number two, we received several videos of Brian Higgins at Canton Police Department, clearly using his phone at approximately 1:35 or so a.m. And we received exterior footage that would ordinarily show the condition of the passenger taillight, which all happens to be corrupted, like every other video of the rear passenger side of that SUV. This is stunning. It's not like the Canton Police Department and the Massachusetts State Police were sort of blissfully incompetent or blissfully ignorant and unaware of the existence of these exculpatory videos. It's quite the opposite. Multiple officers, Proctor, Rafferty, Buchnick, O'Rourke, DG and Petro, these individuals, we believe, O'Rourke may not have known, but we know that the others did, and have now basically admitted it or been caught trying to hide it. They were all variously actively engaged with these videos. They were searched for, they were discussed, they downloaded them, they saved them, they copied them, they labeled them, they transported them, they reviewed them, and they strategized about them. These videos were top of mind for all of these folks. We know there were hours and hours and hours of footage that was so large it had to be broken down into 6-hour blocks. All of that was pulled. And none of this footage was disclosed to the defense before April of 2024. And most of the files that have been turned over so far have been turned over after the trial was over. We had no idea this footage existed, and to this day, it continues to be, the bulk of it continues to be withheld from the defense. And then we move to Sergeant Buchnick's actual report. As I indicated, he wrote a report last Friday as well, dated the 28th. Quote, in furtherance of the John O'Keefe Canton homicide investigation, sometime in early spring of 2022, I was made aware that a request had been made by Trooper Proctor and then fulfilled by Canton PD for surveillance video as it related to the arrival and storage of the Lexus SUV belonging to Karen Reed. This was the spring of 2022. He knew. At Trooper Proctor's request, I proceeded to Canton Police and picked up the digital media storage containing said video and transported it to the Canton, Norfolk District Attorney's Office and turned it over to Trooper Proctor. I did not review this video at this time.
What date did he do that? The same date?
He says at this time, but it's the sometime early spring of 2022. That's the best he can do in his report. Paragraph 2, in July of 2023, so this is a little more defined, I was once again made aware by Trooper Proctor that a request had been made to Canton PD for additional video and that it was ready to be picked up. Since the Canton Police Department is conveniently located on my route of travel to work, I stopped by and picked up the CD from the front desk of the police department, which was labeled Trooper Buchanan with a yellow Post-it note. I further added Canton PD 12922, and then the case number, which is, or their case number, 2022-112-33, to note to more accurately identify the item and transported it to our office, subsequently turning it over to Trooper Proctor. So there's a second CD, now in July of 2023. I did not review that video at that time. See the attached copy of the Post-it note. Final paragraph, in my preparation for trial in May of 2024, I was provided with a thumb drive and the CD labeled with a Post-it note on my desk. What's interesting is that the CD with the Post-it note on his desk may or may not have been the same CD that he transported in July of 23 because they seem to be labeled a little different.
So I haven't seen this report. Does he say from whom he received that?
I'll finish reading it, but I don't believe he does. No, it's pretty vague. It's passive voice and it's pretty vague. I was provided a thumb drive and a CD labeled with a Post-it on my desk to review prior to testimony. So it does not say. At this time, I reviewed video made available to me, which included video footage of the Canton PD exterior Sallyport. This video was labeled with a Post-it note on a CD, and it contained a video of the interior of the Sallyport, which was grainy and had a camera vantage point from the front of the Sallyport. I also reviewed the Canton PD driveway footage. In review, I also viewed video of the back wall Sallyport camera vantage point. I had not seen this video prior to my May date review. I later learned that this video was provided in an inverted manner. After I reviewed all the provided video, the thumb drive and the CD were returned. It doesn't say to whom they were returned. Your Honor, if I could mark this report as well.
Sure. Do you have an extra copy for me?
I do. It does have one highlight on it. May I show it to Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
Okay.
Are there two so marked?
So you do have an extra copy, Ms. Little?
I do not have an extra copy, Your Honor.
I thought Mr. Jackson just said he had an extra.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Mr. Jackson, do you have an extra copy?
I think I might.
I've got it right here.
You have an extra copy? Is that one clean?
Not clean.
No, that was the only copy that I've got.
May I approach, Your Honor?
This one has highlights on it. I apologize.
It's okay. Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The court asked probably the most important question about this report, which is, who was it that supplied the video or the thumb drives or the CDs to Sergeant Buchanan? Who's at the center of all these Sallyport videos? Who does he say was requesting the Sallyport videos that he was acting as the courier for in other particulars? Every one of those answers is Michael Proctor. So who do we believe most reasonably would have supplied the information to Sergeant Buchanan to review? It stands to reason it could have been Trooper Proctor. Seems to be reasonable, but I don't know because Trooper Buchanan doesn't say, but that would be another question that would be open to answer if we had an evidentiary hearing. Michael Proctor was receiving the footage directly from DG and Petro, dating all the way back to February of 2022. He was the one receiving the footage directly from Buchanan, dating all the way back to the spring of 2022. Michael Proctor was receiving footage from both sources multiple times through the years. Proctor was the one who clearly had possession, custody, and control over the exculpatory footage. It was his, every bit of it. And now let's recall what he said at trial when asked about all this footage, because he was confronted about footage.
I knew
and keep
it.
in mind, Your Honor, when I'm asking these questions, I know none of this. None of it.
Holy shit.
Michael Proctor lied during his testimony, but he knew that we couldn't impeach him. There was no way I could impeach him. I didn't have any of these videos to impeach him with because we didn't have any of the evidence that had been secured concerning that Sallyport. Question: there's surveillance video from Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right? Answer: that video was discovered later on and then handed over. That video was discovered later on.
So where in the transcript is that?
I can get you the page and line number, Your Honor.
My guess is Ms. Little can get it pretty quickly.
I'm guessing she
Provide that to
can.
you in just a moment, Your Honor.
June 10th?
Wow.
It was either June 10th or June 12th, but let me double check.
Wow.
Well, she's looking for that, Your Honor. May I
Please go
proceed?
ahead. Yep.
Okay. The only thing it's important to remember from a date standpoint, we'll get the date that he actually testified to this, but from a date standpoint, the only thing that had been handed over at the time that he testified to that was a single video with 42 minutes missing and a flatbed and the flatbed driveway footage outside the Sallyport that doesn't show much of anything. It's now been proven that testimony, that video was discovered later on and then handed over, suggesting there was either only one video or all of it was discovered later and turned over. Both of the clauses in that sentence are a lie. The video wasn't discovered later. It was discovered in February, at the latest, February of 2022, just days after this incident. He asked for it and he received it, according to Sergeant DGM Petro. And it wasn't turned over either. None of it. But at trial, we didn't have the truth. I couldn't impeach him with this. He made sure that all the footage was delivered directly to him, starting days after this incident. And he controlled it, he hid it, and then he lied about it. That is the definition of bad faith. That is the definition of withholding exculpatory evidence. That is a definition of suppressing Brady evidence. There is no other way to define this. He fooled us, and it's egregious. Is it possible with all this sort of years-long flurry that we've just talked about surrounding these Sallyport videos that the actual trial prosecutors were completely unaware of their existence until Proctor testified before the federal grand jury? Is that possible? I suppose it is. I want to give the prosecutors the benefit of the doubt. I do. Is it reasonable? That's another question. To believe that they just knew nothing about this. We know Proctor lied to us. Could he have lied to them? I suppose. But as the law mandates, Your Honor, it just doesn't matter. In the eyes of the law, Proctor is the prosecution, and the prosecution is Michael Proctor. And then we move to January 28th, 2025, this year. We're still getting additional videos at that time. This new camera angle, which is blurry and grainy and wobbly, it does, however, show the passenger side rear taillight as it's towed into or driven into the Sallyport garage. The footage is so grainy and so blurry, however, it's so corrupted that once again, the true condition of that taillight is completely obscured. At a certain point, it begins to defy logic. And the reason I wanted to talk about each one of these videos in turn is because it absolutely defies logic that all of this footage magically cuts out, blurs out, becomes grainy, becomes obscured at the precise time that the SUV is pulled in to the Sallyport. The question then becomes, what's been happening to these videos that have been in Michael Proctor's possession since that time, for the last 2.5, 3 years?
Exactly. Where are the videos? What is he?
Again, I've lost count how many times the Commonwealth makes the claim, quote, prosecutors had never seen this video, end quote. The entirety of the Commonwealth's defense on this issue is the indefensible, which is, it just wasn't me. Okay, fine, it may not have been you, but it was the Commonwealth, in quotation marks, capital. The Commonwealth then claims that, quote, after directing a review of all physical evidence and data files, after directing a review of all physical evidence and data files, this video was located within a paper case file of the investigators, end quote. I believe that Mr. Brennan, when he came on the case, he's the one who directed a review of all physical evidence and data files. I would have to guess. Again, I would applaud that. Should have happened years ago. What's most curious about this video, however, is that the prosecution now admits, quote, after inquiry, it was learned that an investigator obtained this video from Canton Police Department in 2022, and it was placed in a physical case file, end quote. That's a direct quote from their opposition. They don't name who the investigator is. They don't indicate whose case file it was. They don't tell us where that case file had been, who had control over that case file, just a paper case file somewhere, mysteriously. Whether it was CPD or MSP, we don't know. Which investigator, we still don't know. What can we learn from the submission by the Commonwealth? That investigators did, in fact, download the Canton PD videos in 2022 before they were overwritten. That's the only way these videos could exist. We've talked about that. And what we don't know is where the rest of them went and why we don't have them and why we didn't have them for the first trial. The Commonwealth basically concedes that it is in direct violation of its discovery obligations not to have turned over these videos that were in their possession. But it makes the claim that it doesn't matter because, quote, the poor quality of the video makes it difficult for either party to benefit from the video, end quote. In its opposition, it sounds like more of a desperate argument than anything else that these cumulative, that these egregious errors don't justify the court taking any action because they claim, quote, there's no evidence of bad faith. I would take issue with that. But the quote goes on, there's no evidence of bad faith on behalf of the Commonwealth, nor any of its agents, particularly where the Commonwealth is equally aggrieved by the poor video quality and inability to obtain a forensically extracted copy of the surveillance video. Equally aggrieved.
Wow.
First,
Hank.
In that sentence, the Commonwealth admits that the defense is aggrieved. They say they're equally aggrieved, however. Aggrieved means wronged or unfairly treated or suffered harm or injustice. Merriam-Webster defines aggrieved as suffering from an infringement or a denial of legal rights. You bet we're aggrieved. But the Commonwealth can't claim that they're aggrieved when they're the ones doing the aggrieving. It doesn't work that way. The Commonwealth concedes that there's irreparable harm. They acknowledge that the forensic videos were destroyed, or at least they claim now that they're destroyed. We can never obtain the information necessary to establish the validity of any of these videos or whether and by whom they may have been manipulated, if at all. The Commonwealth can't shift the blame because the videos have literally been in their possession the entire time. It was their actions and the actions of their agents that caused this irremediable harm. Your Honor, this is, as I said, this is the definition of bad faith. And this goes back to the court's original question this morning, which is, can you describe the prejudice that Ms. Reed has suffered? And I think we've done a pretty good job of describing that throughout this argument. But the definition of bad faith means we don't have to prove actual prejudice. Prejudice is presumed under the law. If we're to believe the declarations that were submitted by ADA Lally and ADA McLaughlin and ADA Brennan, then at the very least, there is no other conclusion but that Michael Proctor and other investigators intentionally secured these videos. They withheld the evidence from us, and they withheld the evidence from the prosecution team. Let's take them at their word. Even after being explicitly instructed to turn over that evidence, that is bad faith. And how many times do they have to say, we didn't know about this? It just doesn't matter. Like I said, let's take them at their word. It doesn't absolve the Commonwealth of its obligations, and it doesn't reduce the prejudice that the defense has suffered. This was a pattern engaged in by the Massachusetts State Police, by the Canton Police Department, over and over and over again. And now we know through this new revelation that it was intentional. The prejudice the defense has suffered is legally presumed, and it's also factually proven. And thus the only remedy is dismissal. When is dismissal warranted? And this is, I'd like to talk for just a couple of seconds about the legal standards. Where there's misconduct that's so egregious, deliberate, and intentional, prejudice is to be presumed. That means that the defense is not required to show Ms. Reed suffered any actual prejudice because dismissal is necessary to prevent the repetition of this type of misconduct. And that comes to us directly from Bridgman versus District Attorney for Suffolk District at 476 Mass 298. It's a 2017 case. Even if the court does not, and this is secondary to that, even if the court does not presume the prejudice and finds that these myriad violations were somehow inadvertent or a mistake, the result of some accident or negligence, this case still has to be dismissed under the second scenario and the second prong because Ms. Reed has suffered actual prejudice by the Commonwealth's violations. We could not cross-examine these witnesses the way they should have been cross-examined at the first trial. The repeated and flagrant discovery violations were not an accident. I think we've established that at this point. They weren't a mistake. There were too many people looking at them, strategizing about them, to then say, I didn't realize their import. They were designed specifically, the fact that we weren't provided the evidence was designed specifically to obtain a strategic advantage over the defense and to get a conviction at all costs rather than to pursue the truth. There are obviously additional Brady violations and prejudices that Ms. Reed has suffered. I've detailed those in our moving papers. And I want to incorporate all of those arguments by reference here as well. But relating to the surveillance footage itself, there's no question that the Commonwealth intentionally withheld it, and they've been withholding it since January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth can't really seriously claim, Your Honor, that 4 or 5 or however many different law enforcement officers were aware of and withheld the surveillance video or the surveillance footage, and who were supposedly specifically instructed by Adam Lally or his team back in April of 2024 to turn everything over, and it was just inadvertently withheld. This was intentional. And the Commonwealth then compounded those violations by Michael Proctor lying on the stand about his knowledge of the video footage and his turning it over to the defense. It was literally a fraud on the jury. And now, well after trial, the Commonwealth has been forced to admit that even more exculpatory evidence or surveillance evidence from January 2022 is in their possession. And it was also entirely withheld from the defense throughout this litigation and throughout the first trial. In addition to the presumptive prejudice, Your Honor, there has been actual prejudice. This was, some would say, a close case when it ended. The court recalls that. The jury was hung on some charge or charges, and the evidence suggests that they voted in her favor on others. The court needs to ask itself, what would the jury have done had they had all the evidence to which they were entitled, to which we were entitled? But they didn't. Every one of these videos was in some way compromised, even the videos that we did have. And the compromise always conveniently obscured the truth and obscured Ms. Reed's rights. This is an exculpatory fact that we should have been able to explore during the past 3 years, and certainly we should have been able to explore it at trial, but we did not have the videos. The Commonwealth did, though, and it's the cumulative effect of all these gross and repeated violations that undermines the Commonwealth's argument that this is just about a broken camera. It couldn't be further from the truth. We're to believe that all these cameras just spontaneously became defective at the exact same time. Like I said before, it defies logic. For the Commonwealth to have all this footage for a solid 3 years and hold it back from us the entire time, it makes one question what was going on with that evidence. And I have to say, in terms of lesser remedies, Your Honor, what's interesting is that the exclusion, obviously the exclusionary rule exists.
But I understand that that does not help the defense.
It doesn't help the defense. And I appreciate the court finishing my thought on that. It's the opposite. The only remedy that can prevent this kind of repetition, this kind of misconduct, is dismissal. That's the only remedy available. And that's what the law, and that's what justice demands. As a final thought, if the court, even in the face of all this overwhelming evidence of gross misconduct, declines to dismiss this case at this time, we would urge the court to grant us an evidentiary hearing so that we can make an actual factual record of the myriad of issues brought up here. This will give the court a much better understanding of the facts supporting dismissal, and it'll perfect the record on these critical constitutional issues. And with that, I'll submit.
Okay, so thank you. I have a question for you. So go back to the podium, please, because you may need your notes. But Ms. Little, did you find the proctor testimony?
I did, Your Honor. It's June 12th, 2025, the reporter's transcript at 1-148. And that's from the copy of transcripts with sidebars, just for the court's reference, lines 8 through 12.
Great.
Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Jackson, just about, so you argued obviously the importance of the Lexus arriving at the Canton Police Department. You argued a distinction between a cracked taillight versus a shattered taillight.
Correct.
In your pleadings, and again, you just saw, I want specifics where I can find something. On page 28, you talked at the top line, cracked, not shattered, when it arrived at the conflicted CPD on January 29, 2022. If the taillight was largely intact and only cracked rather than shattered and missing 47 pieces, as Dayton Police Officer Sergeant Barrows testified he observed earlier that day, after the Commonwealth claimed Ms. Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe, the evidence would establish Ms. Reed's innocence and be case ending for the Commonwealth. The 47 pieces I'm having trouble finding. I just took a quick review of Sergeant Barrows' testimony yesterday upon being prepared for this. I didn't see it in there. Ms. Little, do you know where that 47 pieces is?
Yeah, the 47 pieces is not related to Sergeant Barrows' testimony.
Well, it sounds it from this, so I'm not to read it this way.
What Sergeant Barrows clearly testified to was that he observed a taillight that was cracked and not broken.
Okay, the 47 pieces, I read that to mean it was from Barrows' testimony.
No.
As Dayton Police Barrows testified. All right, where do I find that 47 pieces?
The 47 pieces, I can get multiple transcript sites, but those were the photographs the Commonwealth presented at trial, that there were that many pieces found at the crime scene.
It's the number of pieces that were booked into evidence.
Okay. Yeah, great. Yeah, if you have trial transcript of that, I don't need 47 points, but if there's something that summarizes it, because I took that to read as I see it reading.
No, Sergeant Barrows specifically testified about his observations of the taillight earlier that day.
Right.
It was uncontroverted that there were 47 pieces of taillight recovered at the
That's not clear to me the way this is written, so I'm glad I asked you. Okay. All right, so with that, now, Mr. Iannetti, I'm not going to hear from you now about the court officers not being in charge of the jury. I'm going to hear from Mr. Brennan, and then we'll get to you, and hopefully we'll have time. But Mr. Brennan, I have a question for you. As I started with a question for the defense, so I'd like you to explain to the court, please, what efforts the Commonwealth made to comply with the Rule 14 obligation regarding the Sallyport videos, and why the dribs and drabs of the way the discovery came in.
It may be most helpful if I give the court a history as I've learned it about the production of video in this case.
Okay.
And it will explain in context the production of video and will help create the foundation so the court can understand, and perhaps the defense can best understand.
All right, and just like I did with Mr. Jackson, if I need to, I'm going to interrupt you
Of course.
to clarify some of this. So know that that's what I'm focused on.
I understand clearly. In November of 2024, the defense asked me to see if I could provide a chain of custody regarding the production of video in this case. And so I agreed that I would do that and made best efforts to talk to as many witnesses as I could, review the discovery, and speak to the attorneys. Now, when I started sometime in late September, I had found the letter from Chief Rafferty with the production of video in August. The letter or note was dated in August. So to start from the beginning, the prosecutors in this case did not have knowledge that there was videos from the Sallyport area. There was nothing about it that was particularly relevant to them. The defense theory did not make it clear to them that that was important. There was no motion filed by the defense.
At what point in time?
This is leading up to trial.
Okay.
At that point, there had been no request by the defense for video of the Sallyport area. What I learned is that Trooper Proctor had requested Sallyport video from the Canton Police Department. And the person who was the custodian of Canton Police video who would download it from the DVR was Sergeant D.G.M. Petro. He made a request shortly after this event on January 29th, 2022. Sergeant D.G.M. Petro downloaded video from the front wall camera, which was later characterized as the blurry camera, and he left it at the front desk. Trooper Buchanan, at the direction of Trooper Proctor, picked up the video and he brought it to Trooper Proctor. Trooper Buchanan did not look at the video at that time. It was given to Trooper Proctor. Trooper Proctor did not provide it to the prosecutors. So Trooper Proctor was aware of the video. The prosecutors were not aware of the video. That video is the same video that Sergeant D.G.M. Petro says that he downloaded the video in 6-hour segments, and that contained the front wall blurry camera inside the Sallyport and camera in front of the police station. That remained with Trooper Proctor for some time. In June, around June of 2023, Trooper Proctor then made a second request from Sergeant D.G.M. Petro.
Even though we already had it?
For different cameras. He wanted cameras, camera angle of outside the Sallyport area. So when the tow truck dropped the car off, leading into the Sallyport, which is now characterized as the exterior Sallyport video. Again, Trooper Proctor asked Trooper Buchanan to go to the Canton Police Department and pick up a copy of the downloaded video. Trooper Buchanan went to the police department, picked up the CD at the front desk. That CD had a yellow sticky tab on it with Trooper Buchanan's name, and Trooper Buchanan wrote in the case file on that yellow sticky. He brought the CD to Trooper Proctor. Again, Trooper Proctor in June 2023 had a copy of the exterior Sallyport video, but did not provide it to the prosecutors. Both of those videos remained dormant. When Trooper Proctor was called to the federal grand jury, essentially he testified or was asked about video and said that he reviewed video. Now, this was not evidence that the Commonwealth intended on introducing or had any specific interest in. There was no particular discovery request by the defense, and there was no order. But upon reading that grand jury testimony, ADA Lally reports that he then inquired about the video. This is
Inquired of whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Okay.
This is shortly before trial. ADA Lally was given a copy of one of two of those productions. He was given the copy of the front wall video, which also contained video of outside the front of the police station. That was quickly turned over after Attorney Lally received it on April 4th, 2022. So what we know at this point is Trooper Proctor has this original production on April 4th, 2022, shortly after January 29th, 2022. I'm sorry, it was provided April 4th, 2022.
2022 or later?
No.
It was later, right?
was
Because
later.
the
It was-
federal grand jury was later.
He provided it on the eve of trial. So it was April 4th, 2024. So we know this production on April 4th, 2024 was in the hands of Trooper Proctor in shortly after January 29th, 2022. At this point, the prosecution team is still unaware of the June 23 production, which has Trooper Buchanan's name on it, which shows the exterior Sallyport. As trial began, there still was no specific order or request. The chief of police saw something about the trial, and let me rephrase. Prior to the trial, it's reported that Attorney Yannetti was discontent because the video of the front camera Sallyport was so grainy, intermittent, and not continuous.
This is
And that's an accurate
bullshit.
description of that video.
This is bullshit.
Chief Rafferty, in response to seeing Attorney Yannetti's concerns, then asked Sergeant D.G.M. Petro to see if there was another camera or to produce any other video from the Sallyport. Sergeant D.G.M. Petro then downloaded video from the DVR, which is the second camera that is inside the Sallyport, known as the inverted camera, or now characterized as the inverted camera. That was produced April 23rd, 2024, given to ADA Lally, then given to the defense. And so at that point, there are 3 video productions that exist. The first turned over to the defense April 4th, 2024, the second April 23rd, 2024, and the June 23 production of the exterior Sallyport has still not been turned over. It's in the possession of Trooper Proctor, and the prosecutors do not know about it. After the trial, one of the employees from Norfolk County, Colleen Crawford, went to the Sallyport and looked at the DVR system. And when she looked at it, she saw that video still existed on that system. Although there was a 30-day overwrite on that system, the system had a number of backup hard drives. And because of the backup hard drives, the video existed longer than 30 days. She wrote an extensive report that was turned over to the defense, and this is after trial. The report notes her investigation about all the different videos, and it summarizes everything that she saw in that July 2024 visit. As I mentioned earlier, in August, Chief Rafferty provided video of the hallways that included some video of Brian Higgins, and she accompanied a letter or a note. I learned that that video was copied during the trial, and it is noted in the sergeant's letter. The chief of police and the sergeant were downloading video, not in response to a motion to compel or produce, but rather because they had concerns about accusations that were being made about the department, and they were saving video, in their opinion or from their perspective, to help defend against future false claims against them. They downloaded a number of videos that were then turned over in that August 2024 production. When I first learned of that August letter and note, I turned it over to the defense immediately. The issue came up regarding the DVR in November, and as we've litigated extensively, so I'll simply summarize it, I invited the defense to come to the Canton Police Department. Given the intermittent or spotty production of video, I thought it best they have an opportunity to look firsthand, although I didn't know if the video would exist, as I've said. And then when they came in December, I think it was December 12th, if my memory serves, and learned that there was no longer video stored because it had been overwritten, I then went to the Canton Police Department so that I could have a closer look at the video cameras to see if there was something missing. I toured the entire station. I learned about the videos, and then as a consequence, I spoke to the chief, other officers, and the sergeant. Unexpectedly, the sergeant told me that he would click and drag copies of video when he would download them from the DVR. Inevitably, we had the litigation about whether the defense was going to download in person or not. And then as I tried to finalize my investigation into the tapes and realizing there was no actual written chain of custody, I wanted best to memorialize it. I had been reviewing all files, data, hard files, but I had not been on the case long enough to review everything. So I asked that the parties of the Commonwealth look through all files, all databases, so that I could help facilitate my review. At that point, I was provided by Trooper Tully the June 2023 CD with Trooper Buchanan's name on it. That is the exterior Sallyport video. And within 24 hours, I provided that to the defense. I then asked both the sergeant and Trooper Tully and Trooper Buchanan to write reports. Since there was no chain of custody, I wanted best to give as much information as I could and document the history of the video. That, Your Honor, is a summary of everything that I had learned, the investigation, and the production of the videos.
Do you know which investigator's file it was found in?
Trooper Proctor's.
Oh my God, boom!
Okay.
It was there the whole time.
Your Honor, I have 3 separate arguments. I will proceed with the videotape argument since we've lodged into it.
Done.
Now, the defense has made a number of conclusions that there was somehow videotape that was tampered with. There's absolutely no evidence whatsoever, none. It's not even speculation. There's no evidence that any videotape was ever tampered with. They say it, but there's none. I have seen none. They have produced absolutely no evidence that any video was altered or tampered. The defense lodges the idea of bad faith, that there was some type of advantage in that this video was withheld from them on purpose. And again, that is a baseless claim. If the government was going to hide video from the defense, they never would have got it. Maybe they would have got something after I came in and looked. They would have not got this production in April 2024. They would not have gotten the production if the government was looking to hide anything. And so the idea of intentionally withholding or bad faith is just characterization by the defense. The words Brady have meaning. Now, first, Brady needs to be exculpatory, and that's going to be something I think I can demonstrate does not fit this case. And secondly, in order to compel the court to conclude there was some type of remedy that should be issued, they want the court to conclude, like they do, that there was some type of tampering or some type of destruction of evidence. There was none. There was none. Now, Trooper Proctor had this video from June 2023 in his file. And I think the best evidence that this was not intentional is if you review Trooper Proctor's trial testimony.
So do you have a volume? Is it at the same place that Ms. Little gave me?
Well, I have the same volume. They gave you a fragment of his testimony, which is about 3 sentences. But if you actually read a number of pages of his testimony that deals with this video, and it begins on page 133, what you will see, and I won't spend a half hour reading it, but what you will see is that Trooper Proctor was aware of the grainy video, which was the video that was provided right after January 29, 2022. He was unaware of the inverted video until it was produced right before trial or right during trial by the Canton police. And you can also see that he in no way was hiding the June 2023 video, because you can see the confusion between all the parties at trial. Attorney Jackson is asking Trooper Proctor about video, and Trooper Proctor is explaining there is a Sallyport video, and also there's an exterior video outside the Sallyport. And it is clear that Attorney Jackson does not have that June 23 exterior Sallyport video because he's very confused in the questioning of Trooper Proctor. And Trooper Proctor continually tries to explain that there is both the Sallyport and there's the exterior video. So clearly, Trooper Proctor was aware of the exterior Sallyport video, but it will be clear from the reading of his cross-examination that there was no intentional withholding. He should have, since it was in his possession, whether it was relevant to the government's case or not, he should have provided it to the prosecutor, and then it would have been properly provided. But it was his oversight. There was nothing intentional or advantageous about it because he struggled to try to explain to Attorney Jackson. And so it's also notable that Attorney Lally never has an opportunity to ask more details about those. Well, he has the opportunity, but he doesn't ask more details about that misunderstanding because he's wholly unaware that it even exists. It's a confusing moment, but it clarifies that there's nothing intentional whatsoever about this course. And so it's important that although the defense now suggests there's something exculpatory about it or something about it that's important, it is important to note that the defense never filed a motion for the production of the Canton Police Department video. It is not incumbent or assumed that the Commonwealth is going to obtain every video from every part of a town during an incident. It's not assumed that they will do that. The Commonwealth seeks evidence that they think is exculpatory. They seek evidence that they think is relevant and material, and when they receive it, they are supposed to provide it. There are many cases where video from a police department is never provided to the defendant unless they ask. Or many cases where it may be a video of the booking, but not the hallways, not the bathrooms, not the back parking lot. Put in context that the defense theory was an evolving theory throughout this case to this day. The defense theory was that it was some third-party culprit, unidentified, who committed this act that led to the death of John O'Keefe. In fact, if you see earlier interviews, the defense position publicly was, you know exactly who did it, intimating that there was a specific person. Now that recently has changed. If we see the recent interview 2 weeks ago on Fox 25, the quick answer was, we have no idea who did it. We don't have to know. And so this fluid position is not noticed to put the Commonwealth on notice. They're supposed to chase down every potential idea or creation that the defense has. It's important to look at the motion that has been presented to your honor on behalf of the defense where they claim that they moved to preserve video evidence. And when you look at that motion, the best it says is that they moved to compel physical evidence. That does not put the Commonwealth on notice of video evidence at the Canton Police Department.
Was this the Stoughton District Court motion?
It is.
Okay.
And I know the Superior Court did not adopt it. However, I think the Commonwealth being on notice is the point. Even if it's in district court, I think it's the Commonwealth's responsibility.
I agree with that.
Okay. And so Attorney Yannetti, and I've mentioned this before, was very prolific in his pretrial discovery motions, very meticulous. And when you look at his meticulousness, if there was a need or a desire for video, he certainly would have asked for it. He didn't. In fact, when you look at the perspective of Attorney Yannetti, you don't have to look much further than his characterizations of how he sees the difference between the crime scene and the Canton Police Department. I've attached, for your honor and for the defense, exhibit number 4, trial testimony of Trooper Nicholas Garino. And when he cross-examines Nicholas Garino, he is pretty clear that there is a difference between the Canton Police Department and the crime scene. He cites on page 75, but you'd agree with me, the Canton Police Department wasn't the crime scene, correct? And Trooper Garino says, I never said crime scene in my report, I wrote scene. And Mr. Attorney Yannetti iterates, okay, well, Canton Police Department was not the scene of any crime, was it? So the defense is hard pressed now at this moment where they are trying to create prejudice that doesn't exist to try to convert a motion that they filed with very specific intentions for physical evidence to now suggest that that includes Canton Police Department because the Canton Police Department is somehow the crime scene. It doesn't convert. In argument, Attorney Jackson characterizes not only Trooper Proctor's testimony, and I encourage the court to look at that because when you read it in context, I think it clearly screams that Trooper Proctor is hiding nothing whatsoever. But if you look at Trooper Buchanan's testimony, on June 6, 2024, if you start at page 103, Attorney Jackson, to paraphrase, I'm not quoting him verbatim, suggests that there's something about Trooper Buchanan that is lying about his position or about what he saw, or that Trooper Buchanan admittedly saw the inverted video. Not the case. Trooper Buchanan reported that he did not see the inverted video until after Canton produced it, because how would he see it before Canton produced it? And that was in his preparation in May. And he did not say that he sat down with ADA Lally and watched the inverted video. He was asked, were you shown any of the videos that you see in anticipation of your testimony? Now remember, there's not just Canton Police Department video at that point. There is video from Ring, Town Hall, a number of different places. And he said, not during the first meeting. I did review video during the second time. Question, okay. And that video that you did see the second time, was that the interior video of the Sallyport that we saw yesterday, correct? He says, Trooper Buchanan, I'm just trying to remember exactly what video I saw. I had reviewed videos outside of our meetings. That is what he put in his report about reviewing in May, not with ADA Lally. So I don't remember exactly what video Mr. Lally showed me. That wasn't the characterization that was provided in argument. This is very different. Question, but you do recall seeing the video that you saw yesterday, the sort of clear one that has the crime scene tape being put up and all that. You've seen that one before. That's the inverted video. Answer, yes. I'm on page 104. And that was with Mr. Lally, correct? Trooper Buchanan, clearly. That is not correct because I do not recall when I saw that video or what video I saw with Mr. Lally. That sworn testimony is not only in stark contrast with the characterization that was offered by the defense, but it directly contradicts the conclusion they ask you to reach that Trooper Buchanan watched this video with ADA Lally in preparation for trial. Therefore, it is a lie that the Canton Police Department provided the inverted video sometime earlier. That's sworn testimony. Now, again, trying to assert some type of relevance, the defense suggests there is something in the federal materials that would show relevance because Mr. Higgins said in the federal materials that he does not believe he made any phone calls. If you were to look at that testimony in the federal materials, you would see there was an enormous amount of conversation about the period in which he was sleeping. And there were dialed calls between him and Mr. Albert. And so you have to look at it in context rather than say it's an unequivocal denial and there's an aha moment. There is no aha moment. So
do you have the grand jury cite? I think I might have got it from Ms. Little earlier, but the grand jury testimony of Brian Higgins, I have it. It's just easier if you have a cite to that.
I have a tab, but I don't. Perhaps Attorney
I'm sure
McLaughlin
Ms.
does.
McLaughlin can get it.
I'll provide it momentarily.
All right, thank you.
So what really arises from the subterfuge is that the defense did not ask for video. There was video provided when the prosecutors learned about it. There was video that was in the hands of Trooper Proctor that should have been provided to the prosecutor that wasn't. There was nothing done to alter or taint the video. There was nothing destructive about it. There was no tactical advantage. There was no benefit to the government. And clearly from Trooper Proctor's testimony, there was no effort whatsoever to hide it. It should have been managed better, no doubt. But there was nothing about it that was prejudicial. There was nothing about it that showed tampering or altering. And so ultimately, the import of the defense's argument is that this evidence, this information is exculpatory. It's exculpatory because what they claim is that it would show that Miss Reed's taillight was cracked, not missing a piece. Now, first thing we look at is Nick Barros's testimony. And if you have an opportunity to look at his testimony on page 12, line 1, the defendant told you part of the story. I saw there was some damage to the rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked, but they forgot the next part. And there, pause, a piece missing, but not completely damaged. That's exactly how we see Miss Reed's car later on after it is at Canton. The entire taillight is not missing. There is a piece missing. That piece, where the fractures of it are found at 34 Fairview, right near Mr. O'Keefe's body. The same parts of the taillight fragments that are found in the sleeve of his shirt. And so it's not simply cracked. Even the witness they tried to lean on, Mr. Barros, says more. And so if that taillight is not just cracked, that taillight is missing, then there is nothing exculpatory whatsoever about the Canton video. It's a red herring because there can be no plant of fractured taillight if it's already gone before it gets to Canton. There can't be. And so when looking at the evidence, it is unequivocally clear that piece of the taillight is missing well before that car ever gets to Canton. And so we can quibble and we can dispute and we can go back and forth all day, but the best way is to just show you the evidence. And so when we look at the evidence, let's start first with the fact, the claim that the Sallyport videos were tampered with. Canton went back before January 29, 2022, and they took samples of the video to see if it was in the same condition, inverted for the back wall and fuzzy for the front wall. And we have those, and we've turned those over to the defense, and I just want Your Honor to see a small clip of that to show this condition, these conditions existed before this case was even a moment. So with the court's permission, I'm going to ask to put up exhibit number 2. Exhibit number 2 shows the inverted camera from January 1st, 2022. Now this is 28 days before Miss Reed's Lexus hits the Sallyport area. Now you can see, if you stop that please, thank you very much. On that wall, on that garage wall, there's a 4, it is backwards. This Sallyport video was not doctored by Trooper Proctor. It wasn't altered by Trooper Buchanan. It was in existence well before Miss Reed's car showed up to that Sallyport. Similarly, front wall camera, could you please put on exhibit 3? Exhibit 3 is from January 28, 2022, a day before Miss Reed's vehicle makes it to the Sallyport. And you can see the quality. It wasn't distorted on purpose. It wasn't manipulation by the state police. This is the way the camera worked in Canton. Thank you very much. And so the idea of tampering, we can claim it, we can assert it without fact, but we can prove it did not happen. Now, what we know is that missing taillight was not tampered with because it was gone hours before police even touched Miss Reed's vehicle. At 5:08 a.m., she left Meadows Road. That's John O'Keefe's home. And when she left at 5:08 a.m., that taillight part was already missing. If we look at Exhibit 6, please. This is from the ring video of John O'Keefe's home. This evidence directly contradicts the idea that the Sallyport video is relevant to show any break or planting of evidence. As Miss Reed nudges into Mr. O'Keefe's car, she will pull forward and we'll stop the video in 2 spots so you can get a clear look of that rear tail light missing. Forward, please. Thank you. And then ahead one more. You can see the white light shine. Stop. You can see it clearly missing. You can't plant something that's already gone. And the reason why you see white, it is a red taillight cover, and when the red is missing or gone, as it is in this case, the white bulb still shines, and that's why it shines white. The defense position is also contradicted by the ARCA witnesses. If we look at Dr. Wolf's testimony, day 31 of trial, it's noted as Exhibit 10 in our package, page 36. ADA Lally asks the good doctor, now doctor, in the course of your analysis or review of materials here, were you ever provided with a video of the defendant backing out a garage and making contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in his driveway at about 5:07 in the morning on January 29th? He says, I'm not aware of that. And then if we move to page 124, line 1. Now, line 2. Now, as far as you're aware from the review and your testing and everything that you did in this case, if a collision occurred at a lower speed, say 1, 2, anywhere from 0 to 5 miles an hour, would that create the damage to the taillight that you observed in this particular case? And Dr. Wolf says, at that speed, no. We provided notice of our own expert. And there's one thing, many things, but one critical thing the experts will all agree on. That nudging did not cause the damage to that taillight. The defense position is also contradicted by dash cam footage. Sadly, an officer went to the O'Keefe home to check on his niece and nephew on that tragic day. And when he did, he had a dash cam video further reinforcing that that taillight is missing well before that vehicle makes it to the Sallyport area. If we could play Exhibit 7, which is the dash cam footage showing Mr. O'Keefe's car in his driveway at 8:22 a.m. If you could close up from the court, please. If you compare the right side to the left side, although covered and impacted by snow, if you could more close up, please, you can see that taillight, just like the detective from Dayton said, just like the 508 ring video shows, is missing. Is missing. There's no plant. The defense's position is also contradicted by the alarm.com video that we received pursuant to Rule 17. There are 2 videos, 8 and 9. If we could play Exhibit 8, please. This is the defendant's car arriving in Dayton in the driveway. The defendant on the passenger side, and you can see them walk to the back of the car near the right taillight and stop. And if the question is, what are they stopping for? We can play video 9. And this is when the car is being put on the tow truck before it makes its canting. And just like 508 in the driveway of Meadows, John O'Keefe's home, you will see that right taillight shine white, showing the missing taillight cover on 2 occasions. If you have an opportunity to stop the video at the important points, please do so.
Can you lower it?
We cannot.
Can you zoom in on it?
Your Honor, I would encourage the parties to look at it on the computer. The clarity is much better and it's very clear, the white light in this video. I cannot see it clearly on the screen.
So will you give me a flash drive of all of these exhibits?
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
If you look at it on a small screen, see right there?
I do see it.
Yeah, and then you'll see it again. So the alarm.com video contradicts the defendant's position that there is anything exculpatory about these Sallyport videos. In fact, this whole idea of third party or plan doesn't come to town until 9 months after Ms. Reed is indicted. Perhaps the best evidence that contradicts the defense's position that there's any relevance to the Sallyport video, that there's any type of plant by anybody, is from the defendant herself. Ms. Reed spoke to Gretchen Voss on June 20th, 2023. And in that testimony, or in that interview, she said, when my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jen and Kerry, look what I just did to my light. And I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like the bulb is showing and some of the red plastic is missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway. And so I say to the court, the production should have been sooner. It should have been cleaner. This should have been a log or an entry. The failure to provide was inadvertent. It was unfortunate. It shouldn't happen, but it's not Brady. It's not exculpatory. It's not intentional. It's not tampered with. It was inadvertent and inconsequential because the evidence is overwhelming that that light is missing before the car makes it to the foot of the Sallyport, so there can be no plan. That is my argument regarding the Rule 14 issue. I would like to have time to speak about the claim of jury tampering. I understand the temperament of the court. I'm not tone deaf, but it is a claim that was lodged that has collateral consequence. And I think it's important for me to be able to address it. May I?
Yes.
The claim of jury tampering is probably one of the most serious claims that one can make because it's not simply an attack on a case. It questions the fabric of our entire judicial system. If a good juror comes to court and believes there is no integrity in the court or in the judicial system, it is impossible for a fair-minded juror to even consider evidence because they do not trust the system to begin with. And if a government actor or a trooper or a police officer tampered with a jury, that would be one of the biggest, most abhorrent transgressions that could happen. Because of the collateral consequence of tampering with the jury, it would take away the community's belief in our system. On the other hand, if there is a claim of jury tampering and it's baseless and there is no evidence, it is not only a direct attack on the judicial system, it would seem to be an effort to try to undermine the authority of the system in court before a trial to impede the ability to have a fair trial. It is an extraordinary claim. And it's notable, the defense motion to dismiss is not just a motion to dismiss, it's a motion to dismiss for extraordinary government misconduct. So when you make an extraordinary claim about jury tampering, there should be extraordinary evidence. There isn't even ordinary evidence. There is no evidence of jury tampering in this case. Now, I don't want to belabor this, but it's important because of the consequence of what happens when a claim like this is lodged. There is damage. And why I'd rather sit down, as I said before, a lie unchecked becomes the truth. And so how does one propagate a claim of jury tampering when there's no evidence? Well, first you need to plant the seed of corruption. And all you have to do is whisper it and hope the poison goes out there and is resonating in the potential community. And so what happens in this case? The defense finds a willing partner who covets an opportunity to meet with the defendant. They find a time, like after the Super Bowl, so there's this national exposure, and they just seep the information. They just seep it into the public and let it resonate. There can be no retort. The government can't respond. No facts, no evidence, just saturate the public. Now, it's important to see or hear or read what is said, because this really is the acorn that is being planted that cannot be rebutted. And it's not insignificant that this same information before this interview is being disseminated by Mr. Kearney. This idea that there was tampering by Lieutenant Fanning, not a coincidence. And so during this interview that the defendant and the attorney have, the question's asked, I don't know why it's asked, but it's asked. There have been sort of these unsubstantiated claims in the atmosphere that there might have been some funny business with the jurors who were dismissed. Really? And Mr. Jackson says, right. The question, is this a real concern that you have? Is this something that you are looking at, or have you just dismissed it as a rumor? Answer, I never just dismissed that as rumor. Something like that, it's too convenient for the prosecution for us to just dismiss out of hand. Do I have any evidence, specific evidence that there was jury tampering? I don't have any specific evidence of it. And yet we have a motion filed 2 weeks later. Do I think there are questions that should be asked? Do I think that there are questions that have been raised about the way the jurors were dismissed and who was dismissed very specifically? And then it continues on page 13 of the transcript. Question, one of the state troopers who was involved with the Norfolk DA's office and on the periphery of the investigation was also responsible for the jury? Not sure where these questions come from. Answer, right. He wasn't that far on the periphery of the investigation. He was involved in the investigation. He was direct supervisor over the individuals that were testifying and over and about whom we had leveled some very, very serious claims and ended up proving those claims during the course of direct and cross-examination in the presentation of our case. That person, that supervisor, we found out well into trial. As a matter of fact, at the end of the trial, we found out is the very person who was governing the jurors. That's a question that should be raised. That is an issue that should be teased out. Should never, ever happen. That is the very definition of a conflict of interest. Question, is that standard in Massachusetts for just the DA's office to assign whoever they want to be sort of, supervisor of the jury? Yeah. Is it standard in Massachusetts? I hope not. Never seen that in my life. But if I had a nickel for every time I said I've never seen this type in my life as it pertains to the Massachusetts justice system, the criminal justice system, I'd have a lot of nickels.
So I didn't see that interview. I don't have the transcript. I'd like a copy of that transcript.
Your Honor, I understand. I may be mistaken. We produced all of the exhibits to the court, and you should have a transcript. If not, I will get it to you immediately.
Okay.
Okay. So after step one, finding a vehicle to plant the seed, and they did that very effectively, the next step is they have to identify our target. Who are they going to blame? Who's going to be the villain? In this case, a villain goes from anybody that gets in the way. It could be a soccer mom. It could be a police officer. It could be a good Samaritan. anybody that crosses the path is a target. And now they decided they were going to identify Lieutenant Fanning. Lieutenant Fanning is one of the most conscientious, dedicated, admired state police officers in Massachusetts.
That ain't what Key West.
After having his name attempted to be sullied all over social media, attacking his integrity and his name, I can dare say that Lieutenant Fanning is in a different position than many. His integrity is so reputable, none of that will break him or his reputation. But it happened. When you look at the motion filed by the defense in this case, and they found their target in Lieutenant Fanning, you look at this motion, page 15. It's important when they made this public pleading, getting back to my request for your honor the other day. You look at the bottom of page 15. It talks about Lieutenant Fanning and tries to align him or associate him with Trooper Proctor because Trooper Proctor's text message was on a chain that included Lieutenant Fanning. Lieutenant Fanning did not reprimand or otherwise correct his subordinates' disgusting and inappropriate behavior. As a result, he was investigated by the Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability for allegations of inappropriate correspondence between department members. True. But then they leave off the punchline. They put this in a public document. They try to smear him, degrade, demean, dehumanize. But what they leave out is that after this thorough investigation by the Office of Professional Accountability, where they took strong measures, very strong measures when they found something that they were not in agreement with, they concluded that these complaints were not sustained.
So we were all aware of that. I received verification of that through the Pleadings Council, was all aware of that. I just need the date. When was he cleared? When was that made public?
We'll have to provide that to you.
Was it prior to this? Was it prior to the motion being filed?
Yes, it was last year, last fall. I can provide the date right now.
Okay.
Trooper Lieutenant Fanning is not in a unique position.
If I may, Your Honor, sorry. It was July 17th, 2024.
He is similarly situated to the many first responders and witnesses in this case. And then, without any basis, the defense then distorts that Lieutenant Fanning was in charge of juror security. He had control of the jury, and he had access to the jury. Think about what those statements say to our community. We're going to pile in here in less than a month to try to give a fair trial to both sides. Think about what those words mean. After selecting their target and trying to dehumanize him and degrade him, they then try to create an illusion of this grandiose havoc that is running amok. Trying to get the community to think Trooper Fanning controlled, had access, and tampered with the jury. Think about that concept. Not only is it an attack on Lieutenant Fanning, it is an attack on the integrity of the trial court. I've walked a lot of hallways in the trial courts over the past 30 years. And the heartbeat of trial courts is the court officers who take their duty so seriously. They help, they assist, they guide, and they have solemn pledges. They are charged with the responsibility of the jury. To suggest this is to suggest that the hardworking men and women in our trial court system who come here every day for everybody else's benefit, it is to suggest that they would cede their authority to the state police and abscond from their duty and responsibility to protect that jury with no basis whatsoever. That is the concept that they are promoting in this motion. The trial court personnel throughout the state are steadfast and dedicated. I've tried a lot of cases, and I think most of the lawyers in here have. It is without a doubt in Massachusetts that these dutiful men and women of the trial court protect and are sworn at the end of every case in jury instructions to protect the jury. And these trial court employees, especially here in Dedham, some of the finest, would never abscond that duty. And yet it is now in the public domain, this suggestion. The only way that you dispel innuendo, suggestiveness, unsupported claims, and the poison that can seep into the community, the only way you can stop that is with fact. So I'm going to list a few facts for the record. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning was not in charge of juror security. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning did not have control of the jury. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning did not access the jury. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning was part of a multi-agency cooperative effort to ensure the safety of the public and court participants, which required numerous local police officers and state police because of the bedlam that was created outside. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning never, ever, ever met with or interacted with any juror. Fact: at all times, Lieutenant Fanning worked from a remote location, jointly managing operations for the safety of the public. Never setting foot on this property when the jury was here. Never meeting a juror, never looking at a juror, never being seen by a juror. Fact: no evidence any trial court personnel ever ceded their obligations and duty and handed them off to Lieutenant Fanning. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning heard numerous rumors from various sources about a juror who expressed potential bias. Fact: Trooper Fanning never investigated, approached, or inquired. He heard the information and provided it to the trial court as is responsible, dutiful, and proper. And I'll repeat one more time, Lieutenant Fanning never, ever, ever interacted, controlled, or met with any juror. Your Honor, these claims in the motion to dismiss have a theme. Different issues, same theme, same pattern, same effort. Your Honor should dismiss it outright, and we should move to trial. Thank you.
If I may, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. We're going to address in reverse order some of the statements made by Mr. Brennan. And I want to talk first about this issue of juror interference, which is what we called it. It's words matter. We've claimed that there's interference. He indicates that that would be an abhorrent transgression if there were interference with a juror or a jury. We agree. It would be an abhorrent transgression. The information that we have in front of us is not the information that Mr. Brennan just recited, which is interesting. I'll get to the facts that he very dramatically stated in just a second, because this is a fact-based inquiry, one that we asked for standing right over there at sidebar and didn't get. But Mr. Brennan, with no support to back it up, and I'm going to ask a couple of pointed questions about that, recites these facts after facts after facts that he claimed absolved the Commonwealth of any transgression as it pertains to the jurors. And when I say Commonwealth, I'm talking about the Massachusetts State Police. Very clearly, in a clever, almost too cute by half argument, Mr. Brennan talks about the good court officers that are populating this courtroom and this courthouse, about whom we have made no allegation, no claim, nothing. We have nothing but the highest respect and regard for the men and women who wear that uniform and perform these duties. None, zero. And he knows that. But in an effort to create an enemy where there isn't one, he acts like we've insulted the court officers, which we haven't. He also said that Lieutenant Fanning stood up here and gave basically a CV, a resume for him, and said, greatest guy on the face of the earth. I don't know Lieutenant Fanning. I don't know if he knows Lieutenant Fanning. Not really the point. It's in the personality contest. He said that we identified somebody with an unassailable reputation. We identified him. We didn't identify anybody. We were standing up at sidebar, fat, dumb, and happy, not knowing what was going to happen when somebody else identified him. Wasn't us. And by the way, everything that we filed concerning this was under seal. We didn't disclose anything in any court document. It wasn't a public document, it was under seal. Mr. Brennan then states that he was also a subject, this person with this unassailed career, was the subject of an IA investigation for his conduct on this case. It's not even about something tangential. It's about his conduct on this case, his supervisory role as it pertains to Michael Proctor and his, and I'll repeat it, disgusting conduct as it relates to my client and his text messages, etc. When he was asked about those text messages, his claim was, I was on vacation and I didn't read them. And ultimately, the Massachusetts State Police investigation cleared the Massachusetts State Police officer. We've seen that happen before.
Boom.
The question, or questions, if I could, that surround this inquiry, and the reason that we included it in our motion to dismiss is because it appears that Ms. Reed did not get a fair trial because of this juror's dismissal. How would the person who's unidentified, to this day, unidentified, how would this person know who the juror sitting in one of these seats was if she was at a private location? How would they know?
How would they know?
How would they know to identify her? How would they know what she said? How would they know to record her illegally, potentially, if that happened? How would they know these things? How would they know that if she was a juror, that she was a juror on the Commonwealth versus Reed matter specifically? And how would this unidentified person know of all of the authority figures to go to Lieutenant Fanning, of all people, who was then described to us after the fact as the, quote, commander of the extensive security operations that this case has required. And I went through that with the court this morning, but I just want to reiterate it one more time. Of course, it makes perfect sense that we would presume that if he's the commander, I don't think it gets much bigger than commander. If he's the commander of all security operations, he's a commander over operations that are attendant to the courts, the actual courts security, the personnel security, the party's security to whatever degree that is necessitated, but maybe most importantly, the jurors' security. That is a reasonable next step to conclude, a reasonable inference from the facts that we were given. But we do know this. He was this same Fanning that was just randomly picked to go report this to was also the person that was in Miss Reed's house seizing her phone just months before the trial. He's also the person that was interviewing witnesses or supervising the interviews of witnesses in this trial. He was also the person that was on the text messages between Proctor and his buddies at MSP talking about her and trying to find nudes. We know all of that existed. And yet we were denied an opportunity, Your Honor, an important opportunity to simply inquire before this juror was dismissed. That's all we asked. Let's get Lieutenant Fanning in here. Let's find out what the source of this is, and let's figure out, is it even remotely true? Remember, the juror never said it was true. But lo and behold, minutes before I stood up to give my summation, that juror's removed. That's the problem. This isn't about court officers and besmirching court officers' reputations. That's not what this is about. This is about what happened at sidebar in the matter of minutes that denied Ms. Reed her constitutional right.
Boom, Garrett.
There's a couple of other points that I just want to make. Mr. Brennan started his comments by talking about the Sallyport video and how unimportant it is. How unimportant that video is. I'm not going to go through all my points again. The court doesn't need to hear that. But I do want to make this point. He says it's not important. There was nothing to see here. We don't pull videos normally. Yeah, of course you don't pull Sallyport videos if you're investigating a bar fight. This was the purported murder weapon. This truck is the thing that the Commonwealth suggests was used to kill a cop.
Boom!
I think the video of it being pulled into the Sallyport might be of some evidentiary value. I don't know. Can't imagine why that would be important. Can't imagine why that might have some evidentiary materiality. But I do know this. I do know this much. One guy who thought it was important, the lead investigator, he pulled it all of it. He was super, super convinced it was important. And he's the guy that once pulled it, hid it from us for nearly 3 years. Mr. Brennan spent some time talking about the difference between cracked and missing. Interesting point. Now, I'm not going to go through a bunch of videos and audios. The court has seen all the pictures and photographs that it needs to see, and the court has a very, very good memory. We've never, ever disputed that the light was cracked at 5:07 or so a.m. That's how it got cracked, is the point. It got cracked on that traverse. And a piece was missing. A piece was missing. Not according to me, according to another agency's sergeant, Barros, who said a piece was missing, but it wasn't completely damaged. Recall that when that light was completely reconstructed with the 46, 47 pieces that were purportedly found, well, they were found at or near 34 Fairview, and then they were reconstructed. Does the court recall what that reconstruction looked like? That taillight was put together almost in its entirety. Almost, except a piece was still missing. A piece unaccounted for. The big difference between a crack and the condition of that taillight, which we've now seen, where literally the entire lens material is basically gone. There's a few shards left on some edges, but the entire lens is basically gone. So yeah, it's relevant and it's exculpatory. The condition of that light when it pulled into the Sallyport driveway. And with regard to the inverted video, again, Mr. Brennan says there's nothing to see here. We've got inverted videos dating back days earlier. Then why, if that's such common knowledge, then why did Mr. Lally and Sergeant Buchnick in front of a jury present that video as a true and correct presentation of what that car looked like and where that car was? Mr. Lally actually asked the question. I don't have a page in sight now, but I remember it because I was sitting here. He asked the question, Did you see Mr. Proctor? It was something, I'm paraphrasing, something along the lines of, did either you or Trooper Proctor approach that right passenger taillight? And the answer was no. Because on the video that was being played, it looked like the right passenger taillight was the one closest to the jury. And of course, Trooper Proctor walked right around that and went over to the other taillight. Except when you reverse it, you realize that's the right taillight.
Is there a copy of the reverse, the one that you played? Is that in the exhibits for today's motion?
No. The one that's been corrected?
Yes. I'd like a copy of that.
I don't think I have. Sure. We can get that for the court immediately. Also, he played a video of the grainy video showing, hey, look, some of these cameras are just grainy in other particulars as well at other times and places. Maybe, or maybe not. What's interesting is the grainy video that we saw, if my memory serves me, and it's my memory, and it's being taxed at this point, but my memory is the chyron on that video, in other words, the running numbers, was at the bottom. That video he just played is at the top. That's the exact same video. If it's apples and apples, oranges and oranges, why is that different? That's interesting. And with regard to Ms. Reed's actual statements in that interview that was played, or I'm sorry, it wasn't played, it was recited. She said, some of the red plastic is missing. Some of the red plastic is missing. In other words, a piece is missing. It's completely consistent with the condition of that taillight before it was at the Sallyport. With regard to the facts that were recited by Mr. Brennan at the very end, every one of those is unsubstantiated. How does he know all that information? Who has he been talking to? And why don't we know about it? If in furtherance of this motion, there was an interview done of Lieutenant Fanning that laid out all of this information about not having contact with jurors and not doing this and not doing that, but yes, doing this and that and the other thing. Why is the first time I'm hearing about this when he stands up and tells us? That has been the pattern of this Commonwealth's presentation to this court and in front of the jury consistently. That is the punctuation mark at the end of the sentence. Why am I just now getting that? Why wasn't that appended to his motion? Was there a conversation Mr. Brennan had with Lieutenant Fanning that we need to know about? This is exactly why, Your Honor, exactly why. If this court is not inclined to dismiss this case, and it should, the maladies of the Brady concerning the Brady violations and the discovery violations are so manifold in this case. They cannot,
What are they doing? What's going? They lost signal. Signal lost detected. What the fuck? My God. Oh boy, what the heck just happened here? What's going on? What's going on? Chupa Procta! Fanning's like, I'll show you. Oh boy. What the heck's up? Did it just cut the feed? Oh gosh. Hold on. Oh wait. What the heck's going on? Oh God, come on, man. Oh, Alan Jackson just like this is passion. This is passion. Like, oh hell to the no. Are you gonna get up here, Hanky, and think that you're going to I mean, he came at him. Hank came at him. His integrity. Wow. Let me see if I can get on the other one.
where literally the entire lens material is basically gone. There's a few exactly that taillight before it was at the Sallyport. With regard to
what the heck is going on,
the facts that were recited by Mr. Brennan at the very end, every one of those is unsubstantiated. How does he know all that information? Who has he been talking to? And why don't we know about it? If in furtherance of this motion, there was an interview done of Lieutenant Fanning that laid out all of this information about not having contact with jurors and not doing this and not doing that, but yes, doing this and that and the other thing, why is the first time I'm hearing about this when he stands up and tells us? That has been the pattern of this Commonwealth's presentation to this court and in front of the jury consistently. That is the punctuation mark at the end of the sentence. Why am I just now getting that? Why wasn't that appended to his motion? Was there a conversation Mr. Brennan had with Lieutenant Fanning that we need to know about? This is exactly why, Your Honor, exactly why. If this court is not inclined to dismiss this case, and it should, the maladies of the Brady concerning the Brady violations and the discovery violations are so manifold in this case. They cannot, it's
But go ahead, you can tell me what you want to tell me now.
Right now, it's out in the court of public opinion that I made this extrajudicial statement. I said specifically I did not. He contradicted me, and that's where we left it. And he said that he would produce the receipts. Now he's admitting he does not have the receipts. There was no court TV interview where I said anything of the sort. That was a Zoom hearing, excuse me, where I was arguing before Your Honor.
Told you Nettie was never interviewed on court TV.
Your Honor, I don't think it makes sense that Mr. Brennan would have done this on purpose because it was so easily disprovable. It's troubling that he would make this damaging accusation without properly vetting it to see if it is true before he attacks opposing counsel. So that was disappointing to me. And I would just point out, again, I only need 30 seconds. That
you can take your time, Ms. Giannetti. You're not going to be 35 minutes.
Right. I certainly will not be. This new false allegation comes after my colleague, Mr. Alessi, co-counsel, Mr. Alessi, on February 25th, detailed 9 or 10 false statements that Mr. Brennan has made to this court. And I want to make it clear, I don't need an apology from Mr. Brennan. I don't expect one. But I think perhaps he should apologize to the court. He said today, a lie unchecked becomes the truth. And I just would hope, Your Honor, that you hold Mr. Brennan to the same standard that you hold the defense team.
I certainly do. So, Mr. Brennan, if you do not have a site, then I need you to let us all know that as well.
I will. It's convenient to retort that there were 10 lies by the court that Mr. Alessi lined up. In fact, I looked at the transcripts. Some of his suggestions that I didn't read the paperwork properly, which is wrong. I didn't try to shame him today. It was part of advocacy, and I accept that. There was a conversation, and if you remember, when I related to Cianetti's remarks, it wasn't in relation to 3.6, it was in relation to the fact that they were using the federal investigation to create innuendo that could not be responded to. But I will provide.
Or your request for the gag order? In support of your argument for the gag order?
Response to how they had used federal materials that were under seal that couldn't be rebutted to make suggestions. It directly relates to that point, not 3.6. But I will provide the videos. Mr. Yannetti is right, and the exact statement that I used was from a court hearing, but then there were subsequent statements made. And so my regrets to Attorney Yannetti, but it wasn't in the fashion of a 3.6 violation. That wasn't the intention. It was to show how they've used these federal materials before the case was closed to their advantage.
All right. So if you have the site, I'll give you until tomorrow afternoon to find the Court TV site.
Very well.
If you have it, supply it to all, Mr. Yannetti. So I'm ordering the Commonwealth if they have that Court TV site to provide it to all of us. And if you don't, provide that as well. Provide that information.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's it for today.
All right, support, please.
Welcome. Oh, damn. Let's just say that Alan Jackson, not happy, says, take that, you're a liar. I could sit here all day, but I think the guys over there at Court TV and Law and Order got so excited. They got hard like a rock. We've been at it for 5 hours, 35 minutes. I was at it for an hour before this. I'm going to be back a little bit later. I hate to say it, but this channel has been providing nothing but the receipts. Nothing but the receipts. This was awesome to see. I'm telling you, this is Alan Jackson just literally shredded Hank Brennan. Shredded him. Because an argument is just like that. All these things, wait a second, all these things that you're saying right now, wait, why is this the first time I'm hearing it? Wait, did you talk to Fanning? So is there a report? Like, you have to disclose that to the defense. It's comical. It's comical that you really think that you could put things in your argument and that quick-witted people that have their memory intact, people that listen. In order to win an argument, you have to listen. And you got to do your homework. And you could totally tell that Alan Jackson doesn't rely on, no offense, like peons to do, if I got to go through discovery or something like that. Like Alan Jackson's in the thick of it. You can tell because he's knowledgeable of what he's speaking about this case. So it's just kudos to Karen Reed. She deserved to hear everything that she heard today. I'm really interested in looking further into that 157 to 158 timeline of the abnormal stuff that I see on Jennifer McCabe's phone and watch and the SUV. So I'm gonna dig deep a little bit more on that, and then but I'll be back later on this evening with Brian Kohlberger. We got to go get our hibachi on Wednesday night, twirl around, get some sushi in us. I want to say a special shout out, thank you, to 33 special people. Well, actually, it's probably not going to be 33 because it was duplicate. Kelly, she gifted 5 Truth and Transparency memberships. $50 super chat goes out to Miss Harris, if you're nasty. Sherry D, passing out 5 Truth and Transparency memberships. Sherry D, back-to-backer. Truth and Transparency memberships. Speedy Bird giving out a Truth and Transparency membership. Karen sprinkling the green as well. 10 Truth and Transparency memberships. Brian's Ramblings. He made somebody turn green as well. How about 24 months? Why Be So Nosy has been a member for 24 months. Thank you, Lana, for sharing so much of your knowledge over the past 2 years. I look forward to many more. Thank you, mods, for keeping chat classy. And we do pride ourselves on that. So cheers to the mods right there. Definitely a nod to you guys. Sherry, I'm so happy you are streaming this trial. Been a member for 20 months. Thank you so much. What was the rest of it? Cherry Sweet Teas, T-shirt shop. Oh, just have a T-shirt. Gifted 5 Truth and Transparency memberships. YB So Nosy. Sherry D. $2 holler. Hank, you remind me of a teacher on a Snoopies episode. Oh, this is what I asked you guys to say something about Hank. Stop the hanky panky. I like that. Keyboard crime fighters. Spanky, you wrong. Oh boy. Hanky needs a spanky. Hanky, you stanky. James. Oh, happy birthday, Vaughn. Thank you, James. DB. $9.99 super sticker. James, you rock. Lana, you kick ass. I'll take that. I've never seen such brilliance like yours. Wow, thank you. Oh, you were born to do this. Speedy Bird. James. Why be so nosy? Receipts, Hanky. I like it. Thank you for all your hard work. Hank, unlike Lana Brains, you suck. Well, that's flat out just... That was funny. Marky made me laugh when she said, wow, when Hank sits down, I want to see Womp Lally. I want to see them play the game. No whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Heidi, thank you so much. $4.99. Thank you for all your hard work, man. Thank you for being here. You guys could be anywhere you choose to be here. Exactly 100% Lana, he is. Right then, for all your blood, sweat, and beers. Yay! We have beer leaders on these cases. Love you, Firecracker. I'm a fire starter. Look out. James, is that the tooth, the whole tooth, and nothing but the tooth? Can somebody make a shirt that says nothing but the tooth, nothing but the motherfucking tooth? Freebird, Lana, I bet your beautiful brain is on screech mode right now. No one does it like you. Bring in truth, one truth boom at a time. Thank you. You're the best at what you do. Appreciate that there from Freebird. You guys all rock. Thank you guys again. See you guys tonight. I'm about to put up a link for Mr. Kohlberger. We're going to talk about they've unsealed and opened up the record, guys. It's record galore. So I'm going back through all these old filings just to see if there's anything else that's been unsealed that maybe was sealed back in the past that has been unsealed. So join me later. Peace out, Girl Scouts. Cheers, Carol Reed.